Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Chapter 22: Water Breaking. In the end, that photo was almost unedited. Hua Nian Sheng posted it to her friend's circle for amusement. As usual, she received a string of praises. Her colleagues clamored under the comments section, asking her who exactly she had managed to ask to take the photo for her. Could it be that there truly was such a talented colleague in the company? Hua Nian. She truly did not dare to say. That day happened to be a holiday. Hua Nian Sheng called home. Hua Jinyan, as soon as he picked up, immediately asked the photo posted on your WeChat, was it taken by Song Mai Chuan, right? Hua Nian Sheng was surprised. How did you know? Hua Jinyan smirked, his tone laced with playful contempt. That guy takes photos too beautifully, resulting in me being scolded incessantly when I was dating your aunt. This was considered an old memory. Back then, Hua Jinyan was dating, and wherever he went with his girlfriend, he wanted to take a few photos to save his memories. For some unknown reason, he asked Song Mai Chuan to take them for him. The result was that the photos were so beautiful, resulting in Hua Jinyan being incessantly scolded by his girlfriend afterwards for his own photography skills. Hua Nian Sheng still remembered that back then those couple photos of her uncle and aunt were all stunningly beautiful. Every angle was simply priceless. She even thought her uncle was being extravagant, having hired a professional photographer to follow and shoot. At that time, she and Song Mai Chuan were no longer in contact. Naturally, she wouldn't go to inquire about his news. Hua Jinyan said Song Mai Chuan had a very unique photography style. He couldn't quite describe it, but in short, just by looking at the photos, one could guess they were all taken by him. Hua Nian Sheng indirectly asked the reason why he could take photos so well. Her uncle said, "What's this even? You should go to his place and see his vast collection of photography and videography equipment. Even photographing the stars in the sky wouldn't be an issue. Indeed worthy of his reputation as CEO Song. Do you like it? How about one day I take you to his place to look at the stars? He has a telescope, you know." Hua Jinyan asked nonchalantly, without any consideration for his best friend's predicament. Hua Nian. He was indeed her uncle, not at all considering himself an outsider. After hanging up the phone, she went back to scrolling on her phone, only then discovering that Song Mai Chuan had liked her post on WeChat. However, after he liked it, under the comments section, not many colleagues dared to utter cheesy flirtatious words anymore. It was evident that the boss sealing off power had an immediate effect. However, after that day, Hua Nian Sheng only then realized that her understanding of Song Mai Chuan was truly too little, too shallow. His preferences and boundaries were much more complex than what was recorded in Secretary Les' notebook. And naturally also more complex than the Song Mai Chuan she knew when she was in high school. Human nature is multifaceted, manifesting in every small detail. Just like Hua Nian Sheng, she probably wasn't entirely as everyone thought. Before going to bed, Hua Nian Sheng's conscience was stirred. She picked up her phone and sent her boss a message wishing him peace and happiness, but accidentally overlooked the time. Only after sending it did she realize it was already 59 minutes past the 11th hour. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. She was very quick-witted, supplementing it with another message wishing a Merry Christmas. At this hour, it was neither too late nor too early. Those who stayed up late were just beginning their night, while those who didn't stay up late must have already been sound asleep, dreaming sweet dreams. Hua Nian Sheng originally thought that tomorrow Song Mai Chuan would reply with a perfunctory message, but unexpectedly, just a few minutes after the message was sent, he replied 2 holidays, wishing them combined in one message is enough, right? Hua Nian Sheng? Is he complaining? But the other party was the boss. Hua Nian Sheng had been interning at the company for 2 months, and had long since learned how to humble herself for her livelihood. She messaged back, as long as CEO Song is happy, every day is a holiday. Every day I will secretly wish you well. Song Mai Chuan was silent for a long while, finally sending her a red envelope along with a Merry Christmas wish. Just one light tap, 200 in hand. Hua Nian Sheng felt this money was too easy to earn, so she hurriedly sent back to her boss a sticker wishing good fortune. Immediately afterwards, Song Mai Chuan sent a voice message. Hua Nian Sheng opened it, and a low, deep voice resonated from her phone. "It's late now, you should go to bed early. Tomorrow you still have to go to work. Good night." Hua Nian. He really was very suited for online dating. But as soon as one went to work, a person's vitality would be drained. No matter how handsome the boss was, one would no longer notice. Near New Year's Day, Hua Nian Sheng was criticized for carelessness in her work, and the person who directly criticized her was Secretary Lu, pregnant and about to go on leave. Several times she was even afraid that Sister Lu would become too emotional. Because the family was also about to welcome a tiny new life, Hua Nian Sheng usually showed great caution towards pregnant women. Sister Lu only regretted not being able to forge iron into steel. Indeed, as a pregnant woman, her temper was also considerably more erratic, but her attitude towards her remained very gentle. Hua Nian Sheng was very worried. Sister Lu, how about you ask someone else to scold me? Sister Lu? Secretary Wang, standing by, couldn't help it, bursting into boisterous laughter. The entire conversation collapsed. Sister Lu also snickered. Hua Nian. Sister Lu was very good at encouraging others, saying that Hua Nian Sheng had great prospects, that she valued her highly, and told her to try even harder. Hua Nian Sheng nodded repeatedly. After that day, Secretary Lu was allowed by her boss to go on maternity leave early. After many days of anticipation, the New Year's Day holiday finally arrived. Lately, Hua Nian Sheng had continuously had to closely follow projects. Especially after Sister Lu went on maternity leave, she had even more tasks to keep an eye on. Sometimes she couldn't help but wonder, with the workload of Sister Lu, why was she only called a secretary? Meanwhile, the work included arranging the boss schedule, meaning she had to meet him at least twice a day, except for times when Tong Maichuan was not in the office. Hua Nian Sheng felt that since she took this position, the fortunate thing was that Tong Maichuan was often absent. But the unfortunate thing was that occasionally she would again have to follow him to social gatherings. She had been working for a long time, had also attended several parties, gotten acquainted with a few important figures, even added contact information, but absolutely she did not have to touch a single drop of alcohol, even feeling as if she were a child being let out by the adults in the family to learn. This made her develop a feeling of familial closeness with Tong Maichuan. Returning home in the evening, before she could even utter sweet words of greeting to her youngest uncle, Hua Nian Sheng saw Hua Jinyan getting ready to go out. Isn't it a holiday right now? She looked bewildered. Hua Jinyan, with a furrowed brow and worried expression, replied, a project has run into problems. I have to fly to England for a business trip. Stay home and look after your youngest aunt. They'll probably be back in about 3 days. Hua Nian. Being a boss was often truly pitiful. To some extent, Hua Jinyan was indeed a very thoughtful husband. Fearing his pregnant wife going out into the cold wind, he resolutely did not allow her to see him off, and conveniently also tasked his niece with moving his luggage to the car for him. The next day was New Year's Day, and it happened to be a Friday. Hua Nian Sheng slept straight through until noon, and when she woke up, she habitually checked her phone, afraid that an urgent task might have been assigned. After confirming that the incoming messages only contained New Year's greetings, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having only worked for 2 months, she had truly developed an occupational hazard. Stretching and letting out a long yawn, Hua Nian Sheng slowly got out of bed, and after finishing her personal hygiene went downstairs. Downstairs, Su Xiao was busily arranging newly bought decorations, and seeing her just come down immediately said, Sheng, you're up, there's breakfast in the kitchen, remember to eat it. Okay? According to Hua Nian Sheng's daily routine on holidays, her being able to eat to me ALS a day with Su Xiao was already an excellent achievement. On New Year's Day in previous years, she had not returned home very often. She had returned during her first year, but at that time Hua Qiangan and Chu were still in the throes of passionate love, naturally going out on dates together. By her second and third years, Hua Nian Sheng had poured all her mind into her studies. Contacting her youngest uncle was simply left to fate. This year, it was a rare occasion for her to be home for the new year. Yet it was Hua Qiangan's turn to be busy with work. It was truly a changing of fortunes. Hua Nian Sheng was enjoying a delicious breakfast when Chu suddenly walked over and asked her, Sin, are you going out today? No, I'm not. Hua Nian Sheng's mission for these 3 days was to eat and drink well, and while she was at it, to keep an eye on her youngest aunt, ensuring she experienced no discomfort whatsoever. But ultimately, caring for her youngest aunt was not truly her responsibility. The household had already hired several people, and even the maternity nurse had arrived long ago. This afternoon Tong Mokshuyan will be dropping by to visit our home. Hua Nian Sheng. Why is he coming? Why must she still encounter her boss even on a holiday? Chu chuckled. For the past 2 years, he's always stopped by our house to bring New Year gifts. You weren't home so you didn't know. No wonder her female colleagues at the company used to try and set up her yearned just uncle with Tong Mokshuyan. Their relationship was so close that he even came to deliver New Year's gifts. Nevertheless, having joined the ranks of the salaried workforce, Hua Nian Sheng calmly accepted that her boss would visit their home, or rather, come to bring celebratory gifts. Having not been by her youngest aunt's side for a long time, Hua Nian Sheng spent the entire afternoon chatting with Chu, her demeanor very obedient and understanding. Her youngest aunt also took the opportunity to tell her a few stories from the company. She already knew that she was surrounded by exceptionally talented individuals, but upon hearing the stories from Chu's lips, Hua Nian Sheng still couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder everyone considered her a child in the eyes of these general directors. A university student like her, still polishing the seat of her pants in school, was truly too naive. The two of them sat on the sofa watching TV and snacking, while chatting and gossiping about others. Normally, if Hua Qian were here, he would certainly join in. Almost all the office gossip Hua Nian Sheng knew came from them. As general directors, the things they knew were not only more extensive but also far more accurate than the information found in the company's internal gossip groups. The few episodes airing on TV weren't even half as captivating as the stories her youngest aunt told. One of Chu's daily activities, ever since her belly became noticeably large, was take a walk outside. Previously, when Hua Nian Sheng wasn't home, the one accompanying her was usually the housekeeper or Hua Qian. But today, with her in the house, the duty of companionship naturally fell to her niece. After dinner, the two of them bundled up tightly before heading out for a stroll. Given Chu's current condition, walking a few laps around the house might have been enough, but staying home for too long would truly make one feel stale. Before leaving the house, Hua Nian Sheng carefully checked her phone once more. Tong Mokshuyan had said he would come to visit, but he still hadn't arrived. She wondered if he was working overtime on the holiday. But she didn't bother too much, as they were only going to walk around the neighborhood. They were close to home anyway, so if he arrived, he could just enter the house and wait. As a good friend, he could feel as comfortable as if he were in his own home. Hua Nian Sheng linked arms with her youngest aunt as they strolled, talking and laughing incessantly. The path below their house was a little challenging, so the two of them walked very slowly. Occasionally, Hua Nian Sheng would lower her head to look at Chu's belly, then fall into a brief reverie, realizing that a tiny life was existing within her aunt's womb, soon to be born. Perhaps because they were both women, Hua Nian Sheng could more or less still perceive her youngest aunt's discomforts. Although Chu was still a very beautiful and fashionable pregnant woman, there was no denying that the journey of pregnancy had made her look much more worn out. Just as they were about to turn back, Chu suddenly stopped short. Hua Nian Sheng. A few seconds later, her aunt slowly turned her head to look at her, saying calmly, Sin, it seems my water broke. Chapter 23: A Safe Delivery. In that moment, Hua Nian Sheng felt her ears ring, and it took several seconds for her brain to start functioning again. Honestly speaking, she had once tried to imagine what it would be like when Chu went into labor. They were supposed to follow the plan on the due date, carrying the pre-packed hospital bag, and checking into the hospital as scheduled. Not have the baby hastily demand to arrive to celebrate New Year's Day, while the two of them were happily strolling. Hua Nian Sheng quickly reacted, supporting Chu. "Aunt, can you still walk right now? Let's go home first." Chu also acted very calmly, taking out her phone to call the hospital, clearly stating her current condition and instructing the hospital to be ready to admit her. Today was a holiday, so the roads would undoubtedly be jammed. Waiting for an ambulance would take much longer than acting proactively themselves. "It's okay, I'll be fine," Hua Nian Sheng murmured, unsure if she was comforting her youngest aunt or herself. As soon as Chu finished contacting the hospital, she dialed the family driver's number. But just as her call was about to connect, Hua Nian Sheng's phone suddenly rang. It was Tong Mokshuyan. The moment she answered, Hua Nian Sheng had no time to spare for polite address. She spoke quickly. "Tong Mokshuyan, my aunt's water broke." Tong Mokshuyan, upon hearing, hurriedly asked, Where are the two of you now? Hua Nian Sheng swiftly glanced at the nearest house number sign, quickly reading it aloud to him. Tong Mokshuyan said, I will be there immediately. Hua Nian Sheng had hung up, but Chu still hadn't been able to get through. Waiting until the driver answered, she spoke quickly, instructing him to come to the house to retrieve the maternity bag, and to bring the nanny along to depart for the hospital. Tong Mokshuyan was intimately familiar with the routes around this area by the time he made the call. He was already right in front of their house's gate. Thus, very soon after, his car pulled up directly before them. Only when truly confronted with the reality of childbirth did Hua Nian Sheng clearly feel the tension. While Chu still maintained her composure, Hua Nian Sheng's hands trembled uncontrollably. Tong Mokshuyan alighted from the car and with Hua Nian Sheng, helped Chu into the vehicle, then turned to instruct, call your uncle to inform him. His voice was remarkably calm, in stark contrast to Hua Nian Sheng's panic. But Hua Kamgon was undoubtedly busy no matter how she called. He wouldn't answer. The streets today were truly choked with vehicles. On the way to the hospital, Tong Mokshuyan nearly ran a red light. But at least they were fortunate on the same road. The other lane was severely congested, while the one they traveled in was somewhat clearer. Along the way they encountered traffic police. Upon hearing that the car was carrying a woman in labor, the officers immediately used a special vehicle to escort them, helping to clear the path. Chu's complexion grew increasingly pale, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Hua Nian Sheng clasped her hand tightly, continuously murmuring, Aunt, we're almost at the hospital, it's going to be all right, breathe deeply. Upon arriving at the hospital gate, doctors and emergency stretchers were already on standby. As soon as Chu was received, she was immediately wheeled into the delivery room. Outside, only Tong Mokshuyan and Hua Nian Sheng remained. She sank to the ground, her hands ice cold, desperately trying to call the father of the baby about to be born. Occasionally, she would raise her head to gaze towards the delivery room, her eyes filled with profound worry. They say the gate of birth is the gate of death, each childbirth akin to strolling around the gate of hell. At this moment, unable to reach Hua Kamgon, Hua Nian Sheng's heart was burdened with immense unease. She was only just over 20 years old, and facing this situation for the very first time, she truly didn't know what to do. Hua Nian Sheng disliked hospitals. The last time she stood helplessly outside an emergency room like this was when she was 17. And at that time, both her parents were receiving emergency treatment within. A warmth suddenly spread through her hand. It was Tong Mokshuyan who had taken it. His voice echoed from above her head, Why are your hands so freezing cold? Are you cold? Stand up, come rest on the chair for a bit. I'll go handle the procedures. Hua Nian Sheng, still dazed, was vaguely pulled to her feet by him and led to the waiting chairs. He took off his outer jacket, gently spreading it over her legs. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Tong Mokshuyan's sleeve was suddenly tugged. He lowered his head, his gaze precisely meeting the slightly glistening eyes of the young woman, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hua Nian Sheng softly asked, her voice brimming with unease, after getting the painkiller injection, it won't hurt too much, will it? This question rendered Tong Mokshuyan silent. In his 28 years of life, there were also realms he had never encountered. He could utter a well-meaning falsehood to comfort others, but seeing the young woman so profoundly anxious, he knew that besides her worry for her youngest aunt, it was also a woman's primal fear before childbirth. And in this aspect he had absolutely no right to speak. He gently stroked the young woman's head. Don't be afraid, both mother and child will be safe. After that, Hua Nian Sheng sat alone on the long bench, waiting. A moment later, Tong Mokshuyan returned and settled down beside her. The hospital had a heating system, but Hua Nian Sheng's hands still couldn't warm up. Their household's driver and nanny also quickly arrived at the hospital. The four of them waited together outside the delivery room, and in a flash 3 hours had already slipped away. Outside the window, the faint, yellowish glow of streetlights was reflected. Hua Kamgon finally called back. Hearing his hurried and urgent tone, she guessed he had already seen the messages his niece and Tong Mokshuyan had sent, and was probably en route to the airport at that moment. He asked, How is the situation now? I'll be back by tomorrow morning. Hua Nian Sheng honestly replied, Aunt is still in there. After hearing, Hua Kamgon became even more anxious. If anything happens, Just discuss it with Tong Shuyan. Do everything possible to protect both mother and child. But if you're compelled to choose, you absolutely must save the mother, remember? If a natural birth isn't feasible, switch to a C-section immediately, understand? With that said, he hurriedly hung up, continuing his journey to the airport. But in his frantic impatience, he had forgotten one thing in this day and age. Was there still such a question of saving the mother or saving the child? Having hung up the phone, Hua Nian Sheng continued to sit dazed on the long bench, holding her phone, searching for a series of articles related to childbirth. Recently, her social media platforms had already been dominated by such content. Clicking away, she saw another post about childbirth and couldn't help but click to read it. Tong Shuyan witnessed the entire process from beside her. The expectant mother in there was striving, while the young woman waiting outside was anxious. He was older than her after all, and calmer than her too. Tong Shuyan wanted her not to be too tense, but as soon as he opened his mouth he instead said, "Are you hungry? Let me go buy something for you to eat." She shook her head, "I'm not hungry, and I can't bring myself to swallow anything either." The person had been in there for 3 hours already. She was dying of anxiety here. The experienced nanny said that labor lasting a few hours was a very normal thing. Well, she knew that, but she was still worried. Finally, near midnight, the cry of a newborn resounded from inside the delivery room. She gave birth. Mother and baby were safe and sound. The baby weighed 2.6 kilograms. The heart that had been hanging suspended all night finally settled down. Hua Nian Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. The nurse carried the baby out, smiling radiantly as she congratulated them, and specifically brought the baby in front of Tong Shuyan. "Come on, father, carry the baby for a bit. Okay? Tong Shuyan." He did not retreat, extending his hand to receive it, but there was a touch of amusement. "I am not the baby's father." Seeing the nurse taken aback, he continued to explain, "Just consider me the baby's foster father for now. The baby's biological father is still on his way back." Say. Tong Shuyan and Hua Nian Sheng sitting outside waiting for a full 6-7 hours. The female nurse had even thought one was the baby's biological father, and the other was an aunt or similar relative. Since he was of the opposite sex after all, Tong Shuyan did not go inside to visit to chew. He carried the baby for a moment, then returned it to the nurse to be taken inside to lie with its mother. Although born 10 days earlier than the due date, it had still completed 38 weeks of pregnancy, so the baby was not considered premature. The nanny worked so meticulously that she still remembered to take out her phone to record the moment the baby was carried out, then immediately sent it to the parents, even though at that time, the baby's father was still on a plane returning from England, and the mother was still being monitored in the delivery room. Truly worthy of being called a gold-tier nanny. The baby had been born safely. All subsequent matters were handled by the nanny, so Hua Nian Sheng didn't have to do anything further. Chu exerted herself to sit up and look at her child for a moment, then quickly fell asleep. Tong Shuyan went to the car to get a jacket. By the time he returned, he saw Hua Nian Sheng sitting on the floor, her head leaning against the wall, dozing off. The several hours of continuous tension had just passed, her mind relaxed, and she finally could not hold on any longer. Chapter 24. Secretary Hua takes office. The care of the new mother and baby was all handled by the nanny. With her here, everything was arranged perfectly. There was no need to be anxious or panic. Tong Shuyan and Hua Nian Sheng were also much more relaxed because of this. He leaned over and gently shook the young woman's shoulder. Hua Nian Sheng drowsily raised her head, looking at him with half-closed eyes, and softly let out an sound, the hazy tone sounding a little adorable. Tong Shuyan whispered to her, "Sen, shall we go to a hotel near the hospital and rent a room? You can go there to rest for a while." Hua Nian Sheng took a few seconds to understand his words. Just now they had together gone through the long process of waiting for a relative, a friend, to give birth. A sense of revolutionary comradeship had also been born in their hearts, so she naturally no longer saw him as her boss. She shook her head. "I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here to watch through the night." Her youngest uncle was not present here. What if her youngest aunt woke up in the middle of the night and didn't see any family members? In that case, come sit on a chair, don't sit on the floor. Okay. Hua Nian Sheng obediently stood up. Suddenly remembering something important, she looked up at Tong Shuyan. "Oh, that's right, I've troubled you tonight. How about you go home and rest now? After all, he was not a family member. She couldn't possibly make him stay here all night like that. Tong Mok Shuyan heard her say that and chuckled softly. So quick to pull up the plank after crossing the bridge, are we? She hadn't even had time to say anything when he continued, I'm not going home. I'll keep watch for your uncle for a night. None of the adults in your family are here. What good would it do for you to watch alone? I am not a child anymore. Hua Nian Sheng retorted and intentionally spoke softly, fearing that it would disturb Su Xiao and the baby's sleep. Tong Maichuan replied indifferently later, the baby will call me godfather anyway, so what if I stay to watch over for the first night? You don't need to worry about adult matters anymore. Hua Nian. She could only concede, unable to control him. Afterwards, on the waiting chairs, Hua Nian Sheng closed her eyes to rest. Tong Maichuan also sat beside her. After being monitored and confirmed that her health had no issues, Su Xiao was moved to a luxury single room. Not long after, the baby cried. Hua Nian Sheng woke up. The nanny carried the baby for her to hold, then turned to prepare formula. Seeing Hua Nian Sheng stare at the baby in her arms for a long while, Tong Maichuan asked, what are you thinking about? She blurted out a little ugly, I'm recalling my biology knowledge. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this ugly. Tong Maichuan let out a soft chuckle. It's just like that when newly born. It will change after being raised for a while. The nanny, having finished preparing the milk, returned, carried the baby up to feed it, her movements very practiced. Arrow. Yuendi 3 o'clock in the morning, Su Xiao's birth parents arrived. The couple lived in a neighboring city. As soon as they received the news, they immediately rushed over that very night. Traffic jams on the way had consumed quite some time. But because they received news halfway that everything was safe and sound, mother and child well, so although it was a bit arduous, the expressions on both their faces were still very radiant and joyful. When they arrived at the hospital, Su Xiao and the baby were both fast asleep, mother and child lying close to each other, looking incredibly warm. There were more people in the room. Hua Nian Sheng had also passed her sleepy spell. She yielded the space to the two adults eager to meet their daughter and grandchild, then went out with Tong Maichuan. She went to wash her face to freshen up. This hour was also a bit awkward. To say it was breakfast was too early, and to say it was a late-night meal was too late already. But Tong Maichuan seemed not to mind. He said he would take her out to eat something. Hua Nian Sheng was also too lazy to argue with him. Staying up all night had made her weary, although not to the extent that she could fall asleep as soon as she lay down, but her mind was truly as heavy as lead. So, wherever he wanted to take her, he would take her. The two did not go far either. Tong Maichuan drove Hua Nian Sheng to a street food stall near the hospital. At this hour, not many eateries were still open. They also did not expend much effort searching. Looking at Tong Maichuan's elegant and refined young master appearance, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly felt that him sitting in this eatery looked out of place. Around them were also a few people completely drunk, let alone him. Even she felt it was unsuitable. But unsuitable did not mean unfamiliar. Previously, she had also taken her roommates out for grilled food in the middle of the night to satisfy cravings, the only difference being, they had never tried going out at 3 or 4 in the morning, and immediately ordered as soon as they sat down like this. Facing Hua Nian Sheng's gaze, Tong Maichuan asked, why are you staring at me like that? She mumbled, a big boss like you also eat street food? Tong Maichuan chuckled softly, what's wrong? Do you think I normally only live on air and do? Your youngest uncle and I were roommates anyway. He likes eating street grilled meat, don't you know? Hua Nian. Her youngest uncle indeed used to love grilled food, but recently he has switched to a health-preserving diet, paying great attention to health, rarely eating these dishes. Perhaps this is a sign of maturity? The shop owner quickly served their food. Neither of them drank alcohol. Actually, Hua Nian Sheng was a little curious. If he saw her drinking alcohol, would Tong Maichuan consider her a minor using stimulants? The food they ordered was not much, mainly just enough to fill their hungry stomachs. After eating, both returned to the hose. Pidal. By this time it was almost dawn. Su Xiao was awake, talking with her birth parents. The baby was also awake, but only made very adorable cooing sounds, with very gentle movements. Su Xiao's confinement meal, prepared by the maid at home, was being sent, surely arriving soon. The baby's maternal grandparents were overjoyed, holding their precious one, unable to let go. Su Xiao thanked Tong Maichuan. Maichuan, it's a good thing you helped last night. I heard Aunt Zhang say you stayed here all night without leaving. Now you and Sheng should go back and rest. Speaking of which, she then said to Hua Nian Sheng, "The driver will be here soon. You should go back with him too." "It's nothing," Tong Maichuan gently replied. "I just happened to be here at the right time. Without me, you and Shang would still manage." As he spoke, he looked at his phone. Wait a little longer. Kim-gon just got off the plane. Reality proved that when it came to making friends, Hua Kim-gon indeed had a keen eye for people. Tong Mok-shuyan had once invested capital in a project, helped care for his niece, and now even drove his friend's wife to give birth, conveniently pulling an all-night shift as well. He was truly a golden friend. Although he was also to choose friend, Hua Nian Sheng still felt he was an exceptionally dedicated and devoted person. Hua Kim-gon arrived at 7 in the morning, still carrying the chill of the wind and frost on him. Seeing his wife and Chil, he was so moved that his steps faltered. Chu was eating breakfast at the time. Seeing her husband appear at the door of the hospital room with red-rimmed eyes, he walked to the bedside, wiping away tears as he told her, "My dear wife, you've been through so much." Beside them was their tiny baby boy, born less than 24 hours ago, along with his good brother and his niece, who was currently pretending to be invisible. Chu. How embarrassing. Thankfully, the baby's maternal grandparents had already gone out at that time. Before Hua Kim-gon could even say a few words, his wife told him to carry the baby and hand him over to the nurse for a bath. As a first-time father, he was naturally overjoyed and agitated. He excitedly took out his phone to photograph the little one. Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mok-shuyan had run out of things to do, so one drove herself home, while the other was picked up by his driver. Hua Kim-gon handled the remaining hospital matters himself. The result was that the young father, after several trips back and forth, was so exhausted that he slumped down by his wife's bedside, dozing off, unable to even recall what his child's face looked like. For the remaining day of the holiday, Hua Nian Sheng was busy at home flipping through a dictionary for names. She still visited her youngest aunt and the baby at the hospital, but the caretaking was already being handled by Hua Kim-gon and his in-laws, who took turns, plus there wasn't just one helper at home, so she fundamentally didn't need to lift a finger. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help it all. Occasionally, she would flip through the dictionary, secretly thinking to herself how incredibly difficult it was to name a person. Alas, she was still young. Perhaps it was best to just let the baby's parents handle this themselves. Tong Mok-shuyan, in his capacity as the baby's godfather, was also very responsible. The New Year's Day gifts he had presented hadn't even been put away yet, when a whole new pile of items he'd bought for the baby arrived. These past 2 days, Hua Nian Sheng had gradually grown accustomed to receiving guests at home. The gift givers weren't just Tong Mok-shuyan. The presents weren't solely for Hua Kim-gon but also for Chu. Although their professions had some slight connection, they weren't colleagues after all. For the 3 days of New Year's, a tiny new member joined the household. One day before Hua Nian Sheng returned to work, Hua Kim-gon brought his wife, child, and in-laws, along with a heap of cumbersome luggage, home from the hospital. The baby was tiny, soft, and boneless, and Hua Nian Sheng would spend most of her time sitting by the bassinet, gently poking his cheeks, nudging his little hands, and occasionally checking her own fingernails, fearing she might accidentally hurt the little one. The tiny baby was endlessly adorable, but his cousin, older by 21 years, still had to go to work. On the evening of the last day of her holiday, Hua Nian Sheng returned to her rented apartment, and the next morning she was off to work on time. Secretary Lu had officially gone on leave, and Secretary Hua officially took office. Chapter 25: The Ex-Boyfriend. The position of Secretary Hua was indeed not easy. One might call her an intern, but in reality, she had become a six-sided, omnicompetent warrior by now, needing to know everything and handle everything. The only catch was that she was criticized by her superior every single day. As the general director's secretary, her direct superior was of course Tong Mok-shuyan. Outside of work, he certainly treated Hua Nian Sheng very well, but in her work, his demands were exceedingly strict. Little Hua had once thought that starting work would bring order to the workplace before she could even display her talents. Reality had slapped her with a painful blow. Occasionally, Hua Nian Sheng would unluckily be drafted as Tong Mok-shuyan's pawn, accompanying him to parties. The only thing was, Tong Mok-shuyan's receptions often featured prominent figures whose names she had only ever heard but never had the chance to meet. Since her research supervisor was also a renowned figure in the engineering industry, her identity would continuously shift during these client receptions with her boss, from General Tong's secretary to Professor Tran's student. Accompanying Tong Mok Shuyan to ordinary parties, she wasn't the only secretary assistant. Zhang was also frequently present. Thus, amidst a seasoned team of colleagues, all eloquent and skilled in social graces like them, Hua Nian Sheng naturally became an awkward, immature child. How truly dreadful. She'd rather be typing code back home. Besides, in this world, what kind of company hires a secretary and also demands programming skills? But habit was truly a terrifying thing. Even though she had only been an intern for less than 3 months, Hua Nian Sheng had already grown accustomed to this work rhythm. It was just that, being adults, ambiguous jokes were unavoidable in social receptions. Having accompanied her boss so often, she naturally encountered a few awkward situations. Right at this moment, Hua Nian Sheng was seated in a private room at a certain restaurant. To her left was Tong Mok Shuyan, to her right was Assistant Zhang. Seated to Tong Mok Shuyan's left was a beautiful female CEO, who had the figure one could wish for, the beauty one desired, and a gentle, clear voice. A woman so comprehensively beautiful, not to mention men, even Hua Nian Sheng found herself drooling. It wasn't hard to tell that the other party was actively flirting with Tong Mok Shuyan, and several other high-level managers present in the room were also chiming in, playing along. Listening from the beginning of the gathering, Hua Nian Sheng had to try very hard not to let her lips curl into a smile, yet when she secretly glanced over, she saw Assistant Zhang remained perfectly composed, his expression as if utterly unaffected. Was he that strong? Was he born not to smile? So she secretly typed a sentence on her phone and sent it. May I ask, what allows you to hold back your laughter? A few seconds later, Zhang Trigon replied, monthly salary. What a truly honest man without pretentious airs. That female general director truly had her eyes on Tong Mok Shuyan throughout the conversation. She always enthusiastically agreed with his words, and her gaze was always fixed on him. Eye contact sometimes is exactly a kind of suggestion. One look is fine, but more than that, there's something amiss. Seeing Tong Mok Shuyan continuously trying to avoid her gaze the entire time, Hua Nian Sheng lowered her head, suppressing laughter to the point of internal injury, and could only try hard to recall the saddest events in her 2+ decades of life. It was truly amusing. But the consequence of this furtive laughter was that, for no reason, the blame was shifted to her. Director and has shown such interest in this project, why not let my secretary present it to you directly? This project has always been overseen by her. Hua Nian Sheng was suddenly called upon, dazedly raised her head, and heard her boss say, Hua Nian Sheng, you present this project to Director N. With Tong Mok Shuyan sitting in between them, she and the female general director of the partner company looked at each other with tangled confusion. Is he joking? Does this man have a problem? Hua Nian Sheng had to try very hard to present a concise and smooth segment without needing to look at documents, but while that was the case outwardly, in her heart, she was still secretly reviling her own boss. After she finished presenting, Tong Mok Shuyan appeared very thoughtful, solicitously pouring more tea for her. Here, drink some water to warm your throat. Hua Nian Sheng, what is this again? But before she could react, someone sitting opposite suddenly spoke up. Director Tong, your secretary looks a bit unapproachable, doesn't she? Everyone is drinking alcohol, so why is she the only one drinking tea? Tong Mok Shuyan glanced at the other party, unaffected, continued pouring more tea for Hua Nian Sheng. Then he replied, she is allergic to alcohol. Hua Nian Sheng? Why would he suddenly steal her lines? And then she suddenly discovered that the gazes of the people in the room looking at her were not quite right. Even Director N, who had just been looking at Tong Mok Shuyan with sparkling eyes, also seemed to have lost interest. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly understood. Oh, so, did he really shift the blame to her? Could she possibly accept to let the atmosphere freeze like this? Of course not. And so, Hua Nian Sheng, her face unchanged, nonchalantly picked up the teapot, and while talking and smiling, solicitously poured more tea for Assistant Zhang, who was sitting to her right. Mr. Zhang, you've also had quite a bit of alcohol just now, haven't you? Here, drink some tea to sober up a bit. Zhang Trinon. The people present in this room, who initially wondered about the relationship between Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mok Shuyan, now unexpectedly shifted to doubting the relationship of all three of these people. After the party, while sitting in the car, Hua Nian Sheng began to be interrogated by her boss. She, along with Tong sat in the back seat. Zhang Trinan sat in the front passenger seat. That certain director Tong, after finishing replying to messages on his phone, turned to look at the little secretary who was bowing her head low, pretending to be a quail, and began to question just now at the party, "You look truly happy laughing, didn't you, Hua Nian Sheng?" Hua Nian Sheng bowed her head even lower, appearing very honest, and replied, "Actually, there's one thing you don't know yet. I was born with naturally smiling lips." Tong where? Let me see. Hua Nian. How could this person who is the boss be so calculative about every little thing? She truly raised her head. Under the warm lights in the car, Song Maichuan could clearly see her face. Most of the time at work, Hua Nian Sheng went without makeup, but today, having received orders to accompany him to entertain clients, she had gone to the trouble of spending more than 10 minutes on makeup. Her lipstick was very beautiful, and she was even trying to show that she was born with smiling lips. "All right then," Song Maichuan began, "not only did you not help the boss solve trouble, but you're also smiling so happily like that exam. I knee yourself again." Hua Nian Sheng seriously nodded. Well, being too prone to smiling truly was her fault. The driver drove the car back close to the company first, very near the apartment complex where Hua Nian Sheng lived. She got out of the car, and after only a few steps, heard someone call her name. Actually, at first she didn't hear it, but when she did, she looked left and right and saw no one, so she continued straight. But the sound grew clearer and clearer, forcing Hua Nian Sheng to stop. Turning around, she was surprised to see a face she absolutely could not have expected. Caillou Chao, Hua Nian Sheng's ex-boyfriend. A person who should no longer appear in her life. University years were always the most beautiful period. Hua Nian Sheng majored in engineering, where it was naturally always the case that there were fewer men than women, and added to that, she had a beautiful face, so naturally, the number of satellites pursuing her would also be numerous, just like the saying, "When flowers bloom, bees and butterflies will come on their own." Hua Nian Sheng once had feelings for Song Maichuan when she was a young girl. But she couldn't keep holding on to that nascent love in her heart without letting go. Actually, in this world, there is nothing that cannot be overcome. Things that seem insurmountable will end when one dies. In her second year of university, Hua Nian Sheng had a casual relationship with a boyfriend. Why say casual? The other party was an upperclassman. And 1 year ahead of her, tall and handsome, liked playing basketball, was a male idol admired by many female students, and was considered quite serious in his pursuit of her. Hua Nian Sheng knew full well that the other party had quite a few tricks when flirting with girls, but young people in love are all like that. How can one avoid a few tricks? Moreover, the other party was handsome and understood romance. Because she herself also had a bit of goodwill towards him. When Caillou Chao confessed, Hua Nian Sheng immediately agreed. Love itself is a very beautiful thing. Having someone else care and worry for you by your side, the feeling wasn't bad. The two had only been dating for half a month, progressing to the point of holding hands. One weekend, Hua Jinyan had a driver come to pick up his niece to take her home. So Hua Nian Sheng didn't take the subway as usual. Coincidentally, passing by the entrance of a certain hotel, she caught sight of the boyfriend who, that morning, had still spoken sweet wishes to her, now hand in hand with another girl, passionately embracing and kissing her. At that moment, she even thought for the other party, afraid that he might have another twin brother, and that she would misunderstand him without asking clearly, so she told the driver to stop the car, took out her phone and dialed her boyfriend's number. As a result, she saw him pull out his phone from his pocket, glance at it, then put it back in his pocket, continuing the enzyme XC. Hang activity. Hua Nian Sheng sat in the car, watching the couple continue to embrace and kiss, then lead each other into the hotel. Logically speaking, at that moment, she should have rushed over to catch them in the act and decisively broken up, but her uncle and aunt were still waiting for her to come home for dinner, and she figured love wasn't such a big deal anyway. Just consider it as her being blind once. Oh no, for the second time. Half an hour later, while Hua Nian Sheng's car had not yet arrived home, Caillou Chao sent a message, excusing himself that he had been busy just now, and his phone was on silent mode, so he didn't know she had called. Hua Nian Sheng calculated the time. Finished the act already, huh? She didn't say much, just called him back to break up. Having managed to complete the breakup before getting home, her mood felt much lighter. She switched her phone to silent mode and happily went home to eat dinner. Later, that guy, seemingly dumped by her, went onto the school forum to badmouth Hua Nian Sheng. Actually, it wasn't him who posted it himself, perhaps because of heartbreak. He drank to drown his sorrows, got drunk, cried, and complained so much that people pitted him to death, and so someone came forward to do a good deed. That post roughly accused her of being heartless, irresponsible in love, and even attributed a false rumor to her, saying she was two-timing and playing the field. Hua Nian Sheng had always been a very reasonable person once. He wanted to refute something, she would absolutely clean it up thoroughly, not allowing herself to be stained. She simply quietly sent him a video she had recorded, telling him if he was smart, he would post a clarification and apologize to her himself. Kai Chao was indeed anxious, running everywhere, asking people to help him arrange a meeting with her, even coming to block people right at her classroom door. Hua Nian Sheng was so annoyed that she decisively hired a friend from the literature department to rewrite the entire story and send it to the school forum, attaching below a blurred photo, with faces obscured but clothes not, and a few details in the photo also unhidden, making it basically very easy to recognize. For a period after that, her ex-boyfriend could only be described as utterly disgraced, and no longer dared to cause trouble with Hua Nian Sheng. After all, everything was due to him slandering her first, so it was like bringing disaster upon himself. At the same time, he was also very puzzled, unable to understand why she had coincidentally caught him doing such a thing. After that incident, Hua Nian Sheng also temporarily lost interest in men, or more precisely lost interest in real-life men. Now she was in her 4th year, and logically speaking, Kai Chao had already graduated a year ago, so his sudden appearance before Hua Nian Sheng was truly a very strange matter. She stopped walking, her gaze falling upon her ex-boyfriend. Kai Chao seemed not at all embarrassed by the past events, smiling brightly as he greeted her. "Hello, Sheng." She looked up, gazing at her ex-boyfriend who, though still handsome, clearly no longer possessed the flamboyant charm he had during his school days, and still offered a bit of patience. "Is something wrong?" Kai Chao asked. "I heard you've deferred your graduate studies, and are now interning at Hangchuan, right? So what?" Hua Nian Sheng looked up at the sky, which was pitch black. There was no way Kai Chao would wait for her until this hour just to ask about that one thing. "Today I came to Hangchuan for an interview. Who knows, maybe we can become colleagues later." "Hua Nian, don't be ridiculous." Now she immediately turned around to find Tong Mokshuyan, to utilize the back door to beg him not to recruit this accursed thing to become an eyesore to her. Chapter 26. Her judgment of people has always been poor. As an adult with perfectly normal thinking abilities, Hua Nian Sheng naturally knew that Tong Mokshuyan's remark, "If you can't finish it, pack it up to take home," was merely a courtesy. He wasn't short of that little money, he just said it out of convenience. But in any case, knowing how to save like that was good. Although Hua Nian Sheng was freeloading off him, she also wasn't overly polite with Tong Mokshuyan. Our elders have a saying, once a stranger, twice an acquaintance, and after all, it wasn't the first time she had been invited to a meal like this, so to still feign formality was too meaningless. But because the dining location was the general manager's office, she felt a degree of unease and guilt. The company was rife with gossip, so many false rumors also originated from there. She was truly very afraid of people spreading rumors that she was having an ambiguous relationship with her boss. Whether Tong Mokshuyan had seen through her worries was unknown, but he suddenly burst into laughter. "Hua Nian Sheng, your being so tense makes me, as your boss, seem like a fierce beast." Hua Nian Sheng immediately admitted her mistake very sincerely. "I'm sorry." Having finished speaking, she continued to dart her eyes and tilt her ear, listening for any movement outside. "Tong Mokshuyan, are you that afraid of being seen by others? Should I draw the curtains?" "No," Hua Nian Sheng immediately refused. "If we do that, and by chance someone really sees us, even if I jump into the Yellow River, I wouldn't be able to clear my name." This remark of hers truly amused Tong Mokshuyan. In the middle of it, Hua Nian Sheng's phone rang. The bubble tea she ordered had been delivered. 2 cups of bubble tea, 1 for each person. Thinking back, it was also amusing. Her boss invited her for a meal, and she invited her boss for bubble tea. Tong Mokshuyan recalled that the 2 most recent times he drank this type of beverage were both because of the young girl in front of him, and he offered a rather objective remark: "Bubble tea now doesn't taste like it did when I was in university." When he mentioned this, Hua Nian Sheng remembered the 6 or 7 year age gap between the two of them. When Tong Mokshuyan was in university, she was in high school, And the taste of bubble tea back then was indeed different from now. Times changed, every industry was fiercely competitive. She nodded in agreement, suddenly remembering that the sisters in the office would daily research how to brew the Americano that best suited the boss' taste. Clearly, Tong Mokshuyan was not the type of person who liked sweets. But clearly, when he held a 5-part sugar bubble tea, he didn't seem at all uncomfortable. To some extent, he was indeed a rather approachable boss. Normally, in private, Hua Nian Sheng could be as casual as she wished, but in public, asking her to pretend to be an elegant lady was also not a problem. For example, during Tong Mokshuyan's birthday party last time. Now sitting with him, she was also much more relaxed. At this moment, the two of them seemed to temporarily return to 3 years ago, when Tong Mokshuyan would occasionally take her out like he would a younger sister. Tong Mokshuyan suddenly changed the subject. Today the Human Resources Department sent me several sets of resumes for the marketing position. Having said this, he paused. Hua Nian Sheng, there's a person named Ka Duk Chow, he said, then deliberately looked over just as she raised her head, looking through his resume. He graduated from the same SHU L as you and can be considered your senior alumnus. I wonder if you know him? Hearing this name uttered from Tong Mokshuyan's mouth, Hua Nian Sheng's mood suddenly became complicated, and the meal, originally very delicious, also became difficult to swallow. All was well and good. Why would he suddenly bring up that accursed nuisance? She calmly asked him back, what do you think of him? Logically speaking, Tong Mokshuyan was the boss, so his evaluation would surely be much more objective. But unexpectedly, he calmly said he's only good-looking, his appearance is quite decent, but he's empty inside. Was this an evaluation of a resume, or an evaluation of a person? No matter how she heard it, it strangely fit. For the first time, Hua Nian Sheng felt that her boss' words were very true, and she nodded in agreement. Tong Mokshuyan did not see the disappointed look on her face, but there was clearly an emotional fluctuation. He continued to ask, so, you know him? Afterward, he slowly added another sentence, if he is your friend, I can consider letting him in through the back door. Then, right before his eyes, the little girl suddenly stopped eating, her eyes widened, and then the expression on her face changed, roughly like he's worthy, is he? Hua Nian Sheng honestly said, CEO Tong, can you use that back door to eliminate him for good? If not, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Tong Mokshuyan was clearly very satisfied with this attitude, but still couldn't resist seizing tea. The opportunity to tease her, is he someone you hate? Hua Nian Sheng was silent. This was a very difficult matter to speak of. Although deep down she knew she had let go of the girlish sentiments of her youth, Tong Mokshuyan was the first person she had truly and seriously liked. In her eyes, he was her first love, regardless of whether they had ever dated or not. Now her first love was asking her if she hated her ex-boyfriend. If she didn't know what to say, it was better not to say anything at all. A long while later, Hua Nian Sheng still nodded with difficulty, then buried her head and ate ravenously. By now she was full, her entire body filled with the peaceful feeling of being completely sated. Tong Mokshuyan also seemed to be almost finished eating, but it would be great if he didn't continue talking to Hua Nian Sheng about Ka Yuk Chow. His point was generally that Ka Yuk Chow's ability was not bad. If he were to take on the position currently being recruited for, it would certainly not be a problem. It's just that among the candidates who interviewed alongside him, there were a few who had a distinct advantage. If his biggest advantage was to be named, it was probably that handsome face. But the unfortunate truth was, when it came to looks, there was another female candidate who was also very outstanding. Moreover, she had also graduated with a master's degree, and had many years of work experience in large companies. In terms of actual ability, she was also significant, superior to Ka Yuk Chow. With a comparable desired salary, the company would naturally choose the more capable person. In fact, the only reason Ka Yuk Chow's resume even appeared on Tong Mokshuyan's computer screen was because of his face. Hearing that the company was highly unlikely to hire Ka Yuk Chow, Hua Nian Sheng's mood immediately brightened considerably. Taking a sip of milk tea, she cheerfully stood up, proactively clearing the dining table. Tong Mokshuyan stopped her, saying, "Let me." She chirped back, "I'm the secretary after all." After all, she had already been treated to a free meal by her boss, so it was only right for her to proactively tidy up. Tong Mokshuyan hummed in affirmation, "It's after work now. And besides, I'm the boss, listen to me. Setting aside the fact that she had confessed her feelings to him once before and been cruelly rejected, apart from that, Hua Nian Sheng felt that Tong Mokchuan was indeed a good man. A handsome man. Even his act of tidying things became pleasing to the eye. Hua Nian Sheng did not forget it was already quitting time. But the sofa in Tong Mokchuan's office was truly too comfortable to sit on. Having just eaten her fill, she didn't want to move, deciding to linger for a few more minutes. As a result, she was unluckily caught by her boss and made to work overtime. Tong Mokchuan, if you have nothing to do, then help me find some documents. It's fine to bend one's back for a living, that is precisely what should be done. So, Hua Nian Sheng truly worked overtime in the CEO's office. Tong Mokchuan sat on his work chair, while she sat on the sofa a few meters away with her laptop researching documents. The distance was far enough that he couldn't clearly hear whatever she mumbled under her breath. Initially, she still sat on the sofa, but later found the posture uncomfortable, so she gradually sat down on the carpet. Tong Mokchuan raised his eyes and looked at her, but he didn't say anything. Having eaten her boss meal, she ended up being made to work overtime, and Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help but feel a little resentful. But when it came to work, once she began, she wouldn't idly think of anything else. Finally, when the documents had been rearranged and sent straight to Tong Mokchuan, she raised her head to look at him. He seemed busy doing something, his gaze deeply focused. A few minutes later, their eyes finally met, and he said, "Wait for me a moment." Hua Nian Sheng was completely bewildered, understanding nothing but still waited. A moment later, she finally saw Tong Mokchuan turn off his computer, pick up his coat and stand up. He said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." Hua Nian. The journey was only a few steps. What was there to escort her for? She was still about to refuse when her phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed a strange local number, and she immediately answered. As soon as the call connected, the person on the other end spoke up, "Sheng, it's S. Oh, late, are you still at the company? I'm coming to pick you up." It took Hua Nian Sheng a moment to realize who the caller was. Silent for a few seconds, she decisively hung up. Is he kidding? Is Kaiyuk Chow crazy? Tong Mokxian asked, "What is it?" She shook her head. Nothing. As the two stood in the elevator, Hua Nian Sheng next to Tong Mokxian, the atmosphere was strangely silent. She lowered her head, lost in thought, idly fiddling with her fingers. Normally, she would follow him directly down to the basement parking lot. But today, Tong Mokxian stopped on the first floor. It seemed he didn't want to drive. Hua Nian Sheng was still in a daze at this moment, simply walking by intuition. Tong Mokxian had only just lowered his head for a few seconds when he looked up. She was nowhere to be seen. Looking a few meters away, she didn't seem to know what she was doing, appearing dazed and disoriented as if she'd lost her soul. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly saw a figure approach, blocking Hua Nian Sheng's path. It was unclear what the two of them said, but he saw her suddenly raise her hand, lift her leg and decisively strike. He hadn't even gotten close when he heard her speaking loudly to the other person, her hand still gripping his collar, as she forcefully pushed him against the wall. "Kaiyuk Chow, have I been too lenient with you?" Hua Nian Sheng spoke without an ounce of politeness. "Was the lesson I taught you last time not profound enough? What devil-ish games are you trying to play now, still daring to loiter and appear before me? Do you truly believe you can provoke me?" A man well over 6 feet tall was utterly overwhelmed by the small girl's powerful presence. Tong Mokxian halted his steps, subtly shifting his gaze to look in another direction. When she was little, Hua Nian Sheng had once studied martial arts. Though not exceptionally skilled, throughout elementary school, not a single boy could ever contend with her. She didn't actually hit people, only giving Kaiyuk Chow a warning. If she had truly struck him, accidentally causing injury, she would have had to take responsibility. When you discover someone has suddenly turned rotten, it's often because they've already completely decayed from within. Is this fellow now feeling the skies are clear and the clouds have dispersed, so he believes he's all-powerful again? Last time was a chance encounter, now he dares to come and stir up trouble with her again. Does he truly believe she has endless patience? Kaiyuk Chow was about to retort when his gaze landed on Tong Mokxian, standing not far off. A sneer suddenly twisted his lips. "Is that your new boyfriend, then? A colleague?" Hua Nian Sheng regarded him for 2 seconds with an expressionless face. "Congratulations to you," she stated. "This is my boss. To witness the expression on her ex-boyfriend's face shift, little by little, was an utterly refreshing sensation. While Hua Nian Sheng conversed with Kayak Chow Tong Mak, Xian did not intervene. He merely instructed the driver to pull over and park by the roadside, while he himself stood patiently to one side, waiting. When she finally resolved the trouble and returned, she still carried an ardent, battle-ready aura, looking somewhat fierce. Her mood was clearly not very good. Inside the car, Tong Mak Xian spoke with blunt honesty. "This ex-boyfriend of yours is truly worthless," he said. "Next time choose someone a little more carefully, alright?" In a state of towering indignation, Hua Nian Sheng attacked without discrimination. She turned her head to face him. "Don't you know Chu?" she retorted. "My judgment of people has always been terrible." Mr. Tong suddenly lapsed into a profound silence. Chapter 27 1-month celebration. Most of the time, Hua Nian Sheng was a modern university student with remarkably stable emotions. She usually reserved her crazy outbursts for online interactions, while in real life, she could still sit and type, maintaining a calm demeanor and a smile on her lips. But tonight was different. When an old blemish resurfaced to entangle her in front of yet another blemish, she truly could not bear it. She shouldn't seek men for romance. One relationship failed to materialize, and another did, only to turn out worse than if it hadn't begun at all. These damned rotten peach blossoms. Hearing her words, Tong Mak Xian fell into a rare silence for several seconds, before he finally sighed. "Don't be angry anymore, Tong Mak Su," and said softly. "After tonight he surely won't trouble you again." Aside from the incident where he was grabbed by the collar and pinned against the wall by his ex-girlfriend, simply Tong Mak Xian witnessing firsthand the man's character made it impossible for him to ever be hired by the company. Not even considering his role as a boss, but purely as a good friend of Hua Qian, he could not let such a matter go unaddressed. Hua Nian Sheng tried to force herself to regain her composure, remained silent for a while, and then began to apologize. "I apologize, Chu, I just snapped at you." She was referring to her earlier comment, "My judgment of people has always been terribly a single arrow striking 3 targets. Having heard that, Tong Mak Xian once again lapsed into silence. A moment later he spoke. "If I don't bring it up, then you may simply consider that I never heard it." Hua Nian Sheng continued to misspeak. "Next life I will pay attention." Song Mai Chuan. The car quickly arrived beneath her apartment complex. Walking would take 10 minutes, but driving arrived in the blink of an eye. Hua Nian Sheng got out of the car, thanking her boss. Her boss thoughtfully reminded her to remember to sleep early. Though she nodded, that fact would not affect her staying awake until 1 in the morning. Song Mai Chuan sat in the car, and for some reason called Hua Jinyan. The other end of the line had just connected, and what came through was not Hua Jinyan's voice but the sound "Oh. Fei baby crying oe oe." His adopted son was crying on the phone. After a long while, Hua Jinyan's voice finally came through. "What is it?" Song Mai Chuan asked. "Are you at home looking after the child?" "What else could it be?" Hua Jinyan said, lowering his voice to coax his child, and then continued, "My wife is going back to work after her confinement period, so I have to take the opportunity to practice getting used to it." Song Mai Chuan was still about to say something when Hua Jinyan suddenly changed the subject. "My son's full-month celebration. Are you coming? You are his godfather after all." "I'll come," Song Mai Chuan said. "How has Hua Nian Sheng been doing on your side recently?" Hua Jinyan returned to the subject. "Has that girl made any careless mistakes? If not, that's good, but if she has, you just have to bear with it." Song Mai Chuan, an intern like Hua Nian Sheng, no matter how incompetent she was, could never cause Song Mai Chuan's company to go bankrupt, so Hua Jinyan was very much at ease. "Do you know if she had a boyfriend in college?" Song Mai Chuan asked. "I don't know." Hua Jinyan's voice was still very calm. "If she loves, she loves. A girl from the Hua family is so pretty, why shouldn't she fall in love? Young men and women, they're young, sweet romance is just a normal thing. Don't tell me you're annoyed at seeing others fall in love just because you yourself never dated or paid attention to anyone throughout college." Song Mai Chuan felt that he had truly stead his breath making this phone call, minding his own business. He suddenly found his age being criticized. Before he could even say anything, Hua Jinyan continued to rant. "Did you call just to say that my niece is in love? She hasn't even brought home some random guy to demand marriage. She's still young, let her go out and date a few guys first, then decide." Hua Nian was a relatively open-minded parent, but when it came to applying double standards, he implemented them thoroughly. Before, when he was in love, he even hugged a table leg and wailed while drunk, telling Su Xiao not to toy with his feelings. Indeed, people's principles and emotions always changed according to the degree of intimacy. Song Maichuan no longer had any intention of continuing the conversation with Hua Nian. Or perhaps at that moment, he realized that some matters were private to the young girl, and she would not necessarily tell her youngest uncle everything. He had to change his perspective. Throughout their recent reunion, he had unconsciously conflated the girl now with the little sister from 3 years ago, and naturally, he would also unconsciously place himself in the role of a semi-relative. In terms of open-mindedness, he was not even comparable to her maternal uncle, Hua Nian. "I'm hanging up now." Song Maichuan finished saying this, and without waiting for the other party's reaction, pressed the button to end the call. He raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, closed his eyes, leaned back against the seat, and silently reminded himself to adjust his mindset soon. On the other side, Hua Nian Sheng had just arrived home not long after when she received a notification of money entering her account. Looking at the amount just received, she was silent for a few seconds. A WeChat message popped up, sent by her youngest uncle. "From now on, every month your uncle will give you extra pocket money. Spend what you need to spend, don't be too thrifty." Hua Nian Sheng, although she didn't understand why, as soon as money came into her account, her mood naturally brightened considerably. She happily transformed into her uncle's little cotton jacket on WeChat, and while she was at it, reviewed the photos and videos of the baby in the family group today. The little boy had indeed grown a bit bigger, completely different from the baby Hua Nian Sheng had seen on New Year's Eve. It was evident that his parents' genes were very superior. Hua Nian Sheng truly wanted to go home to hug the baby on the weekend. Thinking it, she acted upon it. When the weekend arrived, she took the subway to go home for a visit. Hua Gon, as soon as he saw her, immediately stared in astonished disbelief. "On the weekend, instead of going on a date, what are you doing home?" "Hua Nian Sheng, what kind of crazy talk is this?" But she didn't give it much thought, walking straight to embrace the baby in its father's arms. "Let me hug Chung Dan for a bit." Hua Gon naturally did in. "Ot refuse. This little brat is as annoying as you were when you were little. At night he refuses to sleep, and during the day he refuses to wake up." Hua Nian Sheng felt her youngest uncle was fabricating slander. "When I was born, you were only a few years old, weren't you? How could you possibly remember what I was like back then?" Hua Gon chuckled mockingly. "Is there anyone who has ever had to babysit who doesn't remember? To have to take care of a child like you, and still not become an antinatalist, then you truly are the bravest person alive." Although her childhood memories had faded, Hua Nian Sheng still steadfastly believed that she, as a child, had been a good little girl. Chung Dan still had a few more days until his 1-month celebration. Babies at 1 month old. Everyone is a tiny, soft, adorable little bundle. The house had the heating on and the baby also didn't wear much. But looking at her little cousin, Hua Nian Sheng could no longer remember the image from New Year's Eve. The baby in her arms had grown quite a bit, with a small rosy-hued face, 2 plump cheeks, and rosy puckered lips. When he wasn't crying or being fussy, he was truly very adorable. Hua Nian Sheng hugged him for a while, waiting until he pouted, wanting to cry, then immediately tucked him back into her youngest uncle's arms. Hua Gon looked at his son, who was whimpering as if about to cry but had yet to shed a single tear. Afterwards, he turned to call the nanny to go prepare the milk. Of course, Hua Gon did not always have time to take care of his child. There were times he had to go out. In the house, there were several maids and nannies, and at such times, their roles were brought into full play. Chu was still at home. Although her postpartum confinement period wasn't over yet, she had already begun handling work, often spending a lot of time in the study. Once the study door was closed, all outside noise could not disturb her. Hua Nian Sheng watched her uncle gradually become a good family man, while her aunt became increasingly chic. Finally, she truly realized a truth indeed. Nowadays raising children is not easy at all. Hua Gon's philosophy was this: his wife was responsible for giving birth, and he was responsible for the caregiving. Very reasonable. Love for newborns truly only lasts for a moment, because when facing the baby who had just finished eating and was wailing loudly, Hua Nian Sheng could only remain silent. The darling kept crying, but couldn't speak. No one knew where the baby was uncomfortable. She couldn't solve it, and its father, who had only been familiar with this for a month, also couldn't solve it, so they had to let the nanny step in. Seeing Chung Guin-dan in the nanny's arms being gently patted twice, then the baby softly whimpered twice, and after that stopped crying, the uncle and niece stood beside them, staring wide-eyed like country folk visiting the city for the first time. Because of this, Hua Nian Sheng understood one more thing: specialized tasks must be entrusted to professionals. Tiny children, no matter how well behaved, need someone watching over them every second and every minute. Without the maids and nannies, she truly dared not imagine how chaotic the house would become. She stayed home for 2 days, and on the last day, she gently kissed the baby's cheek once, then returned to the grind of work. The Lunar New Year holiday was approaching, and everything needed to be expedited for completion. Hua Nian Sheng, although not the busiest person in the company, also had to accept the fact that for several days she had to work exhaustively before she could leave the office. In this season, days were short and nights long by normal closing time. It was already pitch dark. Guindan's 1-month celebration party fell on a Friday. During the day, her uncle would be receiving many partners and friends, and at night, she would still make it back for dinner. Thus she didn't intend to ask for leave. As a result, that afternoon, Tong messaged her, telling her to accompany him on an outside assignment. Hua Nian Sheng followed along, eventually seeing the car stop in front of her own house. So this is what he meant by an outside assignment. Chapter 28: Why the Need to Conceal? It was quite awkward for her, still clad in her office attire, yet having to follow a stylishly dressed boss back to her very own house for a party. Tong seemed to also realize this predicament. He paused, and said to her, "All right, let's use another entrance. Go upstairs and change into something else." In recent years, Hua Kamgon's career soared rapidly like a kite in the wind, and in a flash, he became a newly prominent figure, bringing along his niece, Hua Nian Sheng, who overnight suddenly transformed into a young lady of noble birth. There were even people who came seeking to arrange a marriage for her. Hua Kamgon once told her she didn't necessarily have to try to integrate into social circles. She didn't want to just living like an ordinary person was fine. Tong was very familiar with this place. He precisely found the entrance through another door in the backyard. He leaned aside, yielding the path, allowing Hua Nian Sheng to open the door herself. Hua Nian Sheng had almost thought he was so familiar. He possessed a key to open her uncle's house himself. She rummaged in her handbag for the key, then opened the door. This backyard area was empty. Tong had brought gifts, so he didn't follow her upstairs. In the front hall, Hua Kamgon was busy entertaining guests, and was taken aback when he unexpectedly saw his sworn brother emerge from the back of the house, asking, "Where did you come in from?" Tong did not waste idle chatter with him, but asked directly, "Where is Chung Guin-dan?" "He's sleeping upstairs. Just now he was carried down to play for a while, but he fell asleep, so he was carried back up." Hua Kamgon and his wife were both currently entertaining guests in the front hall. Chu was unlike other affluent wives who merely invested as a pastime. Her career was not simply a matter of investment. She could skillfully socialize with any guest she encountered. Tong stood close by, observing Hua Kamgon's gaze, which remained unwavering upon Chu, and casually inquired, "What captivates your attention?" Hua Kamgon, holding the wine glass in his hand, gestured forward. "Do you not see my wife radiating? She is peerlessly beautiful." Tong he was used to it and even strongly approved. He picked up a wine glass and clinked it against Hua Kamgon's, saying, "Then you must be vigilant." In their exclusive circle, temptation was not solely a male domain. Successful women, in fact, often received even more alluring overtures. "Hua Kamgon, my wife is still infatuated with me, you see." When words were disagreeable, even half a sentence felt superfluous. Tong quietly sidestepped, moving to another area. Upstairs, Hua Nian Sheng busied herself for nearly half an hour before she was finally ready. Since she was to go out with her boss, she had already applied her makeup while at the office. However, changing into her outfit necessitated redoing her hair, selecting accessories, and then choosing the right shoes. Whether she was downstairs or not held little consequence. It was merely a formality. Her primary reason for coming home was to enjoy a free meal. When finished, She dropped by the children's room to see Chung Guindan. In the children's room, there was always a nanny watching over him. When Hua Nian Sheng arrived, the little boy was asleep. She wondered if it was because his brief socialization downstairs had proven somewhat strenuous, but he was now sleeping profoundly, so deeply that even when she gently poked his tiny hand with her finger, the little one remained perfectly still. She only gazed at her young cousin for a moment before heading downstairs. Dressed in a formal gown and teetering on high heels, descending the staircase proved somewhat awkward. She had to simultaneously hold the banister and watch her footing. Consequently, in a moment of inattention, her steps faltered right on the last 2 treads. She didn't fall, but it was enough to make her heart skip a beat. At this moment, a hand reached out to steady her. Before Hua Nian Sheng even had a chance to see who it was, the words "thank you" had already slipped from her lips. Then she looked up and it was her boss. "Mr. Tong, why are you here?" Given Tong Mokshuyan's esteemed position, he ought to be encircled by people wherever he went. What was he doing standing here by the staircase? "It's nothing," he replied. "I couldn't bear your uncle any longer, so I came over here to seek a little tranquility." At a party with quite a lot of people, most people tended to stay beside those whom they knew. Hua Nian Sheng was no exception. In the several years her family's youngest uncle's career had soared like a kite in the wind, she herself had always been too busy burying her head in her studies, and thus naturally did not know many other esteemed young ladies. But just being close with Tutu was enough for her to rely on. Tutu's family was far from ordinary. Some pursued careers in business, while others delved into politics. She herself, over the years, had cultivated a position of no small influence. Consequently, when it came to connections, Hua Nian Sheng was certainly not lacking. At this moment, standing beside Hua Nian Sheng was her boss. In fact, she didn't understand why she was standing beside him and isolating herself like that. Tong Mokshuyan stood there seeking tranquility. As for her, an employee, she had not forgotten that she accompanied her boss to this home for the purpose of socializing, even if her boss perhaps harbored no such intention. But at this moment, amidst the spacious front hall full of the sound of clinking wine glasses, she truly felt herself to be out of place. Moreover, this was her home. She could stand wherever she pleased. With just the 2 of them standing in a corner, it felt a little dull. So both took out their phones and began to play a 2-player game. It was undeniable that the minigames found on apps possessed a potent ability to engross their players. As Hua Nian Sheng was playing enthusiastically, an unknown voice suddenly called out, "Mr. Tong." This caused her hand to tremble, and her character in the game with a soft thud died outright. Tong Mokshuyan too lifted his gaze from his phone screen, looking towards the approaching man. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, and by his appearance seemed to be of a similar age, around 30. The approaching man had likely indulged in some wine, and appeared slightly tipsy. He quickly realized something, asking apologetically, "Am I disturbing the 2 of you?" Tong Mokchuan stood up first, General Manager Truong. Hua Nian Sheng naturally stood up as well. Although she didn't know the newcomer, she greeted him just as Tong Mokchuan did. "General Manager Truong." Seeing the evening gown she wore and the jewelry adorning her, General Manager Truong couldn't possibly mistake her for an ordinary salaried employee, and therefore didn't believe she was Tong Mokchuan's staff. He hesitated. "This person is?" Hua Nian Sheng had now become adept. She no longer needed Tong Mokchuan to introduce her. Turning off her phone screen, she smiled with curved eyes at the newcomer. "General Manager Truong. Hello, I am General Manager Tong's secretary. My name is Hua Nian Sheng. You can call me Xiao Hua." "A secretary?" General Manager Truong's tone sounded quite disbelieving, for in his eyes, this young woman was exceedingly beautiful and possessed a remarkable aura. Normally, Tong Mokchuan had never been linked to any romantic rumors, but not hearing any didn't mean there were absolutely none. It was simply that until the person in question openly admitted it, he naturally wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. "Tong Mokchuan, I was just wondering where you were. Turns out you've run off here, haven't you?" Hua Kamgon walked over from the living room, vehemently criticizing Tong Mokchuan's behavior. "General Manager Truong is also here?" He immediately noticed the other person present. "You two just continue your conversation." Then he turned and pulled Hua Nian Sheng away at once. "Your uncle sent you messages. You read them and didn't reply, didn't you?" Hua Kamgon lectured his niece, There are so many handsome men and beautiful women in this house, why don't you go out and make friends? What are you doing standing there with that lonely boss? Tong Makchuan, Hua Nian Sheng. Just now while playing the game it seemed a message had flashed by. But at that moment her mind was engrossed in figuring out how to clear the game level. Who would pay attention to a message? General Manager Truong watched the young woman being pulled away rather roughly, his expression openly showing his surprise. Tong Makchuan curved his lips into a smile. The Hua in Xiao Hua's name is precisely General Manager Hua's surname. If there's a connection, one should simply use it openly. What's the need to conceal it? Chapter 29 Grown-up Niece. On the other side, Hua Nian Sheng was delivered by her maternal uncle directly into the care of her youngest aunt. Then the couple immediately took her along to socialize. At this moment, she truly got to feel once more the sensation of being led by her parents to greet long unseen relatives. Acquaintances still knew she was 21 years old, but strangers might assume she was an introverted child forced out by adults to meet new people. Her uncle and aunt had proven to her through experience there was no need to force entry into any circle one didn't wish to join, but as long as one's status and position were established, people would naturally flock to curry favor. After a full round, Hua Nian Sheng had no idea how many contacts she had added. Quite a few business cards, from both men and women across a wide range of ages, were pressed into her hand. At times she was even bewildered, imagining the two adults were helping her choose candidates for a blind date. But that feeling was only fleeting. Human relationships truly are a wondrous existence in an instant. Hua Nian Sheng found herself surrounded by everyone like a shining star. Clearly, it was their first meeting, yet simply by revolving the conversation around the couple Hua Kamgon and Tichu, everyone sought to extract information about Hua Nian Sheng, from her hobbies to her habits. Fortunately, her adaptability was excellent. She wasn't afraid of crowds and didn't falter at all when faced with such a situation. Although this was her cousin's full-month celebration party, all the guests present were there for social networking. Unlike Hua Nian Sheng's, he was there primarily for the food. Having finally escaped a round of socializing with much difficulty, Hua Nian Sheng seized the opportunity to run into the kitchen to find some food. The full-month celebration party lasted until evening, with some people still remaining, all close friends of Hua Kamgon. The lively atmosphere resembled a family gathering. Among these people, Hua Nian Sheng was only acquainted with Tong Makchuan, and even that acquaintance came with a sliver of memory shed rather not revisit. As fewer people remained, she again withdrew into herself like a child. Tuongguandan woke up and was carried by each of the uncles in turn. Perhaps he had slept enough, for the little boy neither cried nor fussed, simply opening his wide, round eyes to look at each person holding him. Except when held uncomfortably, he would pout and whine a few times. At all other times, he could truly be called an angel baby. Hua Nian Sheng watched a group of men, some with children and some without, vying to hold the baby. Those without children longed for one, while those with children grew nostalgic, saying their own children used to be just as adorable, but unfortunately now even cats and dogs would scorn them. Children truly have a very adorable stage. As long as they are cute they win. Finally, the little one was passed into Tong Makchuyan's arms. He held the baby very skillfully, making Hua Nian Sheng suddenly wonder if he had been frequently coming here to hold the baby over the past month. A man sitting next to him, also a CEO of some company, spoke up to tease Tong Makchuyan. Hua Kamgon already has a complete family with a wife and children. When do you plan to? One person taking the lead and speaking would draw others into the conversation. Tong Makchuyan, if you don't want to get married, fine, but you don't even care for dating. What's the point of having so much money? Saying this, he clicked his tongue. So handsome. It's truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Better give it to me. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire table burst into laughter. Hua Nian Sheng listened for a while before understanding that the person was actually pursuing an actress. She was beautiful and graceful, and absolutely obsessed with handsome men. All her ex-boyfriends were drop-dead gorgeous, which was why when he confessed his feelings, the actress immediately rejected him. Hua Nian Sheng. This corner of his mouth was truly harder to suppress than an AK recoil. Ha 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 ha. The hand holding the baby did not in the slightest affect CEO Tong's extremely sharp rebuttal skills. If you don't mind, I can introduce you to a few good aesthetic clinics. Whether I love or not, why do you care? Take care of yourself first. Hua Nian Sheng glanced at Tong Makchuyan, who was holding the baby in his arms. It could not be denied that some people, by simply sitting there, holding a baby in their arms, would immediately evoke that half-wanting, half-not feeling the very feel of a family man. In that moment, she only regretted not being sufficiently ash-hearted. But she also dared not look for too long, afraid that he would notice her. A moment later, Hua Nian called someone to take the baby away, making space for everyone to eat and drink. Hua Nian Sheng was the host's niece, and also the youngest, so naturally, no one could bear to forget her. A well-known young master from a wealthy family, famous for his wayward ways, suddenly brought her up. This is the niece you've been talking about all this time, whom no one has ever met, isn't she? Do you know how to drink alcohol? Hua Nian Sheng knew this moment would come. She stood up, raised the glass of fruit juice in front of her, and confidently spoke, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Before this, I have always heard my uncle and aunt mention all of you, and today I finally get to meet you. I do not know how to drink alcohol, so I ask for permission to use fruit juice instead of wine to toast all of you." On average, children from families who frequently engage in external social interactions are like this. Her way of speaking was truly graceful and polished. The moment the words "ladies and gentlemen" left her lips, the entire table collectively exclaimed, "Oh my! Little one, don't call us ladies and gentlemen. That would make our entire group a rank lower than your uncle and aunt." Compared to the people sitting at this table, Hua Nian Sheng's eyes clearly showed the distinctive innocence and purity of a university student. Just then, Tong Shuyan, sitting next to her, spoke up. "If you call them ladies and gentlemen, then what do you call me?" Hua Nian Sheng blurted out, "Boss." The fact that she was interning at Hang Shuyan was not a secret. Someone immediately chimed in, "Oh, my boss again? Sen, would you like to consider coming to my company? Benefits are guaranteed to be excellent. And to openly poach someone, no less." Tong Shuyan chuckled softly. "That's not the correct way to address me." Hua Nian Sheng was silent for a moment, then spoke haltingly, "Uncle Tong?" This time, the whole table truly burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, you're killing me with laughter, Uncle Tong, ha 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 ha." Their mouths told her not to call them big brother and sister, as that would lower their standing compared to her maternal uncle and aunt, but when suddenly someone among them was called uncle, everyone burst out laughing, unable to maintain their usual elite image. Tong Shuyan was provoked by her until he burst out laughing. He uttered a few words, well, and though his voice still carried a hint of laughter, because he sat right next to Hua Nian Sheng, that sound entered her ears clear as day. Little Hua didn't know what to say, and silently poured wine for her boss. After all, there was a driver and he wasn't bad at drinking, so just let him drink. Someone said loudly, the wine poured by the eldest granddaughter, Tong Shuyan, "You better drink it all dry. It's forbidden to keep fish in your glass, understood?" Hua Nian Sheng. It seemed everyone didn't want to let Tong Shuyan be in peace. This meal was eaten very happily. Throughout the meal, Hua Nian Sheng only drank fruit juice. In her capacity as Hua Jinyan's granddaughter, she was always cared for by everyone. Actually, it was easy to understand. Her little head could still guess it, roughly similar to how 3 years ago Tong Shuyan unconsciously cared for her a little more. Tung Guindon full month celebration concluded perfectly. That evening, the drivers from each family came to pick up their bosses to go home, and Hua Nian Sheng was also quite dedicated, escorting her boss all the way to the car. Tong Shuyan had indeed drunk quite a lot of wine, but she didn't know his alcohol tolerance normally. She had never seen him drunk. "Are you sleeping over tonight?" Tong Shuyan asked before getting into the car. Hua Nian Sheng nodded yes. Coincidentally, it was the weekend again, and staying home to enjoy a few home-cooked meals was better than returning to her rented apartment and agonizing over what to eat. At most, she would just have to consume a little more of her maternal uncle and aunt's dog food. Tong Shuyan chuckled softly, "Then remember to go to work on Monday. It's quite far from the company here. Do you need a driver to pick you up?" Hua Nian Sheng thought that Tong Shuyan's mind was more or less muddled by the alcohol. "My family also has a driver, you know." She helped him into the car, closed the door, completing her last task of the day, then stretched and turned to go back into the house. Outside it was freezing cold. Chapter 30. The timid little girl lapsed into pensive silence. One couldn't help but admit that her maternal uncle and aunt's connections and network were truly no joke. Over the 2 weekend days, Hua Nian Sheng had new acquaintances on WeChat inviting her out every day. It was clear they wanted to befriend her. the young lady who had just made her social debut. Hua Nian Sheng lounged at home all day, playing with Tung Guindan for a while. By Sunday, she went to attend a small girls-only party, organized by several other wealthy young ladies. To be honest, with it being all girls together, the day's activities were very enjoyable. In the afternoon, Hua Nian Sheng accompanied them to do beauty treatments, skincare, and get their hair done. In the evening, she again went with them to watch a performance by male dancers. Both domestic and foreign, these male dancers were all very handsome, with attractive physiques, standing both on stage and below the stage, twisting and fluidly swaying their hips. In fact, not long after the opening, they began to take off their shirts, inviting audience members to interact with them. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Really liked watching. Could watch endlessly. Hua Nian Sheng could feel their intention to befriend her. Almost no conversation left her out. As a young person in her early 20s, she deeply felt the joy of being supported by others. This feeling of not lacking money or connections, Hua Nian Sheng even felt a little lost, losing her will to strive. Just as she was floating in that feeling, having just arrived at her doorstep, WeChat sent a warm inquiry from her supervising professor, asking her that with Tet approaching, had she had time to finish reading the research materials he had given her previously. She hadn't studied anything at all. It was already this late. How could anyone still have the mind to cram words into their head? Not only that, when Hua Nian Sheng stepped into the house, Hua Jinyan was holding his son, patting him to burp, the boy having just finished drinking milk. Ever since becoming a father, especially during this period when his child was still so clingy, he had almost entirely cancelled his evening social engagements. The uncle and niece looked at each other, and Hua Jinyan unconsciously asked a caring question tonight. Where did you go out with your newly acquainted friends? Hua Nian Sheng. It was hard to say. She had no choice but to make up an activity. Hua Jinyan noticed her walking a little unsteadily. Have you been drinking? Hua Nian Sheng held out her hand, her thumb and index finger placed close together, and she said just a tiny bit. It truly was just a tiny bit. She knew her alcohol tolerance and she also knew what she would turn into when drunk. Ever since the time she drank with her roommate when she was tipsy and almost force-kissed Fong Man, who was over 1.70 meters tall, she had become extremely restrained when it came to drinking. Although that time was partly due to the stimulating factor of the conversation, her friend from the room next door was heartbroken, and the two rooms joined together to drink to drown sorrows with her. Hua Nian Sheng did not realize at all how shallow or deep her alcohol tolerance was. In the end, she behaved like a hooligan to the extent that even the initially heartbroken friend had to pull her back, laughing until her stomach hurt. Going crazy when drunk was not the most embarrassing thing. The most embarrassing thing was that she didn't lose her memory. The next day when she woke up, there were even people who recounted it to her, complaining that verbal descriptions were too dry, and even pulled out a video for the main character to recall. She didn't dare to remember. Hua Jinyan did not forbid her from drinking alcohol, merely instructing when you go out drinking, remember to pay a little more attention. If the glass has left your sight, then absolutely do not use it again. He probably still had a bit of a parental mindset. Hua Nian Sheng perfunctorily nodded, then went upstairs to remove her makeup and shower. Today's fun was truly enjoyable, but she was too tired. On the other side, those who had evening social engagements had not even returned home yet. Inside the VIP room it was still very lively. Song Maichuan stood up and went to the restroom for a trip, washing his face. Tonight's party didn't have any proper people. It was just a few of the household's pleasure seekers gathered together to hold a party. Because tonight was Song Yihang's birthday, he had specially invited his cousin to attend. Song Maichuan didn't intend to stay awake until several in the morning. With them around 12 o'clock was just right. The birthday gift for Song Yihang was a Mercedes. He had once said before that he wanted one. So Song Maichuan had bought it, and the keys had already been given. Now he intended to go home. When he returned to the private room, he saw a few people gathered together looking at someone's phone. Brother Song Yihang was slightly drunk at this moment. He was grinning broadly. Look at Shen Yao. Just 2 days ago he was still saying he had tamed his girlfriend to obey perfectly, but the result is tonight he went to see a handsome boy show again, and even posted it on his moments. Ha 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 ha. He was truly drunk already. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said these utterly boring and senseless words to Song Maichuan. Song Mai-chuan only lowered his head to glance once with no opinion, but his gaze unexpectedly stopped at a corner of the photo. He said, "Let me see." Song Yihong's pleasure-seeking friends were stunned since when did this man care about such matters? Song Mai-chuan stared intently at a hand revealed in the corner of the photo for a few seconds. Yes, the watch worn on that wrist looked a bit familiar. It wasn't a common type, but rather a limited edition of a certain luxury brand, a bit classical. Currently by his side only one person wore it. He returned the phone, said to his cousin, "I'll go first, you guys should also go home early." Although the phrase "go home early" for this group of wealthy playboy scions was basically just wind passing by their ears, because Song Mai-chuan had spoken, each one of them obediently and unanimously agreed. Song Mai-chuan stood up, picked up his coat and left. In the private room, a girl chased after him outside, wanting to ask for his contact number, but was politely refused by him. The driver had driven and was waiting by the roadside. Song Mai-chuan got into the car, didn't say where to go, it was defaulted to going back to his residence. Sitting in the car, he opened his moments on WeChat, and sure enough, he saw the new status update from the intern secretary. She posted photos of going out with friends tonight. The scene was quite familiar, although the shooting angle and lighting were not the same. The location was certainly one. He looked for a moment, then chuckled, casually tapping like on the post. There were only a few more days until the Tet holiday. Office workers toiled day and night to finish up their work. Everyone just wanted to go home to celebrate Tet peacefully. On Monday morning, Hua Nian Sheng was in the office, listening to colleagues discuss how difficult it was to buy train tickets and plane tickets for Tet. Most colleagues worked far from home, coming from various provinces and cities. Every time they thought about having to travel a long way to get home, it was a headache. Her friends who were interns shared the same distress. Their schoolmates who didn't have to work were already enjoying their holiday. Although Hua Nian Sheng lived in Du City, it couldn't stop her from being in no mood to work. Around this time, it was truly hard to find anyone at work who wasn't distracted. The night before, she had a very lively time, which unfortunately meant that this morning at work, she was still immersed in its afterglow. What's more, this morning she even had to wake up earlier than usual. Although there was a driver at home, going to work in the morning, the road was both long and congested, making her unbearably sleepy now. Before entering the general director's office to report on her work, she even yawned widely. Tong Mok-chuan looked very alert, perhaps because he was handsome. The moment she saw him, Hua Nian Sheng felt as if her sleepiness dissipated a little. Indeed, a handsome boss was like a spiritual tonic. She entered the room, activating her emotionless reporting mode for a few minutes. During this process, Tong Mok-chuan kept his eyes glued to the computer screen. She was used to it. He was someone who could do two things at once without affecting his ability to catch errors. Hua Nian Sheng paused, waited a few seconds, then Tun Ji Mok-chuan finally looked up at her, not knowing what he was thinking, and said, "No problem, put the documents down, I'll look at them later." Hua Nian Sheng stepped closer, not noticing Tong Mok-chuan's gaze fall upon her left wrist, where the watch she bought last month rested. Because it was too beautiful, she couldn't resist that urge to shop, and after wearing it for a month, she still couldn't bear to change it. The value of the watch was not cheap, but her spending budget was plentiful enough to buy it. Although she couldn't compare to Hua Chim Gon, when she needed to buy a few luxury items, she could still put down the money without hesitation. She was still a little sleepy, until she heard her boss' gentle inquiry, "Did you enjoy the show last night?" Her mind was a bit slow, and she reflexively nodded. After nodding, she realized something was wrong. What had he just asked? What show did she watch last night? Once she remembered, the timid young girl fell into silence. Chapter 31: The Fairy Speaks. Hua Nian Sheng sat silently in her boss' office for a long time, racking her brain but still unable to understand how Tong Mok-chuan knew where she went last night. It was true that she had posted photos on her moments, but she hadn't revealed where she went. Even her uncle didn't know where she went, so how did he know? Comrade Little Hua's CPU was about to smoke. Then, under Tong Mok-chuan's gaze, she very naturally revealed a clear yet foolish look in her eyes. Tong Mok-chuan was clearly not a boss who would manage where his employees went for entertainment after work. His question was merely a social inquiry. "In 2 days there's an evening party, you'll work overtime and accompany me." The boss gave her a new task. It wasn't Hua Nian Sheng's first time on an outside assignment, But this time Tong Mokchuan specifically instructed it's quite a formal occasion, remember to dress up a bit. If you need to buy new clothes or hire a stylist, it'll pay. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it. When she went out and mentioned this party to Assistant Zhang, he wasn't surprised, saying that when he first joined the company, the boss criticized him for being rustic, and every time he took him out for social events, he had to hire a personal stylist for him. The result was that at the party, the general manager on the partner's side was a middle-aged woman, and Tong Mokchuan brought several beautiful young men and women, including himself, so even if they couldn't secure the cooperation, people still treated them courteously. Not to mention that Tong Mokchuan himself was very skilled at negotiating partnerships. Hua Nian Sheng. Did you guys use a honey trap strategy before? How can you call it a honey trap? This is just a strategy. We only chatted and drank with clients, we didn't do anything else. Assistant Zhang's expression was very serious. Furthermore, this trick is still being applied now. Their company was like a pig standing in the right direction of the winds of the era at the right time and place, thus rising very quickly. Previously, when going out, only the boss himself had prestige. After all, his family business was large, and his reputation spread far and wide. But now, merely having worked at Han Chuan was already a formidable plus point. Hua Nian Sheng was utterly impressed after hearing this. As for why Tong Mokchuan chose an intern like her to go to the party, it was very simple, because she was beautiful. Assistant Zhang recounted that he didn't know what the boss was thinking before. Every time he went to a social party, he wouldn't find a female companion but always brought him along. Social parties were never short of handsome men and beautiful women, plus Assistant Zhang was also very good-looking, so that very evening the boss and assistant became the subject of fabricated rumors. The most ridiculous thing was that after the boss stepped forward to clarify the rumors, Assistant Zhang was pursued into the restroom by a middle-aged general manager who demanded to bao nui him, saying he would give him an opportunity to avoid struggling for 10 years. Opportunities were very rare. Ordinarily people wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse such a good opportunity, but when that opportunity was offered by a middle-aged man who already had a stable family outside, Assistant Zhang, as a man, profoundly understood what it was like to be sexually harassed. In the end, it was still Tong Mokchuan who had to step in and rescue him. For people whom employees dared not offend, the boss would step forward and offend them. Assistant Zhang also didn't know if this counted as a hero saving a beauty. Hua Nian Sheng. Indeed, sometimes listening to worldly affairs is even more fun than going to work. She even didn't want to work anymore. Tet was approaching. Hua Nian Sheng even hired an auntie to clean her rented 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment thoroughly, thinking to herself, if she returned home to celebrate Tet, then the house here should also be clean and pristine. This boss Tong Mokchuan was truly thoughtful. Before the day of the party, he even sent her a contact. Hua Nian Sheng looked at that person's WeChat name and found it somewhat familiar. The boss said this was a stylist he hired for her, from outfits to makeup. She didn't need to worry about anything. Hua Nian Sheng had originally intended to book an appointment with an acquaintance, but now she had to abandon that idea entirely. Afterwards, she went online to research for a long time, finally discovering that the person Tong Mokchuan introduced was a quite famous stylist in the fashion industry. Each of their exhibitions invited international supermodels and A-list celebrities to attend. Sometimes she truly wanted to contend with this crowd of rich people. In her uncle's circle, there were also entirely such characters, making little Hua, though still young and with finances far surpassing many of her peers, still feel had she and they were not on the same level. How could her intern's salary be enough to hire a stylist of this caliber? As soon as the stylist saw Hua Nian Sheng, their eyes lit up, and an endless chorus of praise followed. While they casually asked her if she had ever thought about entering the entertainment industry or trying out for their show. Hua Nian Sheng's height, if in the modeling industry, was not overly advantageous, but it could not be denied that her family's genes were excessively good. Her figure was extremely perfect, and her natural face was beautiful. Little Hua could only remain silent. Who could understand her innermost feelings? After getting off work and going home, she still had to read theses and run code. Pursuing an acting career was hardly her dream, was it? The stylist chose a sapphire blue evening gown for Hua Nian Sheng. Her skin was fair, and wearing it, she truly resembled a precious sapphire. To say so might sound a bit exaggerated, but it was true that when everyone in the studio saw her after changing clothes, still with a bare face, there was only one thought in their minds. A noble elegance emanated from her every gesture. Even though she was still young and naive, having never experienced life, a girl like that was actually not suitable for entering a place of luxury and extravagance, yet she possessed advantages without needing to try. She was like a rough gem, unpolished, yet still shining on its own. Before that, Hua Nian Sheng had also tied on a red dress, quite revealing, which also looked very beautiful on her. But firstly, she found the red color a bit too striking. Secondly, the weather was abominable, the cold was biting, so the more she could wear, the better. She was going to work to earn money, not to torture herself in the cold wind. Beauty was indeed a powerful weapon. Looking at herself in the mirror after makeup, even Hua Nian Sheng was almost stunned by herself. But the preparation process was not yet finished. The stylist then took out a jewelry box, inside which were a necklace, earrings, and a bracelet. Hua Nian Sheng had a bad habit of occasionally flipping through fashion magazines for fun when she had free time. This set of jewelry looked very familiar to her. If the possibility of it being fake was excluded, its value must be around 7 figures. She was not a star or a celebrity, so there was no reason why the brand would lend it to her to wear. When the necklace was about to be put on her neck, Hua Nian Sheng paused. Sister, this is... The stylist had probably misunderstood her identity, and casually said, this is the jewelry set that Boss Tong won at auction, and told us to prepare for you. Hua Nian Sheng. Wait a minute, hearing the meaning in these words, was this meant as a gift for her? A 7-figure value, it was hardly insignificant. If her youngest uncle bought it for her, it would still be reasonable, but what was Tong Mokshuyan's intention? But the person involved was not present as. Hua Nian Sheng still had to remain silent like a porcelain doll while they did her makeup. She picked up her phone and messaged the boss, asking what was happening, but he seemed busy and did not reply. Because of this party, Hua Nian Sheng was even given half a day off. As it approached evening outside, the sky darkened very quickly, and streetlights illuminated. Hua Nian Sheng realized that today the studio was opened exclusively to serve her. Tong Mokshuyan called, telling her to come downstairs. Hua Nian Sheng only then put on her high heels and wobbled out, even waiting for an elevator ride midway. When she stepped outside, she was still wearing a pure white fur coat, yet the hem of her dress below was still swayed by the wind. It was a true depiction of what is called beauty that chills people to the bone. At that moment, she truly admired female celebrities who wore off-shoulder, bustier dresses to events in weather of only a few degrees cold. Clearly, this was not a suffering that humans could endure. Today Tong Mokshuyan changed cars. It was a black Rolls-Royce. Although Hua Nian Sheng didn't research much about cars, the past few months of work had been enough for her to know that her boss had many cars. Tong Mokshuyan stood outside the car waiting. Hua Nian Sheng wanted to hurry, but today's shoes were too high and had slender heels, forcing her to walk slowly with graceful steps. Just a short distance, and she felt her scalp was numbed by the wind. In Tong Mokshuyan's eyes, the little girl in a splendid evening gown walked step by step. Even passers-by turned their heads to look, their gaze as if looking at a fairy descending to the mortal world. Afterwards the fairy walked up to him, and the first sentence she uttered was, "Oh my, I'm freezing to death." She even spoke in her local accent. Tong Mokshuyan. Chapter 32. Sometimes one is truly helpless. He opened the car door, welcoming the fairy speaking in her local accent into the car, his hand not forgetting to place it on the car door frame to prevent her from bumping her head. Once inside the car, Hua Nian Sheng truly felt she had come back to life. Tong Mokshuyan also got into the car door closed, and the driver then conscientiously drove away. The venue for the evening banquet was quite far, and now it was exactly rush hour, so it would certainly take quite a bit of time to arrive. Hua Nian Sheng was still bothered that the boss hadn't replied to her message, so she immediately asked again. She herself also owned a few sets of expensive jewelry, but when the person buying them for her was Tong Mokshuyan, the feeling was very strange. As a result, the boss, hearing this, turned his head and looked at her from head to toe once, finally opening his mouth. "The dress you are wearing is even more expensive than the jewelry set. Why do you only pay attention to the jewelry?" Hua Nian Sheng. "Did uncle also buy this dress?" Mr. Tong gently hummed, his voice also carrying. "The meaning, is there a problem?" Hua Nian Sheng was silent, but felt she had to say something, so she looked at him with the gaze of looking at a prodigal son. "Boss, uncle knows that even if you bought it, I can only wear it once, right?" Tong Mok Chuan met again. Hua Nian Sheng once again felt like contending with those wealthy people. She suddenly felt tired and said nothing more. Tong Mok Chuan suddenly burst out laughing. You're spending your boss money? And you're still not happy? Hua Nian Sheng had her own reasoning. She said, what do you understand, uncle? Sneaking a few hundred or a few thousand from the boss is already a profit. I could burrow under my blanket and secretly laugh all day. But how much money is this already? I have a psychological burden. After all, between her and Tong Mok Chuan, whether it was a superior-subordinate relationship, a friendship, or even considering the beneficial relationship with Hua Nian, he didn't need to spend so much money. Tong Mok Chuan said, tonight we're going to discuss business. If successful, the money I earn will be many times more than what I spend. Besides, you are beautiful, and as your boss I also have some face. Perhaps this was exactly the vision of a boss. A single sentence that made Hua Nian Sheng feel that the money was not spent on her, but rather was an initial investment to achieve the final outcome. She also came to terms with it herself then. After all, tonight's dazzling beauty would be none other than her. Before coming here, Hua Nian Sheng had already researched this party. The guest list was very substantial. Most were prominent figures, and even first-tier celebrities sought to obtain an invitation. Hua Nian Sheng's position was also very clear. She was merely a vase, appearing as Tong Mok Chuan's companion, there to broaden her horizons and, incidentally, to socialize a little. The rest was her boss business. Upon entering, Tong Mok Chuan presented the invitation. The invitation looked a bit familiar. It seemed she had previously seen two similar ones at home. Just as they were about to go inside, he suddenly stopped. Hua Nian Sheng, not understanding, looked up at him. Tong Mok Chuan lowered his head, looking at his arm, and asked her, are you not intending to link arms with me? Hua Nian Sheng. Sorry, Mr. Tong. This was her first time undertaking such a task. She wasn't quite used to it yet. Link arms it is, what's there to it? As she linked her arm with his, Hua Nian Sheng felt a surge of emotion. Time was truly formidable. At 18, when love had just blossomed for Hua Nian Sheng, after realizing her feelings, she didn't even have the courage to look Tong Mok Chuan straight in the eye. Yet now she could naturally walk beside him like this. She couldn't recall where she had read this saying that when one loves someone, the first reaction for most people is to develop varying degrees of inferiority. She didn't know if this saying held true for everyone. But for her in the past, it was absolutely accurate. To the extent that even now, when facing Tong Mok Chuan, she sometimes still felt a slight emotional tremor. Though she often self-mocked her poor judgment in people, Hua Nian Sheng still had to admit in youth, one should not meet someone too exceptional, otherwise, everyone you meet afterward will seem merely ordinary. It might sound a bit cheesy, but it was also genuinely heartfelt. The reason she wasn't too hurt when she discovered her ex-boyfriend was a scoundrel was because she had never truly invested much emotion or expectation into that relationship. Tong Mok Chuan was no minor figure. His appearance drew the attention of many, and Hua Nian Sheng, standing beside him, was no exception. A pair of talented man and beautiful woman, such a description was no exaggeration at all. Tong Mok Chuan possessed a unique handsomeness, at least among his peers. However, on this occasion what was different was that Hua Nian Sheng also spotted a few familiar faces. Mok Chuan has arrived? The newcomer, quite close to Tong Mok Chuan, extended a hand to pat his shoulder, then smiled at Hua Nian Sheng. Little Hua also came along? Just now I saw you and your aunt. Why didn't you go with the adults and instead came with this unlucky boss? Hua Nian Sheng. Tong Mok Chuan chuckled softly. Don't talk nonsense. How am I unlucky? You ask her, am I unlucky? Hua Nian San, wearing clothes paid for by her boss. How is he unlucky? This is clearly a god of wealth. Only after a while did Hua Nian San open her mouth to greet the person. Hello, Brother Gu. Her greeting was very proper, just like a child brought by an adult to socialize. Today she was dressed magnificently, beautiful and eye-catching. Gu Chuok smiled and said, Little Hua is truly beautiful today. The praise was generous, and Hua Nian San accepted it happily. Those present saw Gu Chuok pay little attention to Tong Mok Chuan, but instead smiled and chatted happily with a young girl, and they were naturally stunned. Some were guessing Hua Nian San's identity, while those who had met her before now began to whisper. Gu Chuok was a rather impudent person. He smiled and asked Hua Nian San, since you've called me brother, then this Brother Gu doesn't mind being one rank lower than your youngest uncle. Hey, your boss is very dull. Why don't you come over here and be Brother Gus' companion? Tong Mokshuyan spoke up. Gu Chuok, are you really openly snatching my person like that? What are you talking about? I'm asking little Hua's opinion. You have no right to interfere with her personal freedom, do you? Hua Nian Sheng. Enough is enough. If she kept standing here, she would be treated like a performing monkey. Tong Mokshuyan clearly thought the same. He said if you want to invite her to be your female companion, save it for next time. Little Hua's time tonight is already mine. He also called her Little Hua. Gu Chuok didn't really want to contend for a person with Tong Mokshuyan. He already had a companion, he just came to tease for fun. Only he didn't know that when Tong Mokshuyan led Hua Nian Sheng inside, he walked and talked to her normally, have less contact with Gu Chuok. This fellow is a playboy. Not a single proper word comes out of his mouth. Hua Nian Sheng. She had already figured it out. Tong Mokshuyan saw she didn't say anything, thinking the little girl was truly captivated by that flashy appearance. So he earnestly added a sentence: men cannot only be judged by their looks, moreover, Gu Chuok has already gone under the knife. Hua Nian Sheng? She blurted out her recent catchphrase, is that for real? Tong Mokshuyan. When he was in his 20s he used to love playing with motorcycles. One time he unluckily encountered a rather serious car accident. He crashed into a tree by the road, and his face was severely injured. The rest goes without saying. Hua Nian Sheng's little head, not knowing what it was thinking, she suddenly blurted out, then what did you like to play when you were in your 20s, uncle? She remembered when she came to know Tong Mokchuan. He was already 24, 25 years old. Tong Mokchuan chuckled softly. I like playing with airplanes, and went to get my pilot's license. Hua Nian Sheng. Soon after that they no longer had time to chat. Tong Mokchuan was busy entertaining his partners, while Hua Nian Sheng, in the midst of it all, met her uncle and aunt and was pulled away for a social round, coincidentally being asked about personal matters such as whether she had a lover yet. It was very hard to say. Hua Nian Sheng actually wasn't alone for too long. The friend she had recently met at Tunguindon 1-month birthday party on New Year's Day came over to chat with her. Although the spot where she was standing was just a small, inconspicuous corner, her appearance tonight was enough to become a highlight in the crowd. Wherever there were people it was lively enough. Hua Nian Sheng naturally understood that the attention of becoming the center of the crowd was thanks to her uncle and aunt. Considering it, her aunt's connections with the Tu family truly had influence. On her side of the family, her uncle was the one who had climbed high. However, ultimately, Hua Nian Sheng was just an ordinary relative who held shares in Vien Hang. The reason people drew her into their circle was because she was Hua Kamgon's granddaughter. As for the shares, surely not many people knew. At the party there were many drinks, most of them alcoholic. Hua Nian Sheng carefully chose a drink that looked like sparkling water. Taking the first sip, she didn't taste any alcohol, and she felt at ease. It was quite delicious. She hadn't had dinner yet, so now she ate some sweets to line her stomach. The drink was delicious. Hua Nian Sheng drank one glass and then ordered another to slowly savor it. The beautiful girls beside her were gossiping about newly aired rumors, and she listened intently, not only about the entertainment industry but also quite a few stories from the elite circles. A rather handsome young man came to ask for Hua Nian Sheng's contact information, and even exchanged a few greetings with the surrounding socialites, seeming to know each other. Hua Nian Sheng felt her head a little heavy at the time, so she let the other party scan her code to add her as a friend. After that person left, the socialite next to her immediately said, "Don't agree to be friends with him. He's not a good person." Hua Nian Sheng caught the scent of gossip. The socialite remarked sharply, "If a person like him dares to approach, your youngest uncle will definitely break his leg." The matter of her youngest uncle losing a business deal because of his niece, it seemed everyone knew except her. Hua Nian Sheng was a very obedient person. Because she appeared as Tong Mokchuan's companion, some people started gossiping about the relationship between her and Tong Mokchuan. A certain socialite asked her, "Does CEO Tong like women? Before, I even shipped him with your youngest uncle." Hua Nian Sheng. Any ship can be pushed, but it only harms people. Hua Nian Sheng knew nothing at all, and couldn't say anything. She was afraid that the moment she stepped into the company tomorrow, she would be fired. She could only say that she and Tong Mokchuan absolutely had a pure superior-subordinate relationship. The friends beside her showed expressio. An S of disappointment. clearly very dissatisfied because there was no gossip to hear. "They, how about you make something up? We like to hear that kind of thing. Sometimes one truly feels very helpless." Chapter 33. The little girl got drunk. Those socialites were truly interesting. Not only were they beautiful, but they also exuded a natural elegance in every gesture. When they talked about the recent projects they were working on, it truly broadened Hua Nian Sheng's horizons. There were a few new brands that sounded quite familiar. If they weren't the founders, they were shareholders. Time passed very quickly. Initially, Hua Nian Sheng attributed her increasing sleepiness as she talked to boredom, but it was clear that the people around her were drinking the same type of beverage as her, and they were perfectly unaffected. It wasn't until the boss came all the way to her small corner to fetch her back. When Tong Mokchuan arrived, there were hardly any people left beside Hua Nian Sheng. On occasions like this, she wasn't important enough for everyone to have to gather around her. Only then did she realize she had been drinking alcohol. The women told her that the glasses she had been continuously drinking were indeed alcohol, a type of drink somewhat similar to Long Island iced tea, with the alcohol taste so faint it was almost imperceptible, but the alcohol content was not low at all. Just now, Hua Nian Sheng had leaned into the arms of the beautiful girl beside her for a long while, squinting and complimenting her that she smelled so good afterwards. Her cheek was kissed back by the other person. Oh dear, she had been kissed. They also said that this little imp was so adorable, making others like her so much, who knew how. Around them, ceaseless laughter and banter rang out. When Tong Mokchuan came to find her, Hua Nian Sheng was sitting on the sofa, her eyes a little naive and hazy. Her hairstyle, painstakingly done, was now a little disheveled. Two unruly strands of hair fell down in front. Tong Mokchuan saw this and with a natural motion, brushed them back for her. This whole process only lasted 1 or 2 seconds. His hand didn't even touch Hua Nian Sheng, but the eyes of the people around him looked a little strange. "Have you been drinking?" Tong Mokchuan had never seen Hua Nian Sheng's appearance after drinking, but her eyes at this moment seemed not very intelligent. The matters to discuss at the evening party were already more or less settled. He asked her, "Shall I take you home first? Your aunt and uncle cannot leave right now." Originally, he was the one who brought her here. Naturally, he also had to be the one to take her back. It was just that after Hua Nian Sheng heard the 2 words "go home," she suddenly hugged the beauty beside her tightly, saying, "I'm not going home. I want to go home with the pretty sister." Tong Mokchuan, the pretty girl who was hugged beside her. That beauty clearly dared not offend Tong Moksu. She was a little scared, but Hua Nian Sheng hugged quite tightly, her small hand even holding hers. At this moment, Tong Mokchuan still didn't know what this little girl would turn into after drinking alcohol. According to the account of Comrade Xiaohua, her roommate, Hua Nian Sheng actually wasn't too rowdy when she drank. She just liked to find someone to cling to. Tong Mokchuan was naturally not unfamiliar with these scenes over the years. He had witnessed many human reactions after getting drunk. He stepped forward, gently and softly coaxed the little girl to go home and sleep, and the beauty beside him also joined in persuading her. Hua Nian Sheng wasn't drunk to the point of unconsciousness. She dazedly stared at Tong Mokchuan's face for a long while, finally willing to reach out her hand. Tong Mokchuan seized the opportunity to take it, her slender wrist resting in his palm. He very naturally draped the white fur coat over her, then greeted those around them once and led her out. She stumbled, most of her weight leaning on him. According to the original plan, Tong Mokchuan should have left much later. The driver had just reported needing to go out for a moment, so he had no choice but to help her into the car, and they sat together in the car waiting for the driver to return. He called Hua Kim-gon. It was unclear to what extent Hua Kim-gon trusted his character as a friend, that he could answer him on the phone like this. "Is the little girl drunk? Then later remember to take her all the way into the house. Don't let her go in by herself. She's drunk, she might even forget the way." On the other end of the line, it seemed someone was talking to Hua Kim-gon. He quickly hung up. Tong Mokchuan turned his head to look at the little girl, meeting her gaze. On her eyes was a little shimmer powder. At this moment under the car's lights, it kept sparkling, looking quite beautiful. "Do you still know who I am?" Tong Mokchuan asked. Hua Nian Sheng only felt 2 Tong Mokchuan suddenly appear before her eyes. Her first reaction was to nod. Then she quickly shook her head. Tong Mokchuan. The bit of alcohol she had drunk earlier had a rather slow but not light effect. It had now fully taken hold. the fumes rising straight to her head. Tong Mokshuyan said nothing to ensure safety. He intended to fasten her seatbelt. So he leaned over, his arm reaching across in this posture. The distance between him and Hua Nian Sheng drawing closer was certain. Just as his hand grasped the seatbelt to pull it across, he did not notice the little girl's eyes blink softly once, her eyelashes gently sweeping up and down. Suddenly, a strange object appeared by her cheek. Hua Nian Sheng's sluggish mind basically hadn't had time to react. She simply opened her mouth and bit it naturally. Ah! Tong Mokshuyan obviously also did not expect this to happen. A feeling of pain transmitted to his face, accompanied by the sensation of lips pressing on him. He momentar. Ili could not react. The little girl only opened her mouth and took a bite. Realizing this prey was not tasty, she immediately let go. Tong Mokshuyan turned his head to look at her, one hand pulling the seatbelt across, the other touching his own face, still feeling the teeth marks. He reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek. It felt quite soft. Her small face still had a bit of roundness to it. Hua Nian Sheng, are you a puppy? Why are you biting people everywhere like that? As for comrade little Hua, her body was indeed drunk, but her brain still subconsciously possessed the ability to discern words meant to scold her, which was utterly terrifying. She raised her hand and swatted away the hand that was pinching her cheek, glaring at the other person with kitten-like round eyes. Finally, to elevate her own aura, she even reached out and grabbed Tong Mokshuyan's tie, pulling him forcefully closer. You're the puppy, comrade little Hua said, her words loosened by alcohol. She pulled her boss very close to herself, saying smugly and triumphantly, quickly, call me master. Who could have known how daring a drunk person could be? But at that moment, within the not-so-spacious confines of the car, such a close distance could no longer be considered normal social proximity. On the contrary, if one were to set aside their other relationships, this situation seemed a little suggestive. Tong Mokshuyan's gaze fell upon the little girl's face. Her rosy lips and flawless complexion were apparent. Very beautiful. He wasn't the type of man to often compare women's appearances, but indeed in this particular situation, his aesthetic taste told him that the person before his eyes was an exceptionally beautiful girl. The atmosphere became quiet. He lowered his eyes, paying no mind to his tie being clutched tightly in her hand, and spoke, wait until you've sobered up tomorrow, then come find me to demand I call you that. Why? The little girl asked. Tong Mokshuyan's gaze met hers, and he patiently explained, to see if you'll still dare to be a master of dogs tomorrow. Comrade little Hua's mind fundamentally could not comprehend this statement. She blinked her eyes, and then Tong Mokshuyan took hold of her hand, untangling his tie. If you're sleepy, sleep for a while. I'll call you when we get home, Tong Mokshuyan said softly. A moment later the driver turned back. Hua Nian Sheng had already fallen into a deep sleep, her eyes closed, her face tilted towards Tong Mokshuyan. Throughout the rest of the journey home, Tong Mokshuyan's gaze remained fixed out the window. It was just that the car window occasionally reflected the sleeping, tipsy face of the little girl beside him. Chapter 34. If she were guilty. The next day, when the alarm clock rang out, Hua Nian Sheng sat by the bed, rebooting herself for about 10 minutes, finally feeling as though her CPU had already burned out. She was indeed correct. She must absolutely not drink alcohol, and especially not drink carelessly outside. Losing control of her behavior when drunk, let that pass, but why wasn't she amnesiac? Why oh why? Just a mere 10 minutes of recollection felt even longer than her 21 years of life. The events at the evening party could basically be ignored, but the scene in the car, her insolent and boldly reckless words, and even the scene of Tong Mokshuyan helping her upstairs when they arrived at the apartment complex all appeared vividly clear before her eyes. Oh my God, she wanted to die and get it over with. Never before had she yearned to erase someone from her life as she did now. What on earth had she said last night? What on earth had she done? Last night, upon arriving at her doorstep, she used her fingerprint to unlock the door. Only then, under Tong Mokshuyan's supervision and reminders, did she go to remove her makeup and wash her face. She didn't even change out of the dress she was wearing, simply sleeping straight through until morning. The 7-figure dress was thus wrinkled by her. Looking at her phone, today wasn't even the weekend, making her even more depressed. Once again she wanted to die. Sometimes the lot of a wage earner is truly very fragile. She stared at her phone for a long time, finally carrying an immensely complex mood, as she tapped open the chat window with Tong Shuyan. The message requesting leave had been written and revised many times, but she still couldn't muster enough courage to send it. While SHE was still hesitating, the other party suddenly sent a message. Sober yet? Hua Nian. Was it still not too late to play dead now? While she was still thinking how to reply, the other side called directly. She trembled as she tapped to answer. First, there was a moment of silence, and then Tong Shuyan's voice rang out from the phone. Are you clear-headed yet? Now hearing this voice, she felt her toes were about to start digging foundations for a major project. Well then, might as well get this confession over with. Hua Nian Sheng's voice was still hoarse from drunkenness. She softly said, just now, typing for so long, what kind of message did you want to send? Did you want to ask for leave or come to confess your sins? Hua Nian Sheng almost knelt down to beg him. She was silent, but Tong Shuyan seemed very patient on the other end of the line. He also remained silent. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Nian Sheng finally opened her mouth. President Tong, if I say that I am someone who, whenever I drink alcohol, forgets everything completely, doesn't remember anything at all, I believe you. Tong Shuyan interrupted her. Hua Nian. So Tong Shuyan's voice continued, can you come to work today? The path has gotten even narrower. President Tong. Hua Nian Sheng opened her mouth wanting to say something, but he continued, you can be late, but you cannot be absent. The capitalist slave heard this and tears welled up in her eyes. After Hanjin up the phone, little Hua was completely sober. She changed out of the pitiful dress she was wearing, having to shower in the early morning hours. Fully awake, she hurriedly changed clothes, grabbed her belongings and rushed out. Tong Shuyan was very considerate last night. He had even carefully helped her charge her phone. On her way to work, Hua Nian Sheng's mind only thought about the upcoming Lunar New Year holiday. No matter how embarrassing it was, she just needed to endure a little, and it would be over. Anyway, she was just an intern at worst. She could simply resign. Anyway, she still had 3 more years of school. She could block Tong Shuyan for another 3 years. After 3 years, everyone would forget this shameful scene. When she actually stepped into the company entrance, Hua Nian Sheng looked at her phone, late by about 10 minutes. Still within controllable limits. She conveniently bought breakfast and an Americano coffee downstairs, then returned to her seat. For the entire morning there was no sign of Tong Shuyan. Hua Nian Sheng both sighed in relief and did not forget to occasionally glance towards the general manager's office. Only then did she learn he hadn't come to the company this morning. Fine. Knowing the boss was not present, Hua Nian Sheng was completely at ease. At noon her uncle even sent a message asking after her, inquiring how she got home last night. Of course she got home safely, but mentally not so well. But it didn't matter anymore. Hua Nian Sheng naturally couldn't tell her youngest uncle about getting drunk last night. The boss being absent, not only did Hua Nian Sheng sigh in relief, but even the kind senior colleagues also relaxed accordingly. Such a state lasted until the afternoon. The boss only existed on the phone. How wonderful it was. But Hua Nian Sheng never in a million years expected that when there was still 1 hour left until work ended, Tong Shuyan would show up at the company with clients. They had gone into the meeting room. Secretary Vong happened to be downstairs running errands, so Hua Nian Sheng had to step in to bring tea for the boss and the clients. Holding the drinks, standing before the door, taking 2 deep breaths, Hua Nian Sheng finally had the courage to knock and enter. It was only at the moment she saw Tong Shuyan that she realized no matter how well she had prepared herself mentally, it was useless. Because her first love was Tong Shuyan in front of him, Hua Nian Sheng always carried a bit of awkwardness. The specific manifestation was that most of the time she didn't want to appear too foolish in front of the boss. But as a new employee, how could she avoid making mistakes right in front of the boss? And last night's incident was no longer a mistake, but actively digging her own grave. Hua Nian Sheng tried very hard to stabilize her emotions. After placing the items on the table, she politely withdrew. Before quitting time, just as she was about to sneak into the break room for a few minutes to shirk work, and just as she was about to stand up, she saw the boss and the clients had already left. Hua Nian Sheng immediately stopped her movement, sitting silently in her spot. Today, she had resolved to turn and run the moment she saw the boss. Fortunately, Tong Mokshuyan was a gentleman. He did not seek her out, nor did he allude to her bold and audacious actions last night. Finally, Hua Nian Sheng smoothly finished work. Her phone contact with Tong Mokshuyan today also only ceased before work hours. What a relief! There was only one more day left until the Lunar New Year holiday. After today, she wouldn't have to see him for about 10 days. She was very satisfied. On the other side, Tong Mokshuyan gazed at the earring he had found in the car, a contemplative silence falling over him. This earring looked very familiar. It was the pair Hua Nian Sheng wore last night, and moreover, he had personally chosen it, therefore he naturally recognized it. Yet now, only a single solitary piece lay isolated in his palm. Of course, Tong Mokshuyan knew that the little girl had been avoiding him all day today. Every time she saw him, a clear trace of guilt flickered in her eyes. Last night, bringing her home, he had indeed found it quite difficult. Between a man and a woman, there were inevitably differences, and many things he couldn't comfortably do. He could only gently coax her in a low voice to remove her makeup and wash her face herself. He understood everything, but her drunken body was uncontrollable. She swayed as she walked, and a mere lapse in concentration, and she would undoubtedly fall sprawling. Tong Mokshuyan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly reached out to support her, but to his surprise, the little girl directly launched herself into his embrace, her mouth still murmuring praises that he smelled too good, asking what perfume he usually wore. Because she was already drunk, he couldn't discern if it was playful teasing or something more. Afterward, Tong Mokshuyan returned home. While showering, he only then discovered a lipstick mark imprinted on his body, half of it on his collar, the other half on his collarbone, appearing quite suggestive. Who could have known that it was truly an accidental imprint? Looking at himself in the mirror, he subtly curved his lips into a smile, then turned on the faucet. The stream of water cascaded over his body, carrying the lipstick mark away with it, until it was gone. Holding the solitary earring in his hand, Tong Mokshuyan was not in a hurry to return it to its owner. Now was not appropriate. At least for these 2 days, Hua Nian Sheng did not want to meet this boss. Finally, the earring was sent back to the Hua family via someone else on the evening the Tet holiday began. Tong Mokshuyan was someone who greatly understood proper decorum. That day Hua Nian Sheng confessed her feelings to him, and then blocked him. In truth, it wasn't merely she who recoiled. He did so too, and the situation remained unchanged even now. However, as Comrade Chu Hua embraced her long holiday, and as soon as she stepped through the door of her house, she heard her uncle call out. Tong Mokshuyan said, "You left something in his car. He just dispatched his driver to bring it to you. Go see for yourself." Hua Nian Sheng, opening the box when she saw only a solitary earring inside, Hua Nian Sheng still couldn't help but feel a sudden heat spread through her palms. Certain memories, seemingly dormant, now surged forth, assailing her in a relentless torrent. Even today, she still lacked the courage to confront the person she had been that night. She remembered that night she seemed to have even bitten that person's face once, and to put it a bit indelicately, her actions could be deemed quite scoundrel-like. Furthermore, it could easily lead Tong Mokshuyan to misunderstand. Believing she still harbored hopes for him, Hua Nian Sheng decided it would be better to play dead at home for the foreseeable future. The house was actually not very quiet. There was a baby almost 2 months old, so a little commotion was only natural. As Tet approached, her uncle and aunt bought their son a veritable mountain of crimson garments. Chung Guindan, after passing the newborn stage and beginning to put on some flesh, became increasingly handsome. His small face was fair, his cheeks rosy, and his features finally revealed some advantages from his parents. Upon closer inspection, he bore a slightly stronger resemblance to Tutu. Hua Nian Sheng's Tet holiday revolved around 3 main activities: eating, sleeping, and teasing her cousin. In this household, her status and that of her diaper-clad cousin were equivalent. Hua Camgon and his wife, while shopping for their child, didn't forget to purchase a set for her as well. Hua Nian Sheng. On New Year's Eve, Hua Nian Sheng, as was customary, wished her uncle and aunt a happy Tet, wished happy Tet to adults all over the world, and didn't forget to send Tet greetings to her close friends in her typically provocative style. From her uncle and aunt, she received red envelopes, whereas from her friends, she received a barrage of playful curses. Hua Nian Sheng satisfied now. A day without teasing her friends, she would undoubtedly feel an unbearable itch. Looking at her bulging wallet, she suddenly felt that Tet was truly wonderful. Just as she was about to go out to watch the Spring Festival Gala, her phone received an unexpected red envelope. A red envelope from Tong Shuyan. Logically speaking, tonight she had pondered all evening whether to wish her boss a happy Tet or not, but before she could even reach a conclusion, he had already sent a red envelope. It wasn't the kind of red envelope limited to only 200 yuan by the app, but a direct transfer. Hua Nian Sheng sighed, quietly selected a segment of auspicious wishes from her ready notes, slightly modified the address, and then sent I.T. to Tong Shuyan. This was the most common template message these days, but she guessed surely no one would pay attention. Today, she didn't just receive red envelopes from Hua Gon and his wife. Her uncle and aunt's friends, considering themselves a step higher in status than Hua Nian Sheng, all sent New Year's red envelopes, with sums that were by no means small. After consulting her uncle and aunt, Hua Nian Sheng accepted all of them, but only Tong Shuyan's red envelope. She truly didn't know whether to accept or not. A subtle hesitation still lingered in her heart. There was no need to ask her uncle's opinion. Her uncle, knowing, would surely tell her to accept it immediately. Hua Nian Sheng hesitated for a long time, not pressing to accept. Tong Shuyan had already called her. Flustered, she fumbled to answer, and from the other end came his deep voice, "Happy New Year's Eve." That voice fell upon her ears as if carrying warmth. Hua Nian Sheng quietly moved the phone slightly away from her ear and let out two awkward laughs. Tong Zong. "Happy New Year's Eve. I wish you a prosperous new year." Tong Shuyan chuckled softly. "You say such auspicious words. But you still haven't accepted the red envelope I sent? It's too generous. I heard Ko Chuok's group also sent you lucky money, but why when it comes to mine do you dare not accept it?" Hua Nian Sheng withdrew her smile, seriously saying, "Currently, we are in a superior-subordinate relationship. You sending so much is inappropriate." In Tong Shuyan's voice, there was still a hint of a smile as he said, "Accept it. Now is not working hours. Are you planning to discriminate against me compared to Ko Chuok's group?" Of course she had to discriminate. It's just that Hua Nian Sheng dared not say these words. She was not so noble as to truly disdain Tong Shuyan's money. It was just that she found it troublesome. Tong Shuyan did not have children yet, and she wanted her uncle to reciprocate, but there was no reason to. Hua Nian Sheng assented for a long while, and finally, right during the phone call, under Tong Shuyan's supervision, she pressed to accept the transfer. She had never seen such a domineering god of wealth. Her hand pressed to accept the money, but she secretly thought to herself, wondering if there was something wrong with this person. Hua Nian Sheng held her phone and ran downstairs to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Although the older she got, the less interesting she found the Spring Festival Gala compared to when she was little, but she still wanted to watch, purely to see if there was anything new and entertaining this year. Every year around this time, Hua Nian Sheng would sit in front of the TV, and the two CEOs in the house would sometimes sit on either side, each holding a laptop, mainly for companionship. This year, Hua Gon was busy holding his son, coaxing him to sleep. The little guy was very adorable. Hua Nian Sheng had just patted her younger cousin's kiss twice when the boy was passed into her arms. Hua Gon stood up and stretched. "You two take the opportunity to foster your relationship. I'm going to take a shower." Hua Nian Sheng. "Fine." Luckily, the little one was quite well behaved today, wearing dazzling red clothes. His tiny eyes, tiny nose, and tiny mouth were all adorably irresistible. It was just that he was still too small, his whole body soft and warm. Holding her cousin in her arms, in the middle of it, Hua Nian Sheng also took the chance to go online and reply to messages. Chat groups were scrambling for lucky money, and netizens, using magnifying glasses to scrutinize the Spring Festival Gala, had already started creating new memes. She watched them and laughed uncontrollably. Indeed, watching the Spring Festival Gala online was much more fun than watching it live. After a satisfying laugh, she looked down. Her cousin was already fast asleep. A fragrant little milk bun, born beautiful, with incredibly long eyelashes, looking adorable enough to make one swoon. The baby had fallen asleep, and Hua Nian Sheng naturally dared not move anymore. She sat still as a statue, holding the baby and continuing to watch the Spring Festival Gala program. The TV volume had been turned down a little, until her aunt came over and said, "Sheng, give Chunguindan to me." You should also go up and rest early later, don't stay up too late. Hua Nian Sheng had always habitually assented without much thought, nodding without bothering to think, and as a result, she immediately received a deadly glare from her youngest aunt. Hua Nian Sheng, before 2 a.m. I will definitely go to sleep. She had been very honest. Sure enough, Chu didn't think much of it anymore. After all, she had once experienced her niece's age. So she sat in the living room and watched the entire Spring Festival gala. After midnight, she continued to text New Year greetings to friends, chatted with a few regular contacts about a certain topic, even including an intern she knew from work among them. After chatting, she still didn't feel sleepy. She put on a jacket herself and ran up to the rooftop to watch the distant fireworks. Although the state had quite strictly controlled the situation of firecracker displays during Tet, after all, there were quite a few wealthy families, and someone was bound to set them off. Hua Nian Sheng stood alone in the cold wind up there for half an hour. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and had to go downstairs. After going downstairs, she felt a bit hungry. At this hour, she still rummaged around in the first-floor kitchen for food, ate something quickly, and then stealthily went upstairs again. While going up the stairs, she heard a child's cries echoing from a second-floor room. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively hunched down, climbing the stairs even more furtively. She and Hua Kamgon's husband and wife were not on the same floor, but she was afraid of making noise and being heard by them. After returning to her room safely, Hua Nian Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, brushed her teeth, did her skincare, went to sleep. On the other side of Du City, she was not the only one busy replying to messages on her phone. At the ancestral home of the Tong family, the atmosphere inside the house was very lively. Those who had been busy traveling all year had now returned home to gather. Among the younger generation of descendants, Tong Mokshuyan was the most outstanding person. Basically, no one dared to contradict him whether they were older or younger siblings, cousins. Everyone only knew to look up to him. During Tet, there were also many children in the house. Although Tong Mokshuyan's parents had only given birth to him alone, but counting upwards, his grandfather's generation had several children. Not everyone had only one child, such as Tong Dikon, who also had an older sister named Tong Mat. Tong Mat was 1 year older than Tong Mokshuyan, had married a foreign man, and given birth to a mixed-race daughter, who was exactly 3 years old this year and was the darling of the whole family. Even her carefree maternal uncle Tong Dikon was helpless in front of his niece. The other younger brothers and sisters were either currently studying or still going to school. The age gap in between was significant, which made the currently 28-year-old and still single Tong Mokshuyan feel a bit out of place. Grandfather Tong mentioned that he had a close friend who was 2 years older than Tong Mokshuyan, worked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and asked if he would consider meeting her. Tong Mokshuyan poured tea for his grandfather, saying, "Grandfather, does such an excellent girl still need you to introduce someone to her?" During Tet, matchmakers must have already flattened her doorstep. Beside him was Tong Dikon, whose mouth was very provocative. "Brother, you're also excellent, now don't you also need grandfather to arrange a blind date for you, ha 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 ha." Before the words were even finished, he was given a kick by his own older sister. "Is it your place to speak? You can't accomplish anything, you spend all day playing with a bad crowd, yet still have the nerve to laugh at others." The 3-year-old mixed-race girl beside them smiled innocently. Tong Mokshuyan chatted for a few sentences, then bowed his head to look at his phone again. Tong Mat also paid attention, then teased him with a question. "Mokshuyan, why are you looking at your phone so much tonight? Is something up?" As soon as she finished speaking, the eyes of several elders all turned to Tong Mokshuyan. Unfortunately, under those gazes, Tong Mokshuyan's expression did not change at all. He stood up and said, "I'm going out to make a phone call." Behind him, Tong Dikon couldn't help but mumble a couple of sentences. If something were truly up, he would have escaped his bachelorhood long ago. My cousin's circumstances are so good, would anyone still hesitate? It's probably just company business again. Following that, Tong Mokshuyan made a phone call to Hua Nian Sheng. After the call ended, he looked at the chat groups on his phone. Ko Chuok and his friends were still comparing in the group chat how much lucky money to give to the eldest niece this Lunar New Year. Hua Kamgon even added fuel to the fire, telling them to give a bit more lucky money, and also give lucky money to his son while they were at it. His son's lucky money, of course, could not be omitted. It's just that this father was too provocative. Everyone with great understanding transferred the lucky money directly to Tutu. Tong Mok Shuyan stood on the balcony, enjoying the breeze for a while. Just now, after making the call and hearing the little girl's voice, he still felt quite happy. Downstairs, lively conversations continued. The Tong family, in truth, was somewhat traditional. Though old Mr. Tong had long been retired, he still required all his children and grandchildren to gather for festivals and Lunar New Year. A portion of the family's resources still remained in the elders' hands. Merely looking at those few assets was enough for many to put on a show of being filial children and devoted grandchildren. Tong Mok Shuyan, however, had no need for such things, but he still had to visit the elders. The only thing was that every time he returned home, he couldn't escape being urged to marry. Hearing it so often had become tiresome. Tong Mak Shuyan was fundamentally not anxious about this matter, but his family was like the saying, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs already are, especially since a younger cousin, a few years his junior, was also planning to marry this year. Tong Mok Shuyan caught the cold breeze for a while, then went downstairs to rejoin the conversations, until the elders, unable to stay up late, retired to their rooms. He also returned to his room to wash up. After midnight, he received an unexpected New Year's greeting. The little girl, probably after receiving her lucky money, realized she ought to perform a small courtesy, and immediately after midnight, she sent her greetings. This time it seemed a little more sincere, at least it didn't look quite like a copy-paste message. He replied with a single sentence, Happy New Year. Hua Nian Sheng didn't know how long it had been since Shed had such a long holiday. At home, she wasn't forced to do anything, only needing to diligently wake early for the first few days of the year to visit relatives and exchange a few greetings, that was all. Other times she was free to do as she pleased. Such a leisurely Lunar New Year holiday easily fostered a lazy mentality in people. In the class group chat, the class monitor didn't forget to forward the announcement from the Academic Affairs Office, all pertaining to the graduation thesis. Her supervisor had been confirmed early on. All her classmates knew about Hua Nian Sheng's direct admission to post-graduate studies. Her four-year university major's academic performance was clear for all to see, and her thesis supervisor was also a familiar professor. There was only one thing: no one could maintain an absolutely calm state of mind when nearing graduation. The school had already sent out preliminary notices regarding the collection of internship certificates. Hua Nian Sheng was accustomed to burying herself in her studies. This Lunar New Year had only just passed halfway, and she had already begun going online to read materials and run data. Regarding the progress of the graduation thesis, everyone's progress was different, but most procrastinators would drag it out until March or April before even beginning to consider their topic. The postgraduate entrance exam scores had just been released, and many were in agony. Hua Nian Sheng's only roommate taking the postgraduate entrance exam, Deep DMDM, was precisely one of them. Her score was decent, but she was still awaiting the national minimum score. Typically, with her score, making it to the interview round wouldn't be an issue. As the Lunar New Year arrived, Hua Kamgon and Tutu had many parties to attend. Some they attended together, some separately. For a few private gatherings they would call Hua Nian Sheng. Afterwards, because all their friends wanted to see baby Nguyendan, the couple even had an argument over who got to take their child out. In the end they played rock paper scissors. Hua Kamgon won and got to take his son with him, while Tutu, beautiful and alone, went out. Hua Nian Sheng declined the couple's invitation to go out if she had time to spare. She would rather read 2 more scientific articles than go out. Her supervisor occasionally asked questions about her topic report, which made her quite flustered. Meanwhile, Hua Kamgon, looking valiant and proud, carried his son, who was bundled up like a small ball, and headed out. The moment he entered the private room, a group of men immediately clamored to hold the baby. Since he had announced he would bring the little darling along, none of the men in the private room dared to smoke. Tong Mok Shuyan looked behind Hua Kamgon but didn't see anyone else. Ko Chuok reached out to touch baby Nguyendan's cheek, chuckling gleefully, Darling, Uncle will give you a big lucky money packet. He casually asked, Isn't our niece coming? I even specially prepared 2 lucky money packets here. Hua Kamgon, she's at home writing her graduation thesis. The girl has worked so hard to pursue her studies, why call her out? If you truly want to give her lucky money, just give it to me, I'll take it back and transfer it to her. I guarantee no embezzlement. Immediately, someone beside him exposed him just now. Didn't you embezzle your son's lucky money already? This is called holding it for him. What do you fellows understand? Hua Kim said shamelessly, a child this tiny. What's the point of you giving him lucky money? He won't even like it as much as his milk bottle. How utterly shameless. Tong Mokshuyan chuckled softly. Baby Nguyen Dan occasionally paused for a moment in the arms of the uncles, finally settling into the arms of his godfather. Tong Mokshuyan and the little one exchanged glances for a long while, big eyes meeting small eyes. The little one could not eat anything, not even sit up yet, wrapped snugly in a pile of clothes. Also because of this little one, the lights in the room were turned on at the softest level of light, for fear that even a little brightness would affect the eyes of young children. Among the people present here, it seemed that only Tong Mokshuyan was the most composed. The baby's biological father was currently playing cards with others. Tong Mokshuyan's posture for holding a child was now much more practiced previously. The children of his cousins in his family had never been held by him this much. Perhaps because he was the first person to hold little Nguyen Dan after the baby left the delivery room. Seeing a tiny red bundle of life transform into a fair and rosy little tyke as he was now, he also felt a touch of emotion. Little Nguyen Dan was already asleep. Today, the baby was truly a little angel when out. Apart from crying out twice when hungry, he otherwise lay quietly and obediently to be held. It could also be that he found the unfamiliar environment curious, his small eyes darting back and forth. The person next to him teased Tong Mokshuyan, you now look even or like a hands-on dad than Hua Kim gone. Tong Mokshuyan brought his index finger to his lips, signaling silence, meaning not to disturb the little one's sleep. Hua Kim gone then suddenly looked at his son, still regretfully getting up from his seat. You all just keep playing. I'm taking my son home to sleep now. Leaving so early? Hua Kim gone, what are you all, a bunch of people who don't have to look after children, making snide remarks about? It's because you insisted on seeing the boy that I brought him here. Now I have to go. He said he would go, and went without a hint of lingering. As he was about to take the child from Tong Mokshuyan's arms, Tong Mokshuyan asked, you've been drinking. Can you hold the child steadily? Hua Kim gone. I've only had 2 sips. Hua Kim gone had insisted on leaving early by himself, leaving Tong Mokshuyan solitary and alone. After spending 2 or 3 days for Tet at the old family home, he then returned to his own residence. No one cared what time he came home. He sat in a corner drinking wine, not particularly interested in the stories of others. Ko Chuok approached him with a glass of wine, placing a hand on his shoulder. Oh, President Tong, why are you drinking away your sorrows alone like this? Is there something you can tell me to amuse me a little? Tong Mokshuyan nudged his elbow to the side, too lazy to pay attention to him. Ko Chuok was naturally frivolous. Seeing Tong Mokshuyan's emotions weren't quite right at this moment, he became even more enthusiastic. You now look like a maiden longing for spring, so profoundly melancholic. Tong Mokshuyan leaned back, the wine in his glass rippling along the rim, glancing sideways. Aren't you tired of it? Ko Chuok was naturally not bored. His entire being was very joyful. It's just that I haven't had a good talk with you in a long time, so I came over to show a little concern. Don't be so unappreciative, okay? Tong Mokshuyan. It would be madness to pay attention to him. During Tet, everyone was having a wild time. This group of wealthy young masters had no shortage of money in their pockets. Expensive bottles of wine were opened one after another, and they even flung open the doors of their private rooms to look into the neighboring ones, perhaps to run into an acquaintance. In such a place of revelry, encountering acquaintances was not a rare occurrence. Ko Chuok said he had recently been eyeing a piece of land and asked Tong Mokshuyan for his opinion. Tong Mokshuyan gently rubbed the ring on his index finger, asking, can you afford my consulting fee? Daring to ask so carelessly? All right, President Tong's personal value is exceedingly high, isn't it? Come on, how much? I'll buy an hour from you. Just as the music in the private room ended, precisely when the song changed, Guzhua's words rang out amidst the perfect silence. There was nothing more frightening than the sudden silence. Immediately afterwards, the entire priva tea room erupted in thunderous laughter. Brother Gu, what did you say you wanted to buy? Someone laughed loudly, teasing, are you playing such a big game now? You even dare to buy out President Tong. No way, you two are both single now. Are you two up to something? Who's the husband, who's the wife here? The others also chimed in. Gujua directly gave that person a kick. We're discussing business, stop bothering us. The person who was kicked wasn't angry either, and didn't forget to add 2 more teasing remarks. Gujua pulled out his phone and transferred money to Tong Mokchuan. There you go, boss Tong, this hour of yours is considered bought out by me. If you still act high and mighty, then give me back the money. Not enough, Tong Mokchuan put down his wine glass. You just spread rumors about me. My reputation is very important. Add some reputational damage fees and emotional distress fees. Gujua? He was so angry that he became even angrier, and in a fit of pique pulled out his phone to transfer money once more. Tonight, in the entire private room, apart from those who lost money, Gujua was the one who spent the most. Tong Mokchuan, this capitalist, still earned a sum from others during the holiday, extremely satisfied to sell an hour of his time cheaply. With Tet and spring arriving, the world also became much more peaceful. However, Hua Nian Sheng, as a graduating student, didn't get to live peacefully at all. During Tet, of course, the teacher's workload could not be increased, so she persevered for a few days, but under the temptation of her friends, she threw aside her thesis, styled and made up, and went out to play. The moment she stepped out the door, Hua Nian Sheng felt like a bird escaping its cage. She had originally intended to ask her family driver to take her part of the way, but her friend said her family had recently bought her a new car, and she would drive over to pick up Hua Nian Sheng. So Hua Nian Sheng happily stood at the end of the road waiting. When a white BMW stopped in front of her, Hua Nian Sheng was still slightly taken aback. The person who came to pick her up was her high school friend. Her friend was already old enough to drive to pick her up, only she still didn't dare to drive on the road. The beautiful, stylish girl in the driver's seat lowered the car window, her face still fresh and youthful. Even going out, she still looked like a high school student. Hua Nian Sheng, for a moment, even worried she would be stopped on the road for being underage to drive. Beautiful, where are you going? Shall I give you a ride? The person in the driver's seat whistled once. Don't worry, beautiful, I'm not a good person. Hua Nian Sheng. She got into the car, buckled her seatbelt, and muttered, Lam not lack. You're becoming less and less adorable now. The person in the driver's seat laughed heartily. See how cool I am? Hua Nian Sheng was amused by her. Yes, cool, very cool. Lam not lack was Hua Nian Sheng's deskmate in 12th grade, and they were close friends. Although she was from Du City, she took her university entrance exams in another province, only coming home during Tet holidays. Your family is really prosperous, Lam not lack said, placing her hand on the steering wheel. Not everyone can afford to live in this area. My dad also wanted to buy here before, but after asking the price, he never mentioned it again. Hua Nian Sheng looked up at the brand new BMW. You're not doing badly yourself. You have both a house and a car now. Lam not lack smiled shyly. Oh, it's nothing special. It's all from my family. The two young girls had plenty of places to wander. First, they went strolling at the shopping mall, eating and drinking all day, carrying several bags of items in their hands. They were not short on money, and regarding shopping, they also had a unified aesthetic taste. They bought whatever they liked. During Hua Nian Sheng's upbringing, her parents' economic conditions were not bad. Even after her parents passed away, she was raised by her uncle, who was 9 years her senior, and she was never instilled with the notion of needing to save money. After Hua Kamgon successfully started his business, it was even less necessary for her to save. She was not extravagantly wasteful, but neither was she one to let herself suffer hardship. Lam not lack told Hua Nian Sheng about things at school. She had no intention of taking the graduate entrance exam, nor the civil service exam. She only thought of going home to inherit the family business after graduation. She gently stroked Hua Nian Sheng's cheek. Darling, shall we find a mellow bar to sit at tonight? I have so much to confide. Confiding, then, is not a problem. But you still have to drive, don't you? Then just call a driver to drive for us and it will be fine. Hua Nian Sheng thought that was right. It had also been a long time since she had gone out on a date with anyone. These past few years, if one spoke quickly, they weren't quick. If one spoke slowly, they weren't slow. In a flash, everyone was about to graduate from university. Lini Luo and Hua Nian Sheng found a place and ordered 2 glasses of wine. Hua Nian Sheng bore deeply in mind her poor alcohol tolerance and even poorer drinking habits, not daring to order any strong liquors. But after drinking 2 sips, when the singer in the bar began to sing a few lyrical songs, she then knew why Lini Luo kept insisting on going out to drink. She had broken up The phrase graduation season of farewells had never been a joke. Linny Luo, after graduating, would return to Du City to settle down long-term. Her ex-boyfriend was a local from the city where she studied, and he also wanted to stay in the local area to start his career. Between the two of them, one person was bound to compromise. Linny Luo cried hysterically before. He said that after graduation he would travel with me, but now he says that after graduation he has to be busy working to earn money to buy a house. Hua Nian Sheng. Linny Luo said that she had never before talked about her family background with her ex-boyfriend, but the other party surely must have also noticed that her family situation was quite well off. Nearing graduation, the two of them only then began to talk about their future plans with each other. It was at that moment that they suddenly realized there were irreconcilable differences. If they couldn't agree, then there was no choice but to break up. One couldn't really say who the problem came from. Long-distance relationships, truly even dogs would find it hard to maintain, let alone a type of long-distance relationship destined to last forever. Hua Nian Sheng, as an advisor with a palm leaf fan who had almost zero romantic experience, at this moment could only pat the other person's hand and say, think about your family's assets, think about your monthly allowance, are you still sad? Linny Luo. With tears welling up in her eyes, she stared blankly, then a moment later, burst into tears again. In this rich, and I still can't keep a man. Hua Nian Sheng? She had to think of a way. Hua Nian Sheng called the marketing manager over and said, could you find two handsome gentlemen to come here and chat with my friend? We need someone with high EQ to make her happy, that's all. Thus, at the table appeared two handsome young men wearing white shirts, with clean appearances, a pleasant scent of perfume on them, and both with good voices. One a deep, warm voice, a youthful voice speaking gently and sweetly. Hua Nian Sheng had not opened 2 bottles of wine in vain. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the moment she turned her head, she seemed to feel that something was not quite right. She glanced back several times. There was no problem, but then she turned back and looked up to the second floor, seeing Song Maichuan and Gu Zhua, along with a few others, standing at the railing there, casting their eyes down at her. Hua Nian Sheng only knew Song Maichuan and Gu Zhua. She didn't know the others. But Gu Zhua was also very thoughtfully making a toasting gesture from afar, even smiling at her. Coming to a bar to have fun, and yet encountering ghosts. Du City is so enormous, east, west, south, north, in all 4 directions in 8 ways. Why did it have to make her run into them in this tiny little bar? A moment later, 2 more people appeared to sit at Hua Nian Sheng's small table. Linny Luo, having just drunk 2 more glasses, widened her not-so-sober eyes and tried to stare at the 2 men next to Hua Nian Sheng for a long while, finally whimpering in accusation, why are the male models you called more handsome than mine? Did you add more money? Hua Nian Sheng. If she had sinned, please let the law punish her. Rather than having her call handsome men to cheer up her best friend only to be caught by acquaintances like this. Rounding up, Song Maichuan and Gu Zhua could also be considered half an elder generation to her. Guzi. Yo chuckled, you 2 little girls are bored to death playing here. Do you want to come up to our private room? I'll tell the manager to call the most handsome young men here to come play with you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the person next to him snapped, shut your dog mouth. Pooh. Tong Mok Shuyan turned his head to look at Hua Nian Sheng. After the Lunar New Year, she hadn't changed much in appearance, but she was much more cheerful and lively than when she was at work. Look, she was even spending money to call male models. What's going on here? He asked her. Hua Nian Sheng was afraid of being tattled on. Although both her parents were no longer alive, her family still had her youngest uncle, who had strict family rules, and she was truly afraid her youngest uncle would cripple her. So she honestly replied, my friend is heartbroken, and just called someone else to talk with her. Is that not allowed? She even asked innocently, adding another question. Comrade Little Hua was only spending money to purchase emotional value, not doing anything improper. Tong Mok Shuyan. Opposite them, Lam Not Lack was still immersed in her emotions, sobbing loudly, I'm so sad. Male model number 1, sister, was your ex-boyfriend very handsome? Is he as handsome as I am? Lam Not Lack looked at him for a moment, paused, then shook her head. Male model number 2, did he treat you very well before? Never made you angry, never looked at other girls? Lam Not Lack. Mainly. She also didn't dare guarantee that she herself wouldn't look at other handsome men. Sister, your ex-boyfriend isn't as good as us, not worthy of you, let's not remember him anymore, okay? A string of words poured out, all technique, no emotion. But Lam Not Lack was more or less already swayed. At least she had stopped crying. Only Hua Nian Sheng felt more or less pressured by the gazes of the two men next to her. Ko Chuok stroked his chin with amusement. The money of girls who haven't yet stepped out of the school gates is still easier to earn. In their circle, handsome men who were truly committed to the game certainly earned money, but it wasn't without risks. However, if they encountered a foolishly wealthy girl like Hua Nian Sheng, it was truly hitting the jackpot. The worst case was earning a sum and then breaking up. The better case, who knows, they might even become a son-in-law to a prestigious family. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't stand having two men still conspicuously beside her, so she tactfully inquired, "Brother Ko, are you gentlemen here to hang out tonight?" Ko Chuok, sitting at the far end, with Tong Mok Shuyan between them, answered her more or less. "Originally we even had an appointment with your uncle, but that guy said he had to go to the gym with your aunt and didn't care to go with a bunch of bachelors like us." Hua Nian Sheng, "So leaving your friends waiting up there doesn't seem very good, does it?" She had tried her best to be extremely tactful. Tong Mok Shuyan and Ko Chuok were both shrewd characters who had been navigating the world of business and prestige. Since they were young, how could they not understand the hidden meaning in her words? The young girl was complaining that the two men, them, were disturbing the time of her and her female friends. Ko Chuok smiled. All right, we won't leave our friends hanging anymore, we'll go up now." In reality, most of those friends in the private room harbored intentions of making connections. Tong Mok Shuyan and Ko Chuok agreeing to come was already a great show of respect. Tong Mai Chuan stood up, then turned his head and said to Sun Yan Sheng, "When you're ready to go home, message me, I will take you back." Sun Yan Sheng? Chapter 35. Let's talk a little. She opened her mouth intending to say something, but Tong Mai Chuan then added another sentence, "You are a young woman. If you go home too late, your uncle will worry." Sun Yan Sheng suddenly realized that later she still had to negotiate properly with Tong Mai Chuan. They were both adults now. Surely he wouldn't play the game of tattling, right? So she fell silent, feigning obedience. Watching the two of them go upstairs, Sun Yan Sheng sighed in relief, then turned to look at Linny Luo opposite her, who was dead drunk, so drunk she even forgot the full name of her ex-boyfriend. She sighed. Little Su spent quite a bit of money tonight. Linny Luo, under the companionship of handsome men, temporarily stepped out of the essay. A dow of heartbreak. Sun Yan Sheng called a hired driver, watched her get into the car, and only then turned to look at Tong Mai Chuan standing at the bar's entrance. She still felt she had troubled him too much. As for going home, she could just take a taxi. But the relationship between Tong Mai Chuan and her uncle was too good. She was afraid of being tattled on. Tong Mai Chuan's driver was waiting by the road, having worked for Tong Mai Chuan for several months now. Sun Yan Sheng naturally recognized some of his cars. She obediently got into the car and fastened her seatbelt, watched Tong Mai Chuan get into the car behind her, and even very naturally asked a question, "Brother Gu isn't going home?" Tong Mai Chuan's expression did not change. "He is a man already 30. Does he still need you to worry about him?" Sun Yan Sheng wisely kept silent. Tong Mai Chuan didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly saying calling others brother sounds so smooth coming from your mouth. How come when it's my turn you can't utter it? Still bickering about the address. Sun Yan Sheng glanced at him, continuing to pretend to be honest. "It burns my mouth." Tong Mai Chuan. He suddenly remembered that tonight she seemed to have drunk a little wine. Even if she didn't drink much, with Sun Yan Sheng's alcohol tolerance, her language system being paralyzed was also a likely occurrence. Tong Mai Chuan said nothing more, but Sun Yan Sheng still remembered the main business. She turned her head to look at him, watching for a long time, until the other party noticed her gaze and also turned his head to look back at her. "What's wrong?" Sun Yan Sheng. "Uncle won't tattle to my youngest uncle, will he?" Tong Mai Chuan. Her eyes still carried a hint of probing. Clearly she really wanted to hear an affirmative answer from his mouth. Tong Mai Chuan gave an The little girl continued to hesitantly open her mouth. "Then what about Brother Gu? He doesn't look like someone who knows how to keep his mouth shut much." Tong Mai Chuan laughed. "Then you've seen correctly." Sun Yan Sheng fell silent. Then she took out her phone, searching for the name Guzhua. Tong Mok Shuyan asked, "What are you planning to do?" Hua Nian Sheng told the truth. "Remind Ko to keep his mouth shut." Tong Mok Shuyan reached out and took her phone, saying, "I've already told him he won't blabber." True or false? True. Hua Nian Sheng felt at ease. She took her phone back from Tong Mok Shuyan's hand, contentedly waiting to go home. Having been out all day, the special agent student was also tired. Upon reaching the gate, Hua Nian Sheng, laden with bags big and small, stepped into her house. Tong Mokshuyan did not follow her and he sat in the car, watching her figure slowly disappear from his sight before instructing the driver to leave. New Year's Eve was very lively. On his way back, Tong Mokshuyan even received a call inviting him to a second round of celebrations, but he declined. Such revelry was always available, it certainly didn't lack him alone. The next day, Hua Nian Sheng received a repentant message from Lam Not Lack after she had sobered up, stating that she had achieved enlightenment. Men were just men. If this one didn't work out, there were others. Two-legged men were everywhere on the streets. Hua Nian Sheng was quite satisfied. It was good that she had come to terms with it, proving that the money she spent last night wasn't wasted. Calling two handsome guys to keep company didn't cost much. The real expense was the alcohol. Lying stubbornly in bed for half a day, she finally decided to get up. Hua Nian Sheng hadn't even gone downstairs yet when she heard Chung Guindon crying echoing from below. She had become quite accustomed to this sound lately for such a tiny child. The only way to communicate with the outside world was to cry. Hua Qiangan and his wife were not people who only cared about their careers, but as first-time parents, they truly lacked the experience of the household helpers. Hua Nian Sheng looked at the baby, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and let out an "oh dear" sound. The nanny was diligently changing the baby's diaper. Hua Qiangan was already seated at the dining table, and was in the mood to greet. Hua Nian Sheng woke up so early today? Planning to go out too? Hua Nian Sheng sat down. I'm hungry, woke up to eat something. Hua Qiangan asked her, are you still going to work after the new year? Of course, why wouldn't I? Hua Nian Sheng didn't understand. Hua Qiangan, well, I see you have to work on your thesis, so I'm just asking if you're too busy, just quit. It's not like we won't give you an internship certificate. Hua Nian Sheng. It was now early March actually. She would only work for about another month before it was time to quit. She wasn't going to transition to a full-time position anyway. It's alright, it'll work for another month. During the Lunar New Year holiday, she had shopped quite a bit and eaten even more. Hua Nian Sheng realized her weight wasn't very well controlled. She looked at the number on the scale and, with a heavy heart, decided to move back to her rented apartment sooner. The home-cooked meals were too delicious. She found herself unable to control herself a little. Hua Qiangan heard her declare her intention to move out and burst into laughter. As he laughed, Chung Guindan in his crib also let out a humph sound, as if laughing along. Look, your cousin is laughing too, ha ha ha. Hua Nian Sheng. Hua Qiangan spoke without any reservation. Is there a lack of gym equipment at home? If you yourself are too lazy to exercise, who can you blame? As an uncle, he was just accustomed to making sarcastic remarks. In reality, even if Hua Nian Sheng moved out, she would still be in this city. It was perfectly normal for grown children not to live at home, and Hua Qiangan didn't mind at all. When Hua Nian Sheng left the house, laden with bags, having even cleared out all the snacks from the house, Hua Qiangan looked at her with eyes full of suspicion. You, in this state, dare to say you want to lose weight? Hua Nian Sheng's reasoning was unsound, yet her spirit remained robust in preparing in advance to prevent disaster. What if someday, from dieting, I'm on the verge of starving to death in my room? This pile is precisely my life-saving medicine. Hua Qiangan. Sometimes, he was truly very curious where her talent for such extravagant talk had ultimately come from. The apartment had been uninhabited for nearly 10 days. Upon entering, she immediately felt a stifling oppressiveness. Hua Nian Sheng opened the window to ventilate for a long while before the air in the room felt a little fresher. As soon as she arrived back, she began to give the house a preliminary clean. She had returned too hastily, not having arranged for a cleaning service, so she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. Once the house was tidied, she sprawled leisurely on the sofa and began to ponder what to eat that evening. To starve was certainly out of the question. The Tet holidays had seen her consume far too much meat and fish, so she believed she should now eat something light and refreshing, and thus decided to order a salad. Only a few days remained of the holiday. Han Chuan was not stringent with interns regarding holiday leave. The majority of permanent employees had already returned to work, but interns were still permitted a few more days off. These past few days at home were mainly for resting. And writing her thesis, her life could be considered quite leisurely. It was just that Hua Nian Sheng was a little unlucky. No sooner had she moved from home back to her rented room, than barely 2 days later upon waking, she felt a dizzying haze in her mind, and the heater was clearly on in the room, yet she still felt cold. With great difficulty, she managed to crawl out of bed to pour herself a cup of warm water to drink, then fumbled for the medicine box, found a fever-reducing pill to take as a temporary measure, after which she used the bathroom and then crawled back into bed to continue sleeping. This sleep, she truly slept so soundly that she knew neither heaven nor earth. Hua Nian and his wife also returned to work in succession to choose maternity leave, had not actually ended yet, but work could not wait too long. Competition in the corporate world was always fierce, and this awareness was especially vital for those in higher positions. Hua Nian vaguely recalled his niece had previously been clamoring at home for a certain handbag recently. He was just about to buy a spring-summer collection bag for his wife and thought to take the opportunity to buy one for her as well. He sent photos asking someone to pick it out, but after waiting half a day, there was still no reply to his messages, nor did she answer his calls. Director Hua found this strange. This niece used to reply instantly whenever she received a message, yet this time it was as if she had vanished. Without a trace, he had no idea where she had gone or what she was doing. Initially, he didn't think much of it. After all, she was an adult now and would know to seek shelter if it rained. It was not until Tong called to discuss a collaboration. Vien Hang and Han Chuan were originally recognized as sister companies in the industry. The two companies simultaneously cooperated and competed. After talking for a while, Hua Nian brought up a personal matter. By the way, did Nian Sheng contact you today? The other end was silent for a moment. Why would she contact me? That's true, you may be her boss, but what ordinary person on holiday would still keep in touch with their superior? Hua Nian understood the psychology of working professionals very well. Tong what's wrong? His tone sounded like a casual inquiry. All day today she hasn't replied to my messages, nor picked up my calls. I have no idea where she has gone, or what she is doing. Director Hua racked his brain but couldn't comprehend it. Tong do you need me to go over and check? Hua Nian, are you busy today? If not, please go and check for me. He spoke with consideration, always leaving an out for others. Tong chuckled lightly. Busy or not, I can spare these few minutes. All right, then please go and check on my behalf. I'll call her again later to see if she answers. Parents often worried easily when their children were out and about. Hua Nian, having been a parent for several years now, possessed certain habits he couldn't break. Moreover, he was precisely the type of person who had no qualms about troubling others, especially his fated rivals among friends. After hanging up the phone, Tong stared intently at his computer screen for a moment, just as Assistant Zhang entered, intending to hand him some documents. He simply stated, telling him to leave the documents on the desk. He had a small errand to run and would review them upon his return. Assistant Zhang, upon hearing this, didn't quite understand what was happening, but he knew that if his boss had an unknown agenda, it was not an affair he should concern himself with. Hua Nian Sheng's residence was very close to the company, so Tong arrived at her doorstep in no time. He stood knocking on the door for a long while, but no one came to open it. There seemed to be no one inside the house. Hua Nian Sheng was a young woman living alone, so her belongings would naturally not be left at the door. Tong stood at the entrance and called her phone. Surprisingly, the ringing of a phone echoed from within the house. Ordinarily speaking, no one in this day and age left home without their phone. Hua Nian Sheng must certainly be inside. Tong knocked on the door 2 more times, yet still there was no sound or movement. In this situation, the person inside was either sleeping as soundly as the dead, or had fallen unconscious. If it were the latter possibility, that would be truly dire. Tong wondered if he should feel fortunate at this moment, recalling the day he had brought the drunken young woman home, when she had used her fingerprint to unlock the door, her mouth simultaneously mumbling her password. Otherwise, Tong wouldn't have known had been nagged by her into memorizing that sequence of numbers. He hesitated for a moment, yet still he pressed the password. The door opened, revealing a complete silence within. Having been here before, Tong was familiar with the layout and knew which room was Hua Nian Sheng's. The bedroom door was ajar, and he could see someone lying on the bed. He stepped closer, Noticing half a head peeking out from beneath the blanket even with someone entering the house, she showed no reaction. He reached out and touched the forehead of the person on the bed. It was blazing hot. Next, Tong Mokshuyan very calmly took out his phone to contact someone else. Hua Nian Sheng woke up in a dazed state. The moment she woke up she heard voices of people talking near her ear, but she also didn't realize where she was. Within her vision, figures of strangers faintly appeared. She heard Tong Mokshuyan holding his phone talking. High fever, she's on an 4 drip now. Come over and check on her a bit later. Tong Mokshuyan put down his phone, meeting the gaze of the person lying on the bed. Are you awake? Hua Nian Sheng finally saw a familiar face, but her language sis. Tem was still not completely alert. Am I dreaming? Tong Mokshuyan was amused by her. He said, you have a fever. Hua Nian Sheng looked at her hand beside the bed and 4 drip bag was still hanging. But looking around, it was still her own room. Why does the hospital look exactly like my place? When she spoke, she still had a nasal voice, sounding a little adorable. The doctor beside them instructed Tong Mokshuyan about the things to pay attention to. When Hua Nian Sheng woke up again, the 4 bag was almost empty, and her fever had also subsided. Seeing the doctor and Tong Mokshuyan in her house, she finally slowly realized, how did you get in here? Her reflexes were so long they could have already wrapped around the earth half a circle. Tong Mokshuyan gazed intently at her. Do you know fear now? Hua Nian Sheng was not brainless either. She naturally realized what the current situation was. Roughly, while she was half dead from fever, Tong Mokshuyan had come and called a private doctor for her. Last time when you were drunk, you kept reciting the house password repeatedly, Tong Mokshuyan said. When you're well again, remember to change the password. Hua Nian Sheng. Why bring up something that made her spirits collapse while her body was so weak like this? The doctor had left, Tong Mokshuyan was still there, and a little later her uncle also arrived. Hua Kiamgon stood beside the bed with a bewildered look, gazing at her. This morning you felt unwell. Why didn't you call your uncle or aunt? Did you only know how to sleep? Hua Nian Sheng. I already took medicine. This morning she knew she was feeling a little unwell. She got up to find fever-reducing medicine to take, but it seemed to have no effect. Hua Jinyan also did not say much. He had already bought dinner when he arrived. That's right, it was already dark. Hua Nian Sheng alone ate white porridge and pickled cucumbers, listening to Hua Jinyan and Tong Mokshuyan discuss what they would eat later. The more she listened, the more she felt sorry for herself. Hua Jinyan said, no need to bother craving. Now what you can eat and what you can't, don't you even know yourself, my dear? Hua Nian Sheng stood at the door seeing off her uncle and Tong Mokshuyan. The two of them had already made plans to go out for dinner, leaving her alone at home to look at her phone messages. There were several missed calls on her phone, 2 of which were from Tong Mokshuyan. It was only from her uncle's mouth that Hua Nian Sheng truly understood the reason for Tong Mokshuyan's appearance today. Sometimes she really didn't know just how good the relationship between him and her uncle truly was. Tong Mokshuyan a good person. That night she dared not bathe, but her body was drenched in sweat, making Hua Nian Sheng very uncomfortable. She could only wipe herself down hastily, planning to deal with it tomorrow. Her phone signaled a voice message from Tong Mokshuyan. As soon as she pressed open, a deep, low voice emanated, reminding her to take her medicine. After Hua Nian Sheng listened, her first reaction was to toss the phone aside. This man named Tong Mokshuyan could charm others with just his voice. A few minutes later, she picked up her phone again and obediently drafted a short thank you message to her boss. Tong Mokshuyan replied with a single sentence, no need to be so polite. It would be strange if she weren't polite. As she lay in bed, a few memories suddenly flooded back. During the day when Tong Mokshuyan entered, it wasn't that she was completely unaware. Now, she vaguely remembered someone placing a hand on her forehead. It was just that at that time, her head felt heavy, and her eyes couldn't open, but when that person leaned closer, she still felt a familiar breath upon her. Hua Nian Sheng tossed over in bed, belatedly beginning to reassess her sense of caution regarding danger. A man had already entered her house like that, yet she still had no reaction. She didn't know if it was due to being muddle-headed from fever, or if there was some other issue. Before falling asleep, she still told herself that tomorrow she absolutely had to change her door password. But when she woke up the next day, her health bar was fully charged. and only one thought remained in her brain: she needed to find something to fill her stomach. She hadn't even had time to think about what to eat when her uncle called. "Don't eat anything greasy today. I've sent someone to bring you F. But just in case you eat indiscriminately." Don't understand her so well. The collapse of an adult happened in an instant. Hua Nian Sheng let out a yell protesting, "I'm already an adult, uncle. Stop managing what I eat." In return, she heard her uncle's scornful laughter. "Even if you become an 80-year-old lady, I'll still be your uncle." Hua Nian Sheng blurted out an incredibly disrespectful remark at that time. "Who knows if you'll still be in bed or already buried deep in the ground." Hua Jinyan. As someone currently living off others, she knew when to stop. Swiftly, she hung up the phone before her uncle had a chance to scold her. Escape successful. Fortunately, though today's food looked bland, it tasted quite good. Hua Nian Sheng spent another day in a daze, welcoming the post-TET workdays. At this time, students hadn't even returned to school yet, but working people already had to go back to the grind. How miserable. On the first day back to work, she had just stepped through the company door when she unexpectedly bumped into her boss, which made her even more miserable. Tong Mokshuyan was holding his phone, looking at something, when he glanced over and caught the gaze of a certain girl who was diligently trying to minimize her presence. This entire building belonged to Han Shuyan, and normally he never used the staff elevator. So, at this moment he spoke up. "Hua Nian Sheng, come over here." Hua Nian Sheng. She had originally thought that as long as she reached the elevator, she would be safe. Who knew she would still be called by name directly? Her first reaction was to be stunned. Then she reluctantly walked over. She still remembered what her current position was. Although Tong Mokshuyan had several secretaries and assistants, she was still his secretary. Hua Nian Sheng forced a superficial smile. "Director Tong, good morning." "Hello." Tong Mokshuyan's gaze fell upon the iced Americano cup in her hand. Just recovered and already drinking cold things? Outside, it was still bone-chillingly cold at this moment. Cold drinks in this season truly didn't sell as well as in summer, but that didn't mean they couldn't be sold. Hua Nian Sheng felt a pang of guilt for a second, then remembered that the person in front of her wasn't her uncle, but merely her boss. Her back covertly straightened, and she offered a respectful smile to her boss, but that didn't stop her from regarding the iced Americano in her hand as a life-saving elixir. Her biological clock had been upside down for about half a month, and was very difficult to readjust. If she didn't drink something, she really couldn't manage to work. Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan took the elevator up, one after the other stepping out. In the new year, facing familiar faces, Hua Nian Sheng's greetings were considered enthusiastic. Assistant Zhang, during the Lunar New Year holiday, seemed to have won over his crush, successfully escaping the single life, smiling radiantly. After exiting the elevator, the two parted ways in different directions, yet it still couldn't stop Tong Mokchuan from turning his head to look at the petite girl enthusiastically greeting all her colleagues in the office. Except him. This boss title was making him feel less and less existent. On his first day back at work, he suddenly felt like temporarily leaving this world for a bit. Hua Nian Sheng truly hadn't expected to be so swamped with work right after returning. At noon, she invited the group of interns to have lunch together. Lai 2Q asked her in an incredibly disbelieving tone, "It was just one Lunar New Year holiday, yet why do you look like you've been thoroughly nourished?" Hua Nian Sheng touched her face. "Is that so? Did I feast too well during the New Year?" The food at home during the New Year days was truly delicious. Lai Notni nodded, a straight man's perspective speaking more candidly. He said, "You're prettier now." Among the interns there were only two girls, both with not bad looks, but compared to Lai 2Q, who grew up in a normal middle-class family, Hua Nian Sheng was more likely to attract others' attention, because they had seen her get into a Rolls-Royce. Knowing her family background was absolutely not simple. To be honest, among the interns, there were indeed some who wanted to pursue Hua Nian Sheng after all, who wouldn't want to save themselves a few years of struggle. Hua Nian Sheng was also intelligent. Her method of refusal was very discreet. For example, today she carried a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan, tomorrow she would switch to one costing over 100,000, and if that wasn't enough, she would continue to carry an even more expensive one. Anyone with intentions would go and check the price level of the items she used. Those who understood would automatically retreat, those who didn't would be dealt with later. True social status was the hardest thing to overcome. Some people might strive their whole lives and still not be able to squeeze into a certain circle. Like Hua Nian Sheng's uncle, he truly stumbled into good luck first. He latched onto his roommate, then he married a rich wife, and combined with his own genuine talent, he was truly heaven's favorite. If one wanted to climb up by leveraging others, one must first possess capability themselves. The interns mentioned that in another month, there would be opportunities for official conversion, with only 3 spots available. Hua Nian clasped his hands. Friends, when that time comes, whoever has the ability should use it. Don't be heartbroken or sad if you're eliminated with internship experience at Hanchuan. Are you still afraid of not finding a job? No sooner had he finished speaking than he was scolded. You talk as if you've already secured an official spot. Do you want a beating? Hua Nian laughed heartily. That's called embracing false hope, you see. Sometimes, seeing others so excessively confident, one's raised fist couldn't even strike. Hua Nian Sheng remained outside this topic. She didn't care if the number of official conversion spots increased, or what the evaluation criteria were. She quietly asked a question that made people choke. How's everyone's thesis progress? Hua Nian Sheng asked this question purely to check everyone's progress for her own peace of mind, but after she asked, everyone fell silent. It seemed they were all equally matched. Comrade Little Hua was now at ease. Has everyone not started yet? Someone asked again. Lie 2Q. I just sent my outline report to the professor last night. I wonder if he's opened it yet. Hua Nian Sheng, my topic report is already 1,000 words long. After hearing that, if everyone wasn't intentionally playing dumb, then they truly were equally matched. Everyone knew the score in their hearts. Generally speaking, the school wouldn't make things difficult regarding graduation theses, as long as they weren't too terrible. After lunch, Hua Nian Sheng returned to her seat, closing her eyes to rest, but with her eyes closed, she felt her mind in turmoil, thinking of many things, yet not the most crucial one. Sometimes she thought of her thesis, sometimes graduation photos, sometimes work, and occasionally an image of Tong Mokchuan even flashed into her mind. Who among salarymen isn't a little mad? Hua Nian Sheng was not surprised by thinking of Tong Mokchuan, even if she could avoid it. Since starting work at Hanchuan, their interactions had become increasingly frequent. At first, her awkwardness was due to feeling that people truly lacked the courage to face a past they wished to forget. Now, her awkwardness was because she felt human nature couldn't withstand the slightest provocation. She was someone who couldn't resist temptation. Especially after meeting again after several years, Tong Mokchuan had become even more charming than before. A person absolutely cannot fall into the same pit twice. She was no longer the 18-year-old Hua Nian Sheng of years past, who acted impulsively based on emotion now. Though still somewhat impulsive, she knew the immense distance between her and him. That time she was drunk, she truly had acted beyond the limits with Tong Mokchuan, which was why she felt guilty. Tong Mokchuan hadn't mentioned it, proving he had let it pass. But her moral cultivation wasn't high enough to forget it. Oh well, in another month she would be quitting. By then, meeting Tong Mokchuan a few times a year during holidays would be rare, and she wouldn't need to dwell on it. Having thought this through, Hua Nian Sheng tapped on a digital wooden fish on her phone for a few minutes, put on her headphones, not disturbing others, and felt her mood become a little calmer. The first day back at work ended with an hour of overtime. Hua Nian Sheng, darn it. The moment she stepped out of the company building, she almost seemed to see her ancestors waving to her. Before finishing work, she had ordered a takeout meal, and now she leisurely carried the food back to her residence. An ordinary, uninteresting day thus passed by. The next few days were roughly the same. It's just that among the group of interns, every day someone was grinding away until 8 or 9 o'clock, still not off work. In order to compete for a permanent position, each of them was working desperately, especially Lai 2Q. She was actually considered a candidate with rather good comprehensive conditions, highly disciplined and actively working, truly in existence as if buffed with additional strength. Compared to her, Hua Nian Sheng, except for the first 2 days of work where she had overtime, after that began to go to work and leave work on time. She was very carefree, filled with an air of nonchalance that seemed to say, I've had enough of this damn job. It wasn't until a few days later that Secretary Vong suddenly sought her out. My dear little sister, I need a favor from you. Perhaps Secretary Vong's expression looked overly flattering. Hua Nian Sheng was a little apprehensive. Sis, just say it outright. You being like this scares me a little. Tonight General Tong has a social gathering, can you go in my place? Secretary Vong clasped her hands together. Today is my birthday. I've already arranged to go out to eat with friends. It's one's birthday and one still has to work overtime. Just hearing it was enough to make men weep and women wail. Hua Nian Sheng realized she was experiencing the human complexity of the office world. To be fair, Secretary Vong usually treated her quite well, even sharing snacks with her. But this matter of doing a colleague's work for them, if there's a first time, a second will easily follow. Please do it, my dear little sister, Secretary Vong said pitifully. Afternoon tea today, you'll treat. Okay? Hua Nian Sheng recalled the entire secretary's office. It seemed indeed that only an intern like her was the most free. Before that, she was also quite busy, but recently Secretary Le's maternity leave had ended, and she had time to work from home, so Hua Nian Sheng's workload had decreased quite a bit. Finally, unable to bear Secretary Vong's incessant my dear little sister calls, Hua Nian Sheng still agreed. Secretary Vong was truly a good person. She treated her to an afternoon tea that was not at all half-hearted. In the early evening, as Tong Mokshuyan was about to leave, seeing Hua Nian Sheng silently following behind, he was a little surprised. Did Secretary Vong ask you to go in her place? It was obvious that he also knew about Secretary Vong refusing to work overtime tonight. He wouldn't inquire into such minor internal work handover matters thoroughly. Hua Nian Sheng honestly nodded. Speaking of these few months of internship, the things she learned were truly not few. One only realizes upon entering the workplace that communication in school and in society are more or less different. Speaking of Hua Nian Sheng's few months of interns, it could be summarized as an intensive EQ enhancement course. Tong Mokshuyan had no objections, letting the little girl follow behind. Tonight Assistant Zhang was also not present. There were only Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokshuyan. For the past few months it had always been Tong Mokshuyan leading her to business parties, so she had also gradually gotten used to it. She could even stand beside her boss and chat happily with clients. Tong Mokshuyan listened to the little girl eloquently explain the project and chat with clients, and for some reason, an indescribable sense of achievement arose within him. It felt like he was raising a daughter at home, even though she wasn't his own child. Hua Nian Sheng felt that although her alcohol tolerance was poor, it wasn't so bad that she couldn't drink even a single sip. The client on the other side had already invited her, so she intended to drink a symbolic sip. As a result, just as she raised her glass, another hand firmly held her back, and then the wine glass in her hand was snatched away by someone else. Tong Mokshuyan said to the other party, General Tran, "I'll toast you with this glass." Hua Nian Sheng, having lost her wine glass, in an instant felt as if she had been relegated to the children's table. When the party ended, the two of them stepped out of the private room, Hua Nian Sheng walking half a step behind her boss. After returning from Tet, she had once again turned into a withdrawn child. After starting Orc, Hua Nian Sheng dressed quite fashionably. Her fashion sense was often praised by the older sisters in the office. Today she wore a classic black and white outfit, a black and white checkered waistcoat, underneath a form-fitting black thermal top, below a long black skirt, and a white outer coat. Unfortunately, her boss also wore black and white today. A black jacket, black pants, and a white sweater underneath. Although it was just the simplest combination, when worn by Tong Mokshuyan, it had a high-end feel. At first glance, the two of them walking together looked quite a handsome pair. Now the evening temperature in Du City was still low, cold wind whistled, and pedestrians outside were all tightly wrapped in their coats, quickening their steps. As soon as Hua Nian Sheng stepped outside, she felt the change in temperature. She involuntarily shivered once, thinking to herself that she had to go home early to rest. As a result, she walked with her head down, not looking at the path ahead, and carelessly crashed into the person in front of her. She raised her head, meeting her boss' gaze. Tong Mokshuyan said, "Let's talk a bit, shall we?" Chapter 36. How about coming to my place to stay? When Tong Mokshuyan uttered that sentence, Hua Nian Sheng still hadn't had time to react. In her head, she actually only had one thought: what did she and he have to talk about? But when facing his gaze, she vaguely guessed a few parts. It was certainly the topics that they had always avoided. Dead all this time. Tong Mokshuyan was inherently a very thoughtful person. He did not let Hua Nian Sheng stand in the cold wind to talk about those awkward matters with him, but led her to sit in a quiet bar nearby, then ordered each person a cocktail. Hua Nian Sheng's glass had a very low alcohol content. The music in the bar was very mellow. If she hadn't already guessed what Tong Mokshuyan wanted to talk about with her, Hua Nian Sheng would perhaps have generated the illusion that they were dating. Tong Mokshuyan took off his coat and placed it aside. At this moment he didn't look like a 28-year-old man at all. If one said he was a university student, many people would probably believe it. Perhaps this was the dad-type boyfriend with a youthful feel in the mouths of netizens? Hua Nian Sheng felt like a student being punished, so she quietly sipped a mouthful of alcohol to gather courage. After a long while, Tong Mokshuyan spoke Sansen. This way of calling, as if in an instant, brought Hua Nian Sheng back to her 12th grade year. Her uncle called her by both her first and last name every day. However, a rich young master who only occasionally dropped by to stay, like Tong Mokshuyan, called her San, with a tone even more intimate than her youngest uncle. Actually, in the past half year, it wasn't that Tong Mokshuyan had never called her that, it was just that every time Hua Nian Sheng chose to ignore it. Hua Nian Sheng did not avoid Tong Mokshuyan's gaze. Now there as nothing to be ashamed of. She was even thinking whether he would lecture her later like more than 3 years ago. She still clearly remembered Tong Mokshuyan's expression and words of refusal back then. First he was surprised, then very quickly calmed down, as if he had experienced many such scenes before, to the point where even refusing had become skillful. Tong Mokshuyan said at that time, San, I'm sorry that I only now know your feelings, but I believe that a beautiful girl like you, about to enter university, should enjoy her university life first. Please choose an excellent young man to be by your side. I am almost 7 years older than you. Being with me would be very unfair to you. Every single one of these words sounded like they were for Hua Nian Sheng's good. But little Hua, who was then blinded by hormones, felt that she was the bravest person in the world. The only thing that could stop her was one matter. Brother Tong, will you like me? Perhaps this was what people often say when one likes someone, they will unconsciously put themselves in a lower position, becoming self-conscious. Hua Nian Sheng added the word will into the question. She didn't even dare to hope Tong Mokshuyan would like her at that moment, because the distance inherently existed. Before, she didn't see it clearly, but that didn't mean she didn't see it. Tong Mokshuyan's answer was sorry, you are not within my scope of consideration. He refused very decisively but was still worried about her mental state. Hua Nian Sheng cried at that time, but she also did not whine and cling. Her self-esteem did not allow her to do such a thing. After that came the estrangement of both of them. Tong Mokshuyan no longer came to stay at Hua Kamgon's house. Hua Nian Sheng blocked contact with him, and also very rarely asked about him in front of Hua Kamgon. At that time, Hua Kamgon was so carefree that he didn't notice anything about this matter. Anyway, at that time Hua Nian Sheng was also about to go to university. Her uncle, like him at the start of the semester, even wanted to invite Tong Mokshuyan to take Hua Nian Sheng to enroll together. The result was that the person who previously cared so much for his niece said he had no time. Not only did he have no time, he even flew straight to another city to be busy for a long time before returning. Hua Kamgon mumbled a few sentences but didn't say anything either. After all, Tong Mokshuyan was always a busy person. To be able to make him spare a little time to do something was truly very rare. The recollection stopped here. Hua Nian Sheng looked emotionlessly towards Tong Mokshuyan opposite her. He always seemed to place himself in the position of an elder, or at least as an older person. He would impart his experience in dealing with people to Hua Nian Sheng, treating her well without any ulterior motive. Hua Nian Sheng was not an ungrateful person. Was she still unfamiliar with Tong Mokshuyan treating her well? Tong Mokshuyan did not drink alcohol, but paused for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. What happened in the car earlier? You were just drunk, you don't need to carry any burden. He didn't mention the incident from 3 years ago, and Hua Nian Sheng even felt a sense of relief. But just thinking about what he said about the car incident, she felt terribly ashamed. Sorry. Hua Nian Sheng apologized. She had indeed offended him. After a few sips, she became bold and daring, even daring to make her boss call her master. Anyone would want to lose their memory, right? Tong Mokshuyan saw the little girl looking sullen and paused. I don't blame you. It was precisely because she knew he didn't blame her that she felt guilty. Tong Mokshuyan continued, there's no need to worry about what's past. People all need to look forward. Everyone will change. You've grown up, your aesthetic taste and preferences will also change accordingly. Let's completely wipe the slate clean for what happened before, okay? Hua Nian Sheng had to admit that Tong Mokshuyan was a very eloquent person. He easily recognized Hua Nian Sheng's long-standing point of contention, and his words were even like an arrow hitting two targets. On the surface, it seemed he was talking to her about the drunk incident last time, but in reality, he was also talking about the incident from over 3 years ago. He stood from the perspective of an older person, and also from the perspective of an insider, telling her that there was no need to dwell too much on past matters, while also believing that over the past few years, she had clearly understood what she truly wanted. Honestly speaking, Hua Nian Sheng felt defeated. The truth proved that she had grown 3 years older, but in reality, even her current self still had a distance compared to Tong Mokshuyan of 3 years ago. She nodded yes, her gaze still limpid. Of course, she would no longer ponder whether Tong Mokchuan liked her or not. The answer was already too clear. The inherent disparity would keep people from being drawn to each other. Tong Mokchuan looked at the little girl, head bowed, obediently listening to him speak as if being punished, and for a moment even had the illusion that he was a homeroom teacher catching students in a premature romance. But in reality at this moment, they were speaking as a grown man and woman. Tong Mokchuan spoke again, so what should you call me now? It was not work hours, nor was it a time to hesitate with shyness anymore. Hua Nian Sheng's gaze clouded for a moment. Uncle Tong? Tong Mokchuan was amused by her. What a long memory. Hua Nian Sheng looked at Tong Mokchuan's expression, and after a moment, changed her form of address Tong Mokchuan. Now that they were on equal footing, she wondered if he would still have anything to say. Those 2 words, Brother Tong, never again would she utter them in this lifetime. You call Guzhua and his group brother and sister with such enthusiasm? Tong Mokchuan sighed in a placid voice. Hua Nian Sheng found the cocktail Tong Mokchuan had ordered quite delicious. She sipped it as she retorted, how can that be the same? Guzhua and his group were her maternal uncle's friends. Calling them auntie or uncle would make them sound too old. Her 22nd birthday was also approaching. She was no longer a girl in her teens, so naturally, she called them brother and sister. Why is it not the same? Tong Mokchuan asked again. Perhaps men were also sensitive about age. Hua Nian Sheng thought so, and she understood now. So Tong Xie? She raised her voice tentatively. The 2 words Tong Xie had barely left her lips when Tong Mokchuan suddenly recalled the scene of those frivolous men calling out Tong Xie at the slightest provocation. All right then, just call me by my name. Having come to this point, Hua Nian Sheng understood clearly it was time for her to bid farewell to those youthful sentiments. People could not dwell forever in the past. Given the relationship of mutual benefit between her maternal uncle and Tong Mokchuan, they would still be in contact for at least many years to come. To keep dwelling on it served no purpose for herself. She was still very young and would meet new people later. Tong Mokchuan was the same. One could not forever be lost in the past. This was a truth Hua Nian Sheng understood very clearly. But there were truths that people clearly understood, yet emotionally one couldn't always be completely rational. What Tong Mokchuan did tonight could be considered his time wasted to enlighten her. He truly was a good person. In her heart, Hua Nian Sheng generously bestowed a good person card upon her boss without a hint of stinginess. Tong Mokchuan knew the little girl's ears had heard his words and they had sunk in. He leaned back, then suggested to Hua Nian Sheng, so, shall we listen to music for a little while longer and then go home? Hua Nian Sheng looked at his face, then nodded yes once. Being by Tong Mokchuan's side still made one feel relaxed. He was a thoughtful gentleman. She relaxed her mind, looking towards the band on stage. Their lead singer was crooning a foreign song that she didn't understand, unsure of what country's language it was, a bit like Italian, or perhaps just some local dialect. The drink in front of her gradually emptied, but she felt no drunkenness. Evidently, Hua Nian Sheng's drink had a very low alcohol content. Another song ended and Tong Mokchuan asked her, Sheng, shall I take you home? She still had to go to work tomorrow. Indeed, it was time to go home. Hua Nian Sheng rose a little hastily, her steps faltering slightly. Tong Mokchuan gently caught her, then chuckled softly. With an alcohol tolerance like yours, don't drink alcohol anymore in the future. Hua Nian Sheng stood steadily again. realizing she had just been teased. She looked up, her limpid eyes protesting, "I am not drunk." Tong Mok Chuan was not overly concerned whether she was true. Drunk or not anyway. He was here to ensure she got home safely. Escorting Hua Nian Sheng to the entrance of the apartment complex, she insisted on going up herself, so Tong Mok Chuan did not get out of the car. He confirmed she walked normally, not swaying, then felt at ease, telling the driver to drive home. His residence was spotlessly clean. Every item arranged with extreme tidiness. The housekeeper would come to clean periodically, making it impeccably neat. Tong Mok Chuan was accustomed to this. He was not one to readily dedicate time to trivial household chores. Time should be spent on more highly efficient tasks. This evening, after work, he even dedicated time to offering guidance and comfort to the young woman, which in his eyes was a matter more important than cleaning the house. How to put it? The acquaintance between the young master of the Tong family and Hua Nian Sheng was indeed thanks to her uncle. As for why the relationship between Tong Mok Chuan and Hua Kiamgon was so good, perhaps one had to trace back to their university days. Tong Mok Chuan came from a good background, and his conduct with others was impeccable. In his 4-person dormitory room during university, Hua Kiamgon was considered a typical extrovert in social interactions. His relationship with everyone was good, including Tong Mok Chuan. Their friendship truly deepened in their second year of university, when they arranged to hike a mountain in the evening. Tong Mok Chuan had climbed halfway when he suffered acute appendicitis. At that time, both cable cars and buses had ceased operation, so Hua Kiamgon carried him down the mountain. By the time the ambulance arrived, both were exhausted. One went into surgery, one went to receive glucose. Friendship between people sometimes needs just such an instance, summarized by 2 words: destined bond. Hua Kiamgon later even joked that at that time he truly possessed the strength of an ox. Tong Mok Chuan sat on the sofa in a daze for a while, then went into the bathroom to wash his face, set the alarm on his phone and lay down. But rarely did he dream a dream. In the dream appeared a familiar long blue dress, long black hair, a hazy figure swaying, the dress slipping down to reveal a patch of pristine white skin. Dreams of this type usually did not clearly show the person's face. Tong Mok Chuan realized he was dreaming, which also meant he was about to wake up, but at that moment the face of the person in the dream suddenly became clear. The moment he saw it clearly, he snapped his eyes open, saw the ceiling and sat bolt upright. In the early morning, CEO Tong rarely let slip an expletive. It must be said that after that conversation with Tong Mok Chuan, Hua Nian Sheng's emotions had completely stabilized, and the feeling of wanting to crush the whole world had also disappeared. Although the tasks to be done had not decreased at all, her tranquil state of mind made her inner world surpass 90 of her peers. Thanks to her intern status, her minor mistakes at work were also given leniency by her seniors. Hua Nian Sheng was quite satisfied with life these past few days. Her daily routine was regular, her appetite was better, and even her hair fall had reduced a little. It was just that once she had adjusted her mood after that conversation, the number of times she met her boss was significantly less. Tong Mok Chuan had gone on a business trip, and it was an overseas business trip, taking along assistant Zhang. Hua Nian Sheng was not surprised. Tong Mok Chuan, in her impression, was indeed very busy. One could become a boss not without reason. She didn't notice anything unusual at all. Along with April approaching, the company began recruiting a new batch of interns, so the interns from the same batch as Hua Nian Sheng naturally felt pressure. From their perspective, looking at other colleagues, everyone had their own unique advantages. Especially Hua Nian Sheng, whose family background seemed quite well off. Moreover, everyone guessed she had a reliable connection within the company, having always been by the boss side for the past few months. Regarding becoming a permanent employee, even if she took one spot, it seemed not too surprising. In contrast, Hua Nian Sheng felt nothing. She had less pressure about becoming a permanent employee than her peers, but she had also never said that she actually intended to pursue postgraduate studies. There was no special reason, it was just that they weren't close enough to say everything. For example, when others subtly probed about Hua Nian Sheng's family circumstances, she also did not respond. It was just that this business trip of Tong Mok Chuan was a bit long. After he returned, usually only assistant Zhang appeared. Hua Nian Sheng sometimes, if she had work, could only seek instructions from Tong Mok Chuan via WeChat. For urgent matters she would call him. One Friday morning, Hua Nian Sheng was cross-referencing a project with the manager of another department. She naturally could not make any decisions, but as an intermediary messenger, she had the duty to convey information from all parties promptly. That day, Tong Mokchuan did not appear in the office, and the message Hua Nian Sheng sent him also received no reply. The manager of the other department urgently prompted her, so she had no choice but to call him to ask for instructions. She made the first WeChat call. No one picked up. Hua Nian Sheng hesitated briefly, then called Tong Mokchuan's direct number. The phone rang for a long time before someone answered. Hello? Hua Nian Sheng was stunned. It was not difficult to hear that he had just woken up, his deep husky voice seeming to echo right in her ear. She unconsciously lowered her voice. CEO Tong. What's wrong? Hua Nian Sheng whispered to him about the project. After Tong Mokchuan finished listening, he was silent for a long time. For a moment, Hua Nian Sheng even wondered if he had heard her words clearly, or if he had fully woken up yet. But since he said nothing, she also had no choice but to remain silent. After a long while, she spoke in a probing voice. CEO Tong? From the other side came the sound of very light breathing. Hua Nian Sheng unconsciously moved the phone slightly away from her ear. Tell Manager Ta. I will reply to him in 20 minutes. Hua Nian Sheng was momentarily startled, then hurriedly said yes, I will convey the message immediately. Hanging up the phone, she even unconsciously rubbed her ear. Objectively speaking, Hua Nian Sheng still had to admit, this voice of Tong Mokchuan was truly utterly captivating to those who were fond of voices. It seemed that afterwards, Tong Mokchuan directly communicated with Manager Ta. He did not look for Hua Nian Sheng, and Manager Ta also did not look for Hua Nian Sheng. It was clear that they had finished their discussion. Interns by nature dealt with various miscellaneous tasks. Hua Nian Sheng most of the time mainly learned and ran errands. Now there was only about half a month left until her departure. Thus Hua Nian Sheng also began to slack off. Her work, the busiest items, had been taken over by Secretary Liu working from home. Normally, running errands for the boss for some reason no longer fell to her. So Hua Nian Sheng became an idle person. Even after work, she could leave on time. On the evening of the third Thursday of March, Hua Nian Sheng, because she was lazy and stayed a bit longer at the company, went home a little late. Actually, when she returned, it wasn't too late. The streetlights were already on. Stepping out of the elevator, Hua Nian Sheng still didn't feel anything unusual. It wasn't until she was humming a tune while standing in front of her door, about to use her fingerprint to unlock it, that her eyes scanned across. She saw a black symbol drawn by someone beneath her door. That symbol didn't look like a child's casual scribble. She stepped back. Under the hallway light, she looked at the lock on her door again. There was nothing unusual, but deep in her heart, she still had an ominous premonition, or rather, a sixth sense and an intuitive grasp of peril. Hua Nian Sheng did not dare to open that door. So she resolutely turned around and went back the way she came. When she entered the elevator, she called the building manager, asking him to send security up to check. She quickly went down to the first floor, intending to call her uncle. After all, she was only 21 years old. For any problem, she still had to seek out a guardian. As she was about to make the call, her phone vibrated. The caller was her boss. Although it was already past working hours, Hua Nian Sheng still reflexively answered the call. CEO Tong. Are the documents I asked you to arrange 2 days ago finished yet? There's still a little bit more. Tonight, can you complete it and send it to me? Hua Nian Sheng was engrossed in thought, unconsciously nodding and murmuring her assent. She did not notice her tone was different from usual, but the person on the other end of the line did. What's wrong? Duh? Hua Nian Sheng was momentarily stunned. Tong Mokchuan said your voice doesn't sound quite right. Did something happen? Hua Nian Sheng was silent for a few seconds. She didn't know if she should tell Tong Mokchuan about this matter or not. After all, there should still be some boundaries between people. Sheng Sheng? Tong Mokchuan's voice rang out again. Hua Nian Sheng hesitated for a moment, finally still saying it's nothing really. It's just that when I got home I saw a strange symbol on the door. I didn't dare to enter, and am waiting for the security guard to come up with me to see what it is. She spoke without much confidence, still afraid she was worrying for nothing. At this moment the security guards arrived. There were two of them. Hua Nian Sheng stood up and waved to them. Tong Mokchuan said on the phone, "Let me come over and take a look." "No need really." Hua Nian Sheng almost refused instinctively. "There's nothing going on." As a result, Tong Mokchuan said, "Your younger cousin went on a business trip today. I'll come over and help you take a look. If there's nothing wrong, then all the better." Hua Nian Sheng was still about to say something, but Tong Mokchuan had already hung up. She did not wait for Tong Mokchuan, but she herself led two security guards upstairs. The moment the door opened, Hua Nian Sheng was still a little nervous. The two security guards comforted her, proactively standing to shield her. The door was pushed open. Hua Nian Sheng stood hiding behind the two security guards, tiptoeing to look inside. And with just one glance she saw something was wrong. Her apartment, which was originally quite tidy, was now a messy chaos, belongings strewn everywhere. One security guard went in to check first, inspecting left and right, muttering one sentence, "A burglar has paid a visit." When Tong Mokchuan arrived, Hua Nian Sheng had already accepted the truth. The door was not closed. Tong Mokchuan walked straight in, seeing Hua Nian Sheng staring blankly at her jewelry box. The building's security guards were still there. Seeing someone arrive, they glanced at him. The newcomer was dressed neatly. His appearance was impeccable. One of the two security guards asked, "Is he a family member of the girl?" Tong Mokchuan did not deny, merely assenting with a hum. "Sheng, how are things?" Hua Nian Sheng turned her head, her face looking as if she was about to cry. "That thief made off with all my things." She hadn't looked in the mirror, not knowing how forlorn she looked at that moment. Her eye rims were already red. Her expensive clothes and jewelry had all been completely made off with. "Tong Mokchuan, have you reported to the police yet?" Hua Nian Sheng in low spirits said, "Yes, it has been reported." Tong Mokchuan stroked her head. "It's all right if it's lost, we'll buy it a guy." Afterwards the police arrived. Hua Nian Sheng went to make a report, declaring the value of the lost assets. Adding up all kinds of belongings, it also amounted to 1,000,000 yuan, making comrade little Hua, who was already not wealthy, now even more miserable, heartbroken to the point of not being able to breathe. After the police finished their procedures, they followed the security guard to extract surveillance camera footage. Unfortunately, they seemed to operate as a gang. The corridor camera was damaged, recording nothing, so they could only start from other surveillance cameras in the apartment complex. By the time the police completed the process, it was already late at night, pitch black. Tong Mokchuan looked at the dazed girl and said, "Where are you planning to stay tonight?" The lock here was very secure, yet the thief still managed to get in. Hua Nian Sheng was a girl, so naturally she couldn't stay tonight. Hua Nian Sheng regained her composure. She said, "I'll go stay at a hotel temporarily." Actually, she could also go home, but her home was quite far from the company, and now Hua Kemgon wasn't home. Telling her aunt would only make her worry more. At home there was also a child to look after. Hua Nian Sheng was someone who didn't like to make a big deal out of things. At this point, everything was more or less resolved. Whether the lost items could be recovered was a problem, but at least when the thief came she wasn't home, so she could consider it as prop. Erdi lost in place of a person. Thinking about the thief sneaking in at midnight, she would surely be scared to death. Tong Mokchuan picked up his jacket and softly said, "You pack your clothes first, I'll take you to dinner later." Next week, Hua Nian Sheng would quit her job. Her resignation letter had already been submitted. It's just that others still didn't know about this. She went into the room to pack a few sets of casual clothes and pajamas, bringing some personal items. Once done, she followed Tong Mokchuan out. On the way, she remembered the work Tong Mokchuan had called to assign earlier, so she said, "Can I send you that document tonight before I sleep?" Tong Mokchuan glanced at her. "Still want to work at this hour? Am I such an exploitative boss in your eyes?" "Hua Nian Sheng." She said nothing more. Having worked at Hangshuyan for less than half a year, Hua Nian Sheng couldn't remember how many meals she had eaten with Tong Mokchuan. Sometimes he treated her, sometimes he took her along to client dinners. In short, Hua Nian Sheng was always a very enthusiastic eater. Only now did she realize that Tong Mokchuan could actually be considered her meal buddy during this internship. After dinner, Hua Nian Sheng began choosing a hotel. There were quite a few hotels around the company, but after tonight's incident, she decided to prioritize safety considerations. After what had just happened, she still felt scared thinking about it now. Although she had learned self-defense martial arts since childhood, if she truly faced bad guys, she still knew her own limitations. Tong Mokshuyan saw her hesitating for a long time, then suddenly asked, "Are you planning to stay in a hotel from this week until next week?" Hua Nian Sheng took her eyes off her phone screen and nodded at him. Staying in a hotel around here was the most convenient. Or how about staying at my place? After a moment of silence, Hua Nian Sheng heard such a sentence. Chapter 37 leading her on. Hua Nian Sheng was in doubt for quite a while, wondering if her ears had a problem or if Tong Mokshuyan's language system was in disarray. She felt as if she suddenly couldn't understand human speech. After a long moment she finally spoke, only managing to utter an exclamation. Tong Mokshuyan's expression looked much calmer. He asked, "Are you scared staying in a hotel tonight?" Hua Nian Sheng. Logically speaking, she had, after all, tried living alone for several months. Although she had a habit of overthinking and scaring herself before going to bed, and would habitually turn on the night light by her bed, rationally, she understood that basically no ghosts or monsters would come looking for her, so her overall sleep was generally acceptable. But now it was different. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly realized the truth: humans were far scarier than ghosts or monsters. Having just experienced such an incident, even though she didn't personally see the thief at work, a person's power of imagination was enough to scare themselves to death. Hua Nian Sheng was still clear-headed. She said, "Even if I'm afraid, I can't stay at your house. Let alone a single man and woman living under one roof." She also felt awkward. Normally speaking, if an adult woman were to visit the home of a single man living alone, to say that nothing was going on between them, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Although Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Maichuan had indeed lived under the same roof a few years prior, at that time, she was still a high school student. And while Hua Jinyan was often busy with parties and projects, he still returned home. Hua Nian Sheng could think of it, and Tong Maichuan naturally also thought of it. He said, "The apartment complex where I live is a bit safer. I'll take you there. You can stay at my place for a few days. I still have another house nearby." He even worried that Hua Nian Sheng would be scared living alone, intending to ask his maid to come take care of her for a few days. Hua Nian Sheng. Tong Maichuan knew how to take care of others. She had known this since years ago. But she hadn't expected that now, at nearly 22, he still treated her like a child. Just as Hua Nian Sheng was about to continue refusing, Tong Maichuan said, "If you insist on staying at a hotel, then I have a duty to clarify the situation with your uncle." Hua Nian Sheng, so grown up and still playing tattletale? Didn't he feel ashamed? She looked at him very seriously. "Must you really do that?" Tong Maichuan spoke with great reason. "If you stay at my place, at least I can guarantee your safety. If you stay outside and something unexpected happens, who can know beforehand? Isn't it the right thing to tell your uncle about it?" Hua Nian. She couldn't quite grasp this logic. She knew clearly that she was an adult capable of independent action, but Tong Maichuan, just like her uncle, still treated her like a child. At this moment, she suddenly somewhat understood why Tong Maichuan hadn't taken her feelings seriously all those years ago. It seemed she must have given him quite a fright back then. Tong Maichuan poured her more to drink, his tone very gentle. "If you're truly having such a hard time deciding, how about I take you home later?" Going home to stay and telling her uncle the truth was no different. Her uncle was still on a business trip. There was no need to tell him about this beforehand. Anyway, he couldn't come back now, and if she told him, she'd just be nagged relentlessly over the phone, which would be troublesome. Moreover, Tong Maichuan's words were not without reason. But Hua Nian Sheng's personality was the type that didn't like to bother others. Compared to whether or not she would be sharing a room with a single man like Tong Maichuan, she cared more about causing him more trouble. It had been a long time since they finished eating. Yet Hua Nian Sheng still hadn't made a decision. Tong Maichuan also wasn't in a hurry to urge her. Occasionally he bowed his head to check his phone and reply to messages. Usually many people sought out Tong Maichuan every day, either to ask him out or to discuss business. He was so busy that 24 hours a day might not even be enough. Hua Nian Sheng felt quite apologetic. He was so busy, yet still had to worry about her affairs. She wondered what good deeds her uncle had done in his previous life to have such a devoted friend in this one. Tong Maichuan suddenly received a phone call. After only a few seconds of listening, He furrowed his brows and said to the person on the other end of the line, okay, I'll go over and check later. Putting the phone down, he caught Hua Nian Sheng's gaze. She softly asked, what's wrong? Tong Mai Chuan said, my grandfather has been hospitalized. I'll go visit him later. I'll take you there first. Hua Nian Sheng let out an ah. She still hadn't chosen a hotel. Now, seeing the hotels online, her heart was associating all sorts of things, and in such a short time she probably still needed to do a little mental preparation. Cowardice, a perfectly human trait. She said, you just go do your work first, that's fine. I can take care of myself. Tong Mai Chuan didn't give her much room for negotiation. He said, get up. Even if you hesitate until tomorrow morning, you still won't be able to make a decision. Hua Nian Sheng realized Tong Mai Chuan was right. Her mind was indeed a little muddled now. Although not to the point of panic, in a short time it was truly very difficult to make a decision, or in other words, she now needed someone by her side. But all her friends were busy with their own matters. Even if she could call them out now, it would be too much of a bother. Thinking of this, Hua Nian Sheng looked at Tong Mai Chuan ahead. He drove the car over, proactively reached out and took her suitcase, then told her to get in the car. Throughout the journey, he didn't once open his mouth to ask where she intended to go. Several times Hua Nian Sheng intended to ask, but thinking Tong Mai Chuan was in a hurry to go to the hospital to visit an elderly family member, she also felt awkward saying anything more. The car didn't drive for long, stopping at an apartment complex where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Tong Mai Chuan carried the suitcase and walked ahead, leading the way. Hua Nian Sheng followed behind, wanting to say something, but still couldn't utter a single word. She knew this was Tong Mai Chuan's residence. Although she had never been there as an intern secretary, it wasn't strange for her to know where her boss lived. It was also at this moment that she realized Tong Mai Chuan as a boss was flawless. In her impression, it seemed that as long as she sat in the same car with him, the boss would always drive her home. The women in the office also often discussed that in cases where there were social gatherings in the evening, those brought along by Tong Mai Chuan would basically all have a driver arranged for pickup and drop-off. He didn't just have one driver. Even if there was no driver to pick up and drop off, employees taking a taxi home after a party could also have the company pay for it. Such was his capitalist nature, no wonder he earned so much money. Hua Nian Sheng thought to herself. Following Tong Mai Chuan into the elevator upstairs, she looked a bit like a child following a parent home. Tong Mak Shuyan resided on a very high floor. It was a single-floor penthouse apartment, meaning the entire floor had only one apartment, where he lived alone. After opening the door, Hua Nian Sheng still hesitated slightly. The decor here was clearly the style of a single man. Simple decorations, furniture tending towards cool tones. Every corner was tidily cleaned. It even felt as if no one lived there regularly. Tong Mak Shuyan pointed to a room on the right. This is the guest bedroom. You can stay here for now. There are new bedsheets and a blanket in the closet. You can make the bed yourself. He conveniently took out a pair of disposable slippers for Hua Nian Sheng from the shoe cabinet at the entrance. This place indeed had no trace of a woman. Hua Nian Sheng, still curious, glanced at the living room and saw an out-of-place painting, on which was depicted what looked like plump, chubby Tet dolls, appearing lively and adorable. It simply did not suit this house, including Tong Mak Shuyan himself. Tong Mak Shuyan noticed the young girl staring at the painting on the wall, and explained briefly, that's a painting my parents gave me, I didn't choose it myself. He implied that his aesthetic taste was not like that. Hearing this, Hua Nian Sheng quickly showed an understanding expression. Tong Mak Shuyan was already this old. It was normal for his parents to urge him to marry and have children. Tong Mak Shuyan did not linger long after telling Hua Nian Sheng the basic situation. He said, tonight I might not return. Shall I have someone come over to stay with you later? Tong Mak Shuyan's apartment was spacious enough. Besides his master bedroom and study, there were 2 more rooms. Hua Nian Sheng pondered, then shook her head. No, thank you. She would not be comfortable with other strangers in the house. Moreover, if someone came, she was not used to sleeping in the same room with others, so having someone or not made no difference. All right, if anything happens, call me, Tong Mak Shuyan said. After that, Hua Nian Sheng stood at the door to see him out. Just as he was about to step out, she suddenly said softly, Tong Mak Shuyan, thank you. Tong Mak Shuyan turned his head to look at her, and chuckled softly, so formal? If you have time, learn to be as thick-skinned as your younger cousin. Hua Nian Sheng. The door had just closed, leaving Hua Nian Sheng alone in the house. After all, this was another's domain. She was not very accustomed to it at first. Her movements were confined to the guest room she was occupying. Inside Tong Mokshuyan's guest bedroom there was also a private bathroom, thus she did not even need to step out of the room. She reached for her phone to chat with friends for a while. After all, the incident of her rented room being burgled was no ordinary affair for Hua Nian Sheng. She chatted with several people at the same time. The content was roughly the same. After typing one paragraph, she would copy and paste it to the others. She simultaneously engaged in efficient communication with several people, those working overtime, those studying for exams, those writing theses, and even those preparing to sleep early and wake early were bombed into surfacing. Each of them concernedly asked if she had encountered the thief, what she had lost, what the police said, and so forth. Finally, someone asked one question: where would she stay tonight? Hua Nian Sheng rarely found herself at a loss for words. Of course, she could hardly state directly that she was staying at her boss' house. Although her boss was a friend of her maternal uncle, and had known her for years, he was still, ultimately, a single adult man. Had Hua Nian Sheng not been utterly certain that he harbored no untoward thoughts about her, she herself would have felt uneasy. Yet, observing Tong Mokshuyan's bearing, even if Hua Nian Sheng were, one day, to inexplicably harbor any improper intentions towards him, he would remain utterly impervious. Comrade Xiaozu's self-awareness was exceedingly clear. Ultimately, she could only reply that she was staying at an acquaintance's home. She pondered for a long time, feeling that Tong Mokshuyan, having taken such meticulous care of her out of deference to her maternal uncle, was truly no different from an elder family member. Hua Nian Sheng had initially felt nothing as she chatted with her friends, but waiting until everyone had finished their conversations, she looked at the clock. It was already 1:30 in the morning. Tong Mokshuyan hadn't returned. She didn't know if he was still at the hospital or, as he had said, had gone to stay elsewhere. She couldn't sleep, not because of an unfamiliar bed, but simply because her mind was still too stimulated. The bedding in Tong Mokshuyan's guest's bedroom all looked brand new. It was evident he did not often invite guests to his home. She tossed and turned for what felt like an eternity. The light was still on, albeit dimmed slightly, but after closing her eyes, her mind uncontrollably began to race with scattered thoughts. Individual scenes from the detective novels and films she had watched began to surface in her mind. She could even self-direct and elaborate on the plot with an additional segment. When it came to scaring herself, she was second to none. Later, she didn't know when she drifted off to sleep. She only knew that, until she finally succumbed to sleep, no sound of a door opening had been heard from outside. The next morning, woken by the alarm clock, Hua Nian Sheng groggily turned over, opened her eyes and looked around. It took her a moment to register that she was not currently in her rented apartment. It was Friday and she still had to go to work. She rose and attended to her personal hygiene, and was swiftly ready. When she came out of the room, she saw a housekeeper busy in the kitchen. She was not surprised, for upon waking, she had already seen Tong Mokshuyan's message. He had said he would have the housekeeper come over in the morning to prepare her breakfast. Hua Nian Sheng paused for a moment, yet still messaged him to inquire about his grandfather's condition. A moment later, Tong Mokshuyan replied, "Nothing serious, just old age, he's fine now." He also instructed her to head downstairs after breakfast. A driver would pick her up for work. Hua Nian Sheng, so thoughtful to the point of being speechless. Evidently, the maid had misunderstood the relationship between her and Tong Mokshuyan, whether it was the gaze looking at her or the words, all openly or implicitly praised Tong Mokshuyan. Hua Nian Sheng could only clarify, saying she and Tong Mokshuyan were not that kind of relationship. The maid smiled knowingly, looking at her. "Oh dear. He's already let you come to the house as a guest. He certainly has that intention." Hua Nian Sheng could only be silent. She knew that in this situation, no matter what she said, people would only assume she, out of embarrassment, refused to admit it. The maid was still very enthusiastic, asking if breakfast suited her taste, then a skin. Gee, what she wanted to eat that evening, if she had any dietary restrictions. Hua Nian Sheng, after finishing breakfast, quickly gathered her belongings and went downstairs. She thought the driver Tong Mokshuyan mentioned was just a driver, but as soon as she got into the car, she stared wide-eyed at Assistant Zhang, who was sitting in the driver's seat. The two of them looked at each other, then fell into silence. After a long while, Hua Nian Sheng spoke tentatively. Perhaps I can clarify a little, can't I? Assistant Zhang was a very understanding person. He shook his head vigorously. No need. Yearned Director Tong's private matters don't need to be told to me. He was afraid that because he knew the boss' secret, as soon as he stepped foot into the company, he would immediately be fired. He was very satisfied with his current salary, and temporarily did not want to lose his job. Hua Nian Sheng. She, however, absolutely had to say it. You know Hua Kim-gon is my maternal uncle, don't you? Assistant Zhang? He could guess these two people had some kind of relationship, but thought they were distant relatives, never expecting them to be uncle and niece. Hua Nian Sheng felt that since Tong Mok Shuyan had kindly let her stay over last night, she could not let his image in the eyes of his subordinates become chaotic. Yesterday, the apartment I rented was broken into by thieves. Director Tong was kind enough to let me stay overnight only. Hua Nian Sheng also did not forget to add any more sentence. Last night he did not sleep at home. Oh, Assistant Zhang understood this relationship, but it was still very awkward. It turned out the person sitting next to him was actually a true young mistress. Upon reflection, Assistant Zhang again very cautiously asked a question. Hua Nian Sheng, I hope I haven't offended you in any way, have I? After saying that, he quickly added, if I really have, then you, as a great person, please do not stoop to the level of a petty person. Can you forget about it? Hua Nian Sheng. This colleague, who changed his fawning attitude so clearly visible to the naked eye, truly made one feel disheartened. Assistant Zhang said that originally this morning he came here to pick up the boss to go discuss a collaboration, but this morning he received a temporary notification saying the boss would drive himself, and the boss also told him to pick someone up on the way to the company. Who would have thought this person was Hua Nian Sheng? But after hearing Hua Nian Sheng's almost specious explanation, Assistant Zhang felt it could also be forgiven. As for whether she and the boss were innocent or not, that still remained to be seen. Assistant Zhang only needed to take Hua Nian Sheng to the base of the company building. That way, he would be considered to have completed the task. But he just liked to act foolish. Not only did he get out of the car, but he also specially went around to the passenger seat, opened the car door, and respectfully invited her to step down. Miss Hua, please step down from the car. Hua Nian Sheng. Being acquainted with such an eccentric person truly made one feel helpless. It was in vain that she originally still thought Zhang Trigon was a mature person. This person, he could not withstand any small challenge. Hua Nian Sheng, are you sick? Assistant Zhang, Miss Hua, please proceed slowly. This humble one will withdraw first. His principle was to flatter to the end. Hua Nian Sheng truly wanted to call the police. But being at the company's entrance, she felt the need to maintain her image a little. Hua Nian Sheng walked into the company as usual. She swiped her attendance card. Thinking that there were only a few more days until she quit her job, a faint sense of melancholy rose in her heart. While taking the elevator, she coincidentally met Lai CQ, who was carrying 2 cups of Americano in her hand, walking and yawning. Hua Nian Sheng casually asked, who else did you buy those for? Lai CQ there for me. Drinking 2 cups all by herself? Hua Nian Sheng looked at her with eyes full of admiration. From Lai CQ's dark circles, it was clear that she had no idea how late she had toiled last night. She was truly a strong girl. This was Hua Nian Sheng's assessment of Lai CQ. Once she threw herself into work, she toiled relentlessly like an ox, making everyone fearful. The news of Hua Nian Sheng's impending resignation had not actually reached the interns' ears yet. Only the seniors on the same floor as her knew about it. On the last day of this week, Hua Nian Sheng's work wasn't considered busy compared to before. It could be called utterly leisurely. The job responsibilities she had been in charge of for so long had become almost entirely familiar. The tasks Hua Nian Sheng performed were actually no different from those of a full-time employee. Some experiences truly had to be gained through personal experience. This was the truth of the matter. After Friday was the weekend, Hua Nian Sheng didn't discuss the rented room with Hua Jinyan. She decided to wait for him to return home before speaking. As for the landlord, she contacted them herself to return the house. Anyway, the remaining lease period was not long, and the landlord, knowing about the theft, was very understanding, willingly refunding the rent and deposit that needed to be returned. However, the matter of moving had to wait until after she quit her job before she could return to pack, so the return date for the house was also after she quit next week. When work ended, Hua Nian Sheng still habitually walked towards the rented room, but after a few steps she remembered it was the wrong direction. Upon arriving at Song Mokshuyan's house, the housekeeper had already finished cooking a table full of food. Hua Nian Sheng froze. The housekeeper was very enthusiastic, telling her to wash her hands and sit down, and they could eat. Almost immediately after Hua Nian Sheng, Song Mokshuyan also opened the door and walked in. Hua Nian Sheng wasn't overly surprised to see him, because looking at the food on the table, she knew it wasn't a portion for one person. Song Mokshuyan's appearance upon returning home from work was quite unfamiliar to Hua Nian Sheng. She watched him put down his belongings and change his shoes, take off his coat, go wash his hands, and finally walk over to sit opposite her. How was work today? He hadn't come to the company all day today. Hua Nian Sheng was still wondering if she had to report on her work to her boss after hours. The draft in her mind was already prepared. But just as she opened her mouth, the boss sitting opposite interrupted him, asking how your work was, not making you report on it. Oh, Hua Nian Sheng, it was all right. Lately, it had been quite idle, making her feel that work was gradually settling into its routine. But it didn't affect her silent joy at quitting next week. In a situation without economic pressure, everyone must be happy to quit, right? Fortunately, Song Mokshuyan didn't dwell on Hua Nian Sheng's perfunctoriness. They began to eat. Regarding this matter of eating, Hua Nian Sheng had to admit, the two of them had indeed become meal buddies, to the extent that now, at Song Mokshuyan's house, sitting opposite him eating, she no longer felt any sense of displacement in her heart. Hua Nian Sheng was naturally not as composed as she appeared on the outside. She and Song Mokshuyan were considered quite close, but after all, he as a man, and being in the same room still brought a little awkwardness. Actually, Hua Nian Sheng should have adopted the same attitude towards Song Mokshuyan as she did towards Gu Chuok and his group. After all, as Hua Jinyan's friend, he could indeed, if rounded up, be considered an elder to her. But her previous attitude towards Song Mokshuyan had already formed an initial impression, and now her attitude towards Song Mokshuyan remained at a level that was both somewhat like an elder and somewhat like a friend. Oh, for now he was still her boss. Song Mokshuyan asked her, how did you sleep last night? Were you comfortable? Last night, well, at first, her thoughts wandered haphazardly, but in reality, after she fell asleep, there was nothing. Hua Nian Sheng nodded. It was all right. Her answer was quite reserved. Song Mokshuyan naturally heard through it. He chuckled. Did you stay awake until 1 or 2 in the morning, then got too scared and turned on the night light? Hua Nian Sheng. Did he install surveillance cameras? How could she admit it? But her silence in the first few seconds still carried a hint of guilt. Only, thinking back at her age, even her uncle couldn't control her staying up late, let alone Song Mokshuyan. Song Mokshuyan didn't stay in the living room for long before returning to his study to handle work, leaving Hua Nian Sheng in the living room, busily preparing and eating fruits. The housekeeper's skill in choosing fruits was truly unparalleled. Oh, though she felt a bit awkward being at someone else's home, it didn't stop Hua Nian Sheng from, despite the awkwardness, rummaging through the refrigerator for food. She washed fruits, having just eaten with Song Mokshuyan. It was just that Song Mokshuyan was truly too busy, seeing that he hadn't eaten much before being bothered by several phone calls. Hua Nian Sheng directly experienced her boss' daily life after work. Taking phone calls was also a form of social interaction. Each incoming call wasn't necessarily for official business, but social interactions also required effort. Compared to her boss, this employee not only leisurely ate fruits, but was even scrolling through videos. Hua Nian Sheng quietly turned down the volume, afraid that if Song Mokshuyan heard it, he would lose his composure and come out to make her work overtime. That would be too terrifying. Around 9 in the evening, Hua Nian Sheng returned to her room to bathe. There was still no movement from the study, and she didn't know what Song Mokshuyan was busy with, but she saw him mention someone's name in a workgroup chat to hand over tasks. The nightmare of being sought out by the boss after hours fell upon Hua Nian Sheng's unlucky colleagues. She sat in front of the desk writing her thesis for a while. The progress crept up at a snail's pace, when suddenly she heard movement in the living room outside. She stood up, opened her room door, poked her head out to look. Song Mokshuyan was holding keys on the table. It seemed he intended to go out. Song Mokshuyan had clearly seen Hua Nian Sheng before he even opened his mouth. She had already spoken up to ask, do you have something you must go out for? Or are you intending to go out and stay elsewhere? From Song Mokshuyan's perspective, The young girl wore a fluffy milk yellow pajama set. On her head she wore the matching cat ear hood. Her exposed hair looked a bit messy, and her gaze was a little evasive. What's wrong? Hua Nian Sheng truly only poked her head out. She said, I feel you don't need to go out and stay anywhere. Song Mokshuyan heard this and raised an eyebrow. His gaze fell upon the young girl's face. Looking directly into her eyes, what do you mean? Her voice echoed back across more than half the living room, a little soft look. You let me stay here. But then you yourself have to go stay elsewhere. Wouldn't this make me seem so ungrateful? As these words came out, Song Mokshuyan couldn't help but tease her. Is your gratitude simply allowing me to stay in my own house? Hua Nian Sheng. It's fine. Little Hua is best at promising to repay later. Repaying later is also fine. The young girl clearly couldn't stand being teased. Song Mokshuyan picked up his jacket, asking her, want a late-night snack? Hua Nian Sheng let out a sound. Hearing Song Mokshuyan repeat it once more, late-night snack? I'll buy it for you. A statement full of guilt and devilish temptation. After Song Mokshuyan exited the door, he made a phone call, his tone very calm. I'm not going anymore. Everyone please carry on. From the other end came Ko Chuok's furious voice. Song Mokshuyan, are you standing me up? Doesn't your conscience ache? We said tonight we wouldn't go home until we were drunk. Song Mokshuyan's tone remained utterly undisturbed. I haven't told you yet. You also don't have any important business seeking me, so there. You try to tell me what important business you have. Before he finished speaking, the call was hung up. Chapter 38. Rumors spreading. The next day was Saturday. Hua Nian Sheng didn't set an alarm. Plus the fact that staying up late last night was nothing surprising. She slept straight until she woke up on her own, also missing breakfast. When she woke up and saw Song Mokshuyan sitting on the sofa, she was still a little dazed. It was only after a while that she reacted, remembering this was someone else's home. Good morning. Hua Nian Sheng greeted. Song Mokshuyan raised his eyes to look at the clock hanging on the wall, softly saying, it's noon already. Hua Nian Sheng went into the kitchen and poured herself a glass of water, then sat down on the single sofa next to him and asked him, what time did you wake up? Song Mokshuyan, 8:30. Why? Hua Nian Sheng. What are you getting up so early for on the weekend? Song Mokshuyan calmly replied, to go to the gym. A capitalist truly disciplined and conscious of managing his physique. Hua Nian Sheng's gaze unconsciously darted towards Song Mokshuyan. No wonder his figure was so handsome. It was all an accumulation of sweat and time. Little Hua admired him. Having finished speaking, Song Mokshuyan did not forget to say a few words to Hua Nian Sheng. If you have time, you should also go exercise a little. Don't just stay cooped up in your room all the time. If you don't want to go to the gym, running on the treadmill at home is fine too. Inside Song Mokshuyan's house, there were several exercise machines near the balcony. A treadmill was placed, along with dumbbells and other items. Hua Nian Sheng remained silent, not speaking. Speaking of exercise equipment, her house also had no shortage of a 3-story villa. After all, with an entire room dedicated to various gym tools. Except for her uncle and aunt occasionally graced with their use, some of them were already almost covered in dust. During the weekend, Hua Nian Sheng roughly perceived Song Mokshuyan's daily schedule, that of a truly disciplined man. On weekends, Hua Nian Sheng ate only about 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner. Eating late like this was fine once in a while, but she couldn't eat like that every day. Life under the same roof with Song Mokshuyan was much more comfortable than Hua Nian Sheng had imagined. Firstly, the provisions stocked at Song Mokshuyan's place were truly abundant. The guest bedroom balcony where Hua Nian Sheng stayed was also fitted with clothes-drying equipment. Secondly, he knew very well how to maintain boundaries. If he had business to call her for, he would definitely knock on the door first, and his casual conversations never offended anyone. It truly gave Hua Nian Sheng the illusion of being at home. On Monday, Hua Nian Sheng woke up early for work. When she sat at the dining table with Song Mokshuyan, her face was pale. Song Mokshuyan saw this and was not surprised. What time did you go to sleep last night? Hua Nian Sheng, 1 o'clock. That's quite early to turn in. It's just that I woke up too early. CEO Song wondered if she had any opinions on the working hours. Later, shall we go to the company in my car? Song Mokshuyan asked. Hua Nian Sheng shook her head like a rattledrum. No. She was about to resign. Getting involved in rumors with the boss wouldn't be very pleasant. Song Mokshuyan. Then when I drive into the parking lot, you go up first. I'll wait a moment and then go up after. Hua Nian Sheng, that would be too awkward. Song Mokshuyan, eat your breakfast. Yes. The only thing was, even though the boss was very understanding, as Hua Nian Sheng rode the elevator up, she still sensed something subtle. There were always gazes fixed upon her, and when she looked back, those colleagues all avoided her eyes. She had been working for about half a year, but Hangchuan was truly vast, and the employees were numerous. Most of the people Hua Nian Sheng knew were colleagues she had interacted with in her work. This also meant that there were many people she didn't know. In this situation, feeling others secretly watching her, Hua Nian Sheng even suspected if she had just stepped out of Song Maichuan's car and been seen. But thinking about it again, it didn't seem quite right. She hadn't seen anyone else in the parking garage just now. It wasn't until the elevator reached her working floor, and she took out her phone to check, that she discovered the company gossip group she had previously infiltrated all displayed 99 messages. In groups of this kind, hardly anyone used their main accounts to join, so everyone spoke very freely. Hua Nian Sheng hadn't browsed the gossip groups for a long time, and the messages in the groups were always set to do not disturb mode. The result this time was seeing herself within them. Scrolling up for a very long time, she finally discovered the root of the matter roughly. That morning, an anonymous person had sent a complaint email to the inboxes of most people in the company. The targets of the complaint were none other than Miss Hua Nian Sheng, and also Zhang Ziyan. The content of the complaint stated that a high-ranking company leader had fixed the official conversion slot for an intern, and Hua Nian Sheng, as someone having an improper relationship with Zhang Ziyan, had received the official conversion qualification ahead of schedule, demanding a thorough internal company investigation into this unfair phenomenon. There was even evidence the scene last week where Zhang Ziyan drove his private car to take Hua Nian Sheng to the company, secretly photographed by someone, especially when assistant Zhang, being eccentric, insisted on running to open the door for Hua Nian Sheng, even considerately placing his hand on the car roof for fear she might bump her head. The photographer was truly malicious, choosing an angle slightly off, making the two look as if they were kissing. No way, thinking with the mindset of a normal person, who would possibly kiss right in front of the company entrance, for heaven's sake. And yet some people actually believed it? As soon as Hua Nian Sheng stepped into the office, she felt what was called a salutation of gazes. Assistant Zhang had not yet arrived at his seat, but Hua Nian Sheng felt that this shift was truly impossible to stomach. Going to work peacefully, only to be slandered with fabricated stories, and moreover, nonsensical romantic rumors. Secretary Wang was the first to speak. Shang. Have you heard about that matter yet? Secretary Lai next to her also chimed in. What's going on between you and Zhang Trigon? Everyone around chattered, gossiping about nothing but trivial matters, and no one cared about her life or death. Colleagues along the way, it truly chilled one's heart. Clearly, this anonymous letter of accusation was caused by the interns vying for the few official transfer slots, but the CEO's secretaries all knew that Hua Nian Sheng was already packing her bags and leaving this Friday. Why would she need to cheapen her beauty to vie for an official transfer slot? Hua Nian Sheng had no choice but to tell the truth. If I say that I just found out about this too, would you ladies believe it? Seeing there was nothing to gossip about, a flicker of disappointment passed in the lady's eyes. Hua Nian Sheng remained silent. The one who arrived a little earlier than assistant Zhang was Tong Maichuan. He seemed to have already received the news. After all, the accusation letter must have been sent while they were on their way to the company. As soon as he appeared, the few employees who were gossiping immediately returned to their seats. Tong Maichuan glanced in this direction. Everyone in tacit understanding greeted the boss. The boss showed no expression, nodded to them, then returned to his office. Not long after, Hua Nian Sheng waited for assistant Zhang, who arrived leisurely late. He too was subjected to the salute with eyes display. Yet assistant Zhang was extremely sheepish. He intended to apologize to Hua Nian Sheng. Before he could get close, Hua Nian Sheng had activated her protective mode. She strategically stepped back. Assistant Zhang, please stay a little far from me now. We currently have rumors. We need to maintain distance. Assistant Zhang. Everyone around burst into laughter. Both main characters were now present. If they didn't indulge in gossip now, when would they? Assistant Zhang felt so wronged he could die that day. I just gave Hua Nian Sheng a ride for a short distance since it was on my way. I already have a girlfriend, and suddenly I'm caught up in this damned mess. Of course he couldn't say that he picked up Hua Nian Sheng from Tong Maichuan's house. Assistant Zhang felt his career was still long, the current company was also very good, and he didn't want to change employers. Hua Nian Sheng didn't find this matter to be anything major, but that was only true for her. If she didn't have a relationship with Hua Jinggan, didn't know Tong Maichuan was merely an intern, and truly wanted to compete for an official transfer slot, then facing this anonymous accusation letter, perhaps even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she wouldn't be able to wash herself clean. The magnitude of this trouble for an intern aspiring to become an official employee was immense, one could imagine. If the company truly wanted to quell this matter, the highest probability was to directly not consider that intern for an official transfer anymore. The trick was indeed very vicious. Hua Nian Sheng didn't even want to believe that this was done by one of her friends. The off-kilter angle of that photograph, even the two main characters themselves were stunned to see it. Assistant Zhang, this is just a matter of the camera angle. Am I crazy to dare do such a thing? Men when slandered also get very angry. Assistant Zhang now only wanted to drag out the instigator to reason with after all, which I saw him and Hua Nian Sheng having an illicit affair. NTLY, it was almost April, and this incident unfolding so rapidly was clearly targeting Hua Nian Sheng. Only, she didn't know if the other party had considered that even if Hua Nian Sheng didn't get the chance to become official, that slot might not necessarily fall to that person. In the morning during work, she saw someone from the HR department go up to the CEO's office. Hua Nian Sheng felt that now, working as an intern secretary for the CEO was also good. Anyone from HR wanting to talk to her had to inform the boss first. As expected, not long after, she and Zhang Trigon were successively called into the CEO's office. Hua Nian Sheng entered first. In the office, besides Tong Maichuan, there were also two HR department leaders. Tong Maichuan's expression was as usual. He told Hua Nian Sheng to sit down first. He looked at the two HR staff members saying, "All right, you may begin." The HR personnel first told Hua Nian Sheng that the conversation process would be recorded. It was just following protocol to inquire about the situation. In fact, HR had already received Hua Nian Sheng's resignation letter. The resignation process for interns was not that complicated. Hua Nian Sheng had already reported it. Therefore, the story in the accusation letter saying Hua Nian Sheng had been designated an official transfer slot was entirely absurd. Most importantly, within Assistant Zhang's scope of responsibility, his reach didn't extend that far. Hua Nian Sheng's direct superior was Tong Mai-si. Huan, meaning if she could officially stay, it would certainly also be due to the boss nod. Ever since this matter happened this morning, Hua Nian Sheng discovered the intern group chat was still completely silent. She also didn't know if someone had created another group to discuss this matter. But the problem wasn't big. Hua Nian Sheng answered the questions normally. Then Assistant Zhang was also called in. The two of them were indeed very innocent. Their normal chat history, if not work-related, was secretly bad-mouthing the boss. No employee could resist complaining about their boss. Finally, the HR personnel bid farewell to Tong Maichuan and left. They had just discussed countermeasures concerning the honor of the two. Clarification still had to be made. Assistant Zhang, moreover, was Tong Maichuan's right-hand man, and later, who knew to what position he would be promoted, so naturally his reputation had to be restored even more. Rectifying it was also simple. The company gate wasn't without cameras, was it? With the boss' permission, extracting camera footage was as easy as eating candy. And so, the matter that happened in the morning by noon, HR had already clarified in the company's large group chat. At the same time, warning everyone to be realistic and not spread baseless rumors. As for who was the accuser, Hua Nian Sheng didn't know. Even if they were interns, those interns knew a bit of technology. Although Hua Nian Sheng always said she was a newbie, she herself also knew a bit of hacker techniques. If she wanted to hide an IP to do something, she also knew how. Not excellent, but usable. But what Hua Nian Sheng didn't expect was that in just one afternoon, Tong Maichuan had found the person who took the photo and sent the accusation email. The photo was taken last Friday morning. That angle, clearly there was still a traffic light pole between it and the company gate. Therefore, Lai Tu-Q, who went up in the elevator with and stood in line before Hua Nian Sheng at that time, had been excluded from suspicion. Not entirely excluded, at least the photo wasn't taken by her. But who the accuser was hard to say. Hua Nian Sheng also knew this point clearly. So 7 people remained. In this batch of interns, including Hua Nian Sheng, there were a total of 9 people. 7 people remained under suspicion. The company gate's surveillance camera recorded that 4 interns entered the company after Hua Nian Sheng that morning. The time intervals were all similar, all close to working hours. In short, when he returned home that evening, Tong Maichuan let Hua Nian Sheng know the identity of the accuser. Upon first hearing that name, Hua Nian Sheng was silent for a moment. She was not overly surprised. "How did you find that out?" Tong Maichuan said, "As long as it's an operation performed on the internet, it's impossible not to leave any traces. Even if one doesn't use their own account, as long as one wants to investigate, there's a way to track it down, let alone his methods weren't anything sophisticated." When Tong Maichuan saw the little girl lost in thought, he was still wondering if it was too early to let her see the deceit and falsehoods of the workplace now. After all, she still had 3 years of graduate school to attend. Unexpectedly, she uttered a sentence. "Did you find out who sent the accusation email by issuing commands, telling assistants or secretaries to investigate, like the overbearing CEOs in novels?" Her tone slightly rose. It could be seen that she was truly curious. Tong Maichuan, read fewer novels. Hua Nian Sheng rarely saw this expression in Tong Maichuan's eyes. Look at the colleagues in your office. Who has this capability? One couldn't really say that. The seniors might not know, but what if they had wide connections and knew how to find outside assistance? In the end, Hua Nian Sheng never found out the details of how Tong Maichuan tracked down that person. But she wasn't heavily affected by this matter. She was someone who distinguished things clearly. Countdown 4 more days. However, for the next few days, Hua Nian Sheng also ordered her own food for lunch. After that incident, every time she sat down to eat with the other interns, she felt strange. Anyway, there were only a few days left, so let it be this way. Hua Nian Sheng knew clearly that, typically, interns who interned at the same company, once they went their separate ways, would usually have little to do with each other in real life. Meaning, as long as neither side took the initiative, they would basically become strangers. Hua Nian Sheng felt there was no problem with her handling things so coldly. It wasn't that no one contacted her privately. For example, Lai 2Q, who normally worked like an ox, even remembered to take advantage of her busy schedule last night to chat privately and ask after her. Perhaps because they were both girls, she understood Hua Nian Sheng's situation, knowing that if this happened to her, she would very likely not know how to explain herself. The consequences of this matter were not small. Among the interns, no one could figure out who sent the accusatory email, but everyone normally, whether free or not, would sit and eat and chat together. Who would have expected that at this moment the person next to them would trip them up? This time it was Hua Nian Sheng, so next time, to reduce competitors, who would be the one to encounter misfortune? Therefore, today everyone was particularly silent while eating. Lai 2Q was a girl, emotionally more likely to empathize with Hua Nian Sheng's plight. But here it involved another issue. If there truly was a next victim, how great was the possibility that it would be her? Hua Nian Sheng replied to some messages and not others. Because, ironically, among those who showed concern and inquired after her, she even saw the name that Tong Maichuan had told her. The other party spoke words of concern on WeChat very sincerely. Not a bit could one tell that they were someone who would stab others in the back. Hua Nian, with such good acting, why not debut as an actress right away? Or was it because they were ugly in appearance and also in character? Countdown 3 more days. Hua Nian Sheng went to work and left work on time, and the ladies in the office were very envious of her. Clearly, someone about to leave their job was very idle, especially since the work Hua Nian Sheng had to hand over had already been completed quite a bit beforehand. Now she even had time to subtly drift off and type her thesis during work hours. The colleague next to her glanced at the document file, where she clearly knew every word but understood nothing when they were put together into sentences. She immediately felt her eyes hurt and quickly turned her head to avoid the danger. Afterward, she looked at Hua Nian Sheng with sympathetic eyes. Although there was no destructive power, in that moment, Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help but feel pathetic. Because for the past few days, Tong Maichuan had instructed the helper to come and cook. Hua Nian Sheng had no intention of ordering takeout in the evening. Today when she returned, she noticed the amount of food on the table seemed a little less. Just as she was about to ask, she took out her phone and discovered that Tong Maichuan had messaged her not long after getting off work, saying he wouldn't be home for dinner tonight. Alright then. Hua Nian Sheng opened the TV, turned on a recently popular fantasy wuxia drama with a tragic romance, which was extremely captivating for mealtime. Tong Maichuan didn't know what he was busy with, He still hadn't returned by past midnight, at which time Hua Nian Sheng was still engrossed in binge-watching a drama on her tablet in her room. TV dramas were like that. When one was engrossed, one hated not being able to watch it all in one go. Stop for 2 days and that feeling might change. Hua Nian Sheng had originally intended to sleep early, but the drama was too captivating. She looked at the time. It was almost 12:30. Little Hua made a firm decision in her heart, just one more episode. Then she would go to sleep. Around 1 in the morning the episode ended, stopping right at a thrilling cliffhanger, the kind where the next episode would reveal more. The editor of this drama certainly knew how to play their game. But Comrade Little Hua said no watching meant no watching. She hopped off the bed, humming the opening song's melody she had just heard, and went to wash her face, her feet in a pair of feminine pink slippers. These slippers were bought by Tong Mok Chuan through the helper on her second day there. The size was 1 number larger than Hua Nian Sheng usually wore, which didn't affect walking. But the helper must have simply bought them in the style of Tong Mok Chuan's slippers. The same design, different color. In the morning, seeing the slippers placed next to each other by the door looked a bit odd. Just as Hua Nian Sheng was still softly humming and singing aimlessly outside, the sound of a door opening echoed. Her movements paused for a moment, then she gargled and washed her face as usual. After a long while there was no longer any activity outside. She felt something wasn't quite right, so after drying her hands, she carefully twisted the doorknob and peeked her head out. The living room light was still on. Tong Mok Chuan hadn't said he wouldn't be back tonight, meaning there was a high probability he would still return. So Hua Nian Sheng hadn't turned off the light. Before, after her apartment had been robbed, she often overthought things. But it had to be said, living under one roof with another person truly made her feel a little more at ease. It was precisely that bit of psychological effect. And it was quite good. Hua Nian Sheng's gaze swept towards the living room, finally seeing Tong Mok Chuan in the direction of the sofa. He sat on the long sofa, his back completely propped against the cushions, head tilted back, seemingly with his eyes closed. He looked as if he were either exhausted or drunk. Hua Nian Sheng had never seen Tong Mok Chuan drunk, though she remembered her maternal uncle being so several times. In the past, after entertaining clients, he would return home and lie perfectly still the moment he touched the sofa, completely unresponsive no matter how she called him. In summer, Hua Nian Sheng would just leave her maternal uncle lying there, waiting for him to wake up and go back to his bedroom on his own. If it was winter, she would help cover him with a blanket, to prevent him from falling ill. Hua Nian Sheng tried to step out of the room as lightly as possible, even her breathing becoming softer. She walked to the side of the sofa, first quietly observing Tong Mok Chuan for a moment. Seeing that his eyes were still closed, she couldn't tell if he was merely drowsy or utterly unconscious from drink. But a little closer, she could detect a faint scent of alcohol on him. She had no idea how much he had consumed. Throughout Hua Nian Sheng's internship, her impression was that Tong Mok Chuan had never once been drunk. She leaned closer and quietly called out once, "Tong Mok Chuan. Tong Mok Chuan?" Both calls elicited no response, so she raised her voice slightly, and at the same time, gently pushed his arm. This time there was a reaction. Hua Nian Sheng heard him utter a low hum. Just as she was about to lean in closer to check on him, Tong Mok Chuan opened his eyes. The distance was quite close. For eyes met, the atmosphere momentarily fell into silence. Tong Mok Chuan's striking facial features, conversely, were even more clearly revealed to Hua Nian Sheng due to their proximity. He was truly handsome to an astonishing degree. His parents were truly skillful in bringing him into the world. Genetic inheritance, she wondered if it was science or something spiritual. Evidently, this face of Tong Mok Chuan was proof of divine favor. Hua Nian Sheng reacted first, saying, "You've had a lot to drink. Let me go make you a cup of honey water." Having said that, she slipped into her slippers and went into the kitchen, first turning on the light. For the past few days she hadn't done much else while staying at his place, but she had meticulously explored and understood the kitchen. She even knew exactly what was inside the refrigerator. Mixing honey water basically didn't require any advanced technique, and Hua Nian Sheng considered herself quite proficient in this field. As for whether it was too sweet or too bland, that wasn't something Hua Nian Sheng needed to concern herself with. After all, most of the honey water she had made before wasn't for her own consumption. Hua Nian Sheng carried the honey water back to the living room. Tong Mokshuyan had changed his posture. He was still sitting, seemingly awake, yet still appeared somewhat hazy. It was only then that she noticed his neck looked a little flushed. She extended the honey water to him. Tong Mokshuyan, drink some water. Only after speaking did she realize her tone might not have been very respectful. But then she reconsidered. Tong Mokshuyan was drunk. He wouldn't have the presence of mind to care about her tone. So Hua Nian Sheng felt reassured. Tong Mokshuyan did indeed pause after hearing her voice, but the next second, he very docilely took the honey water and drank it. Hua Nian Sheng rarely saw Tong Mokshuyan like this, and she couldn't help but mumble, just how much did you actually drink? Tong Mokshuyan didn't reply, and she didn't expect him to. After finishing the honey water, Tong Mokshuyan suddenly asked, why aren't you asleep yet? Hua Nian Sheng let her be. But she couldn't stop herself from spouting nonsense and busy meditating. Tong Mokshuyan. Hua Nian Sheng felt it wasn't right to leave Tong Mokshuyan in the living room. She asked, do you want to go back to your room? Tong Mokshuyan shook his head. I'll sit in the living room for a bit. You go to sleep first. Having said that, he lay down. How was this any different from sleeping in the living room? Who knew if he would wake up again tonight? Hua Nian Sheng immediately called Tong Mokshuyan twice, but there was no longer any reaction. Having no other choice, she had to go fetch a thick blanket to cover Tong Mokshuyan. The night temperature was still low, and it wouldn't be good if he truly caught a cold tomorrow. It was just that the blanket was a bit too large. As Hua Nian Sheng lifted it, not paying attention, her foot caught on something. She instinctively let out a short cry, and her entire body, by inertia, tumbled forward. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively closed her eyes, but she still relied on her extraordinary reflexes to brace herself with her hands. However, she couldn't fully brace her fall. Her blanket landed on Tong Mokshuyan, but her left hand also braced itself on his chest, while her right hand braced on the sofa. This posture was truly terrible. Hua Nian Sheng was so tense, fearing she might wake Tong Mokshuyan, that she dared not breathe heavily. When she opened her eyes and saw Tong Mokshuyan's face right next to hers, she sprang up like a startled small animal, squatting down beside him, burying her face and daring not to look anymore. If Tong Mokshuyan were to wake up at that moment and ask what she was doing, Hua Nian Sheng would surely be so embarrassed she might explode. Fortunately, he made no movement. Hua Nian Sheng silently chanted Amitabha Buddha, then carefully tucked the blanket back around him, fussed with a few more things, and then fled the scene. She also didn't forget to turn off the main light, switching on the small decorative bedside lamp on the tea table instead. Very soon after, the light in her own room also went out. An unknown time passed before the person who had been lying in the living room slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, and the blanket slipped from his body. Tong Mokshuyan raised a hand to rub the bridge of his nose, an involuntary frown creasing his brow. The surrounding light was very dim, save for the faint yellow glow of the small night light on the tea table. But he sat there for a very long time without moving, his gaze fixed on the cup on the tea table before him. Inside was a fresh cup of water, perhaps a thoughtful gesture, anticipating that he might wake up thirsty in the middle of the night. The cup was even carefully covered. Having stood Ko Chuok up once before, tonight Ko Chuok had plied him with drinks until he was dead drunk, and Tong Mokshuyan had indeed consumed a considerable amount. He was indeed drunk, his steps a little unsteady, but his mind remained clear. He knew everything that transpired. It was precisely because he knew, precisely because he understood himself so well, that he had just now feigned such naturalness. To some degree, he was so base that he despised himself. A long while later, Tong Mokshuyan heard himself sigh into the empty air. Chapter 39. Sit with me for a moment. The next morning, the moment Hua Nian Sheng awoke, she heard the maid say that Tong Mokshuyan had already left for work. Startled, she hastily glanced at the clock. Oh, but it was still early. Some people could be dead drunk and still wake up early the next day for work. No wonder they were a boss. She sat eating breakfast alone in the kitchen, feeling little appetite today, the food tasting bland. By the time she reached the company, she was almost late due to traffic congestion on the road. She arrived right on time for work, but in reality, Hua Nian Sheng was already quite idle, as she would be packing her belongings and leaving tomorrow. Now, sitting at her workstation playing games to kill time, No one bothered to oversee her. She was so bored that she ordered bubble tea, taking the opportunity while going downstairs to pick up takeout food to stroll around the our floor. What kind of salaried worker wouldn't know how to sneak away from work? She even knew how to evade her boss and the management, primarily by exploiting their blind spots. As she carried her bubble tea, preparing to enter the elevator, she was suddenly called back. Hua Nian Sheng turned her head, saw who it was, and her expression remained unchanged. "Chukio, is there something?" Hua Nian Sheng replied. The one who called her back was precisely one of the 8 remaining interns, who had not initially been in the same department as Hua Nian Sheng. He was currently still in the development department. Hua Nian Sheng heard him ask just now, while eating lunch at the canteen, "I heard the other secretaries in your office talking, saying you would resign tomorrow. Is this true?" "True. Is there a problem?" After receiving the affirmative answer, Chukio paused for a moment before saying, "Wasn't the matter from Monday already clarified? Why do you still want to resign? Is it because the company requested it?" Judging by his expression, he must have already concocted a scenario in his mind where Hua Nian Sheng was advised by the company to resign due to the baseless rumors, and that so-called clarification was likely to preserve Assistant Zhang's reputation. Hua Nian Sheng's tone was utterly indifferent. "No. I voluntarily requested to resign." Hearing these words, Chukio said, "Hua Nian Sheng, whether you believe it or not, I have always believed in you. The official transfer is for next month has already been announced. Who knows, you might have made it. There's no need to give up midway at the last minute like this." Hua Nian Sheng's impression of Chukio largely remained from before Tet. He would occasionally try to win her favor. His conversation topics would sometimes circle back to her, and on weekends he would organize gatherings, inviting everyone to socialize. Unfortunately, Hua Nian Sheng sometimes found the true nature of things very easy to discern when she didn't wish to go out. No one could persuade her. After several unsuccessful attempts, Chukio simply gave up, or perhaps it was that others, more or less, also saw through his intentions. Feeling disinclined to play background to his drunkard's true intentions are not in the wine drama. Her unresponsiveness, her lack of interest, was not something everyone could persistently pursue. If she truly wished to choose, there were many other exceptional individuals around her. Chukio's education and abilities were likely not bad, and he himself possessed a slight sense of superiority. Although he was pursuing Hua Nian Sheng, he had never admitted it to others, not until he encountered difficulty and retreated. Hua Nian Sheng was still a little too idle, and since idle was idle, she raised her eyes to look at Chukio and said, "There's something I haven't actually told you all. It is, after all, my private affair." Chukio let out an "ah," not understanding her meaning. Hua Nian Sheng's tone was early calm. "Last October, when I started working, I had already been directly admitted to postgraduate studies. I am resigning because I must return to my studies." Upon saying this, Chukio's expression changed dramatically, becoming a vibrant mix of emotions. She continued, "Before the complaint email on Monday was even sent, my resignation letter had already been submitted to HR. Therefore, what was stated in that complaint letter was, from the very outset, truly laughable." Chukio's lips parted. "Then why didn't you say initially that you had to return for postgraduate studies?" Hua Nian Sheng offered him a slight, knowing smile. "Didn't I already say so? This is my private affair." The man before her bore an unmistakably stiff expression. A moment later, Hua Nian Sheng heard him hesitantly ask, "So, do you know who the accuser was?" This question was direct enough. Hua Nian Sheng, upon hearing it, smiled cryptically. "It's not important." The lighter her words, the more they emphasized just how unable to let go the person who, in their troubled obsession, went around spreading rumors about her truly was. Having spoken to this extent, Su Nianshang still wanted to see what else Chukio could say, but in the very next second, a familiar voice rang out. "Su Nianshang." Tong Mokshuyan's sudden appearance made Su Nianshang stiffen momentarily. She had not lost her memory. Last night's events she still remembered vividly. Although Tong Mokshuyan was already drunk at that time, the fact that she had tripped and fallen headfirst into him was still a reality that made her feel incredibly embarrassed. "Mr. Tong." She turned her head and dutifully greeted him, racking her brain but still unable to understand, when exactly had Tong Mokshuyan come downstairs. Chukio, of course, also recognized Tong Mokshuyan, and he too offered a greeting. Tong Mokshuyan gave a soft hum in response, his gaze sweeping between the two of them before he said to Hua Nian Sheng, "Hua Nian Sheng, I need to see you, come with me." The specific manifestation of Hua Nian Sheng's idleness these past 2 days was that she had no work requiring consultation with her boss now. With Tong Mokshuyan saying he needed to see her, little Su was a bit surprised. Understood. Following Tong Mokshuyan into the elevator reserved for executives, Hua Nian Sheng heard him say, "Why are you talking to Chu Kyo? People like him are one way to your face and another behind your back. You already know he plays tricks behind people's backs, so ignoring him is the best course of action." Hua Nian Sheng softly murmured, "Well, I only spoke a few sarcastic words to him, I didn't name names. Tong Mokshuyan people with strong vengeful tendencies, you never know what they might do. What's the point of having a momentary verbal dispute with him?" Hua Nian Sheng spoke truthfully. "I wanted to see him completely enraged yet still forced to feign a smile." Tong Mokshuyan. The little girl's vengeful nature was also surprisingly strong. "What standards does our company use to evaluate permanent employment, sir?" Hua Nian Sheng mused silently for a moment, then unexpectedly asked a question. "He's leaving work tomorrow. Yet you're still concerned about permanent employment?" Tong Mokshuyan turned his head to look at her. "Don't worry, no matter what the evaluation standards are, he will not have a chance. His moral character is not proper, the company will not employ him. Reporting him was not wrong, the mistake was spreading slanderous rumors." It was imaginable how greatly rumors of this nature affect women in the workplace, and Hua Nian Sheng's career hadn't even truly begun. Tong Mokshuyan would not normally interfere in such matters, but this one concerned someone by his side, so he had intervened a little. However, whether he intervened or not, the outcome of the resolution would not be much different. Hua Nian Sheng followed Tong Mokshuyan upstairs, then casually asked, "Do you drink milk tea? Or coffee?" Tong Mokshuyan looked at the solitary cup of milk tea in the little girl's hand and chuckled softly. "Would you have the heart to give me the cup in your hand?" Hua Nian Sheng quietly clutched the cup of milk tea in her hand, but very quickly held it out, saying, "Here, I was planning to treat the colleagues in the office to afternoon tea. I've already placed the order, and the shipper will deliver it shortly." "Was my portion also ordered?" Hua Nian Sheng nodded. "Yes, it's ordered. If you don't drink it, tea. Hen'll just drink 2 cups. Drinking it once wouldn't make her fat to death. With nothing to do all afternoon, at most she'd just run to the restroom a few extra times." Tong Mokshuyan grasped the key point. "So what's the meaning of you specifically running down to fetch 1 cup and bring it up here?" Hua Nian Sheng. An intern about to leave work, skipping work a little, what of it? Hua Nian Sheng's silence had given the boss the answer. He too was silent. Tong Mokshuyan received the cup of milk tea she offered. He said, "Then I shall accept, thank you." In the afternoon, the deputy general managers came to the general manager's office to report work, surprisingly discovering that on the boss desk was not Americano coffee, but a product from a commonly seen popular milk tea brand. Stepping outside, they discovered that it seemed every person in the general manager's office had a cup of drink on their desk, as if today the people of the general manager's office were holding a team-building event. It seemed the relationship between General Tong and his employees was quite good. Tong Mokshuyan was handling work when outside, a knock on the door sounded again. He spoke up, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the little girl furtively peeked her head in first, then placed a small sweet cake on his desk, very thoughtfully accompanied by a white fork. Hua Nian Sheng asked, "Afternoon tea, can you still accept these few calories? Is your body management that strict?" Tong Mokshuyan saw tea. She was truly very joyful. Exactly the kind of joy one feels when about to leave the workplace. "I can eat it, thank you." Hua Nian Sheng, having finished delivering the items, immediately left. The feeling was that she arrived hastily and departed just as hastily. Tong Mokshuyan was still waiting to see if she would say anything next, but the little girl, as if she had just completed some task, was out the door in a flash. He looked at the 2 items that would normally not appear on his desk, and after a long while, he lightly pressed a hand to his chest. His heart beat a little faster than usual. He knew full well that this thoughtfulness was extended to the entire office, but he still could not help but feel a secret joy because of it. The sensation of his brain being taken over by hormones was both unfamiliar and left him at a loss for what to do. After a full day of skipping work, Hua Nian Sheng finished her day feeling content. Suddenly, she received a phone call from the police, saying that the thief had been caught and asking her to come retrieve her belongings. Hua Nian Sheng was startled when she first heard it, but then quickly said okay. Tonight, Tong Mokshuyan had a social engagement, and she didn't want to disturb him, so she resolutely took a taxi to the police station herself. At the police station, she saw most of her stolen items. The police said some had already been sold and were in the process of recovery. This burglary was indeed caused by a gang T. He had even thought of details such as avoiding cameras and damaging cameras. The only thing they hadn't expected was the value of the items they stole. Several of Hua Nian Sheng's jewelry sets were a mix of expensive and cheap, but coincidentally, they had advertised selling 2 sets of her jewelry, each worth millions of yuan, at the price of regular branded goods global limited edition items. There were indeed not many genuine buyers, and it wasn't long after they were posted that they caught attention. It was said that when the police apprehended the culprits, the thieves were bargaining with several online buyers. The buyers confirmed the items were authentic, and several people vied to purchase them, pushing the price up close to 200,000 yuan already. Hua Nian Sheng recovered quite a few items. She signed her name and as a result, turned around to see Tong Mokshuyan also entering the police station. She was momentarily stunned, seeing him look even weary and travel-stained, clearly having arrived in great haste. Coming to the police station, why didn't you tell me to come with you? Hua Nian Sheng remembered that when she reported the case at the police station, she had only left her own contact information. She did not know how Tong Mokshuyan had found out. Don't you have a party? Hua Nian Sheng asked. Moreover, this was actually considered Hua Nian Sheng's private matter. She had indeed passed the age of needing a guardian to closely follow her every move. Oh. Though this matter had initially caused her no small impact, after several days had passed, she had also stabilized again. Tong Mokshuyan did not answer Hua Nian Sheng's question. He once again inquired about the progress of the case with the police, and after the procedures were complete, he led Hua Nian Sheng outside. Being several years older, his life experience was indeed much richer than hers. The matters she had not clearly asked about just now, he had also supplemented one by one. The wind outside was quite strong. Hua Nian Sheng's hair disheveled, her hair was quite long. Tong Mokshuyan walked half a step behind her. Hua Nian Sheng did not notice her hair being blown by the wind, sweeping past Tong Mokshuyan's face. He cast down his eyes, looking at that strand of hair for a moment, until the strand of hair slipped from his face, and Hua Nian Sheng ahead had already walked further away. The night wind at the end of March still carried a chill. Hua Nian Sheng saw Tong Mokshuyan's car by the road, but was slightly surprised not to see the driver. Did you drive here yourself? Tong Mokshuyan looked at her. What's wrong? Little Hua's expression became serious. But there's the smell of alcohol on you. So that was it. Just now when he received the phone call saying the police station had caught the culprit, Tong Mokshuyan saw that the little girl hadn't even sent him a message, knowing immediately that she had gone alone. When he stood up, he accidentally knocked over a glass of wine on the table, and the wine stained his jacket. That was why the little girl was now suspecting him of driving after drinking alcohol. Tong Mokshuyan burst out laughing after hearing her words. Worried Idaho drive drunk? Hua Nian Sheng, as an excellent university student who grew up under the 5-star red flag of the motherland, looked at him very seriously. Driving while drunk is a violation of the law. Both of them had already walked to the front of the car, but still hadn't gotten in. Tong Mokshuyan said, you don't trust me that much, huh? In that case you drive. Hua Nian. Comrade Hua had obtained her driver's license, but the last time she touched a steering wheel was ages ago, and she fell silent. Since getting my license I've never driven before, Hua Nian Sheng said. In this situation, Hua Nian Sheng naturally felt that she was practically no different from someone who didn't know how to drive. Tong Mokshuyan casually shoved the car keys into her hand, then very naturally walked towards the passenger seat. Just drive, he said. I'll supervise you. There aren't many cars on this road. Hua Nian Sheng widened her eyes, as if using her gaze to ask Tong Mokshuyan really? Of course it was true. She pondered for a moment, opened the driver's side door, but before getting in, she still stood there and asked Tong Mokshuyan again, it's been a very long time since I drove. Do you really dare to ride in a car I'm driving? Tong Mokshuyan was successfully amused. Why her? I've already gotten in, he said. What else are you afraid of? Hua Nian Sheng. Afraid I'll take you into the ditch with me. This remark of hers somehow hit Director Tong's funny bone. laughing and laughing, or rather laughing like this. If he said he hadn't had a drink, she wouldn't quite believe it. Closing the car door, Hua Nian Sheng looked at the steering wheel, took a deep breath, and in her mind began to recall the mantras her driving instructor once said, things like left foot on the clutch, one stomp, release the clutch slowly, lower the handbrake. Now thinking back, she didn't know if they would be of any use. Tong Mokchuan watched the little girl mentally prepare for a long while, after which she slowly started the car. Hua Nian Sheng hadn't completely forgotten how to drive, it was just that it had been too long, and her skills were rusty. At first, when pressing the gas pedal, she didn't dare to speed up quickly. Tong Mokchuan didn't urge her, but still very dutifully fastened his seatbelt, adhering to traffic laws. Back when Hua Nian Sheng was practicing for her driver's license, she had also used her uncle's car to practice. But because her skills were too unproficient, the first time she practiced, she crashed into a tree. From then on, whenever she practiced driving, Hua Kiamgon had to make time to supervise her. Even with supervision, she still crashed into a tree. What kind of state would it be in without supervision? Later, Hua Nian Sheng successfully opted in her driver's license, but normally she had no need to drive, so it had been a long time since she drove. At first, the speed was very slow. Later, it increased a little, but it wasn't much faster. Hua Nian Sheng truly felt that a huge student driver sign should be pasted on the back of this car. She drove safely to Tong Mokchuan's house, but was then stumped by parking. This car couldn't reverse in. She turned her head to look at Tong Mokchuan. You reverse park it yourself. Okay? Tong Mokchuan said, I'll guide you do it. Hua Nian. Just now on the way, Tong Mokchuan wasn't exactly quiet. He would occasionally open his mouth to say a few words, all concerning traffic laws or things to pay attention to while driving, directed at Hua Nian Sheng. No kidding, if Hua Nian Sheng's driving school instructor back then looked like this, sounded like this, and had a temperament like this, her driver's license would surely have been obtained at least 2 months earlier. After expending so much effort to finish parking, Hua Nian Sheng sighed in relief, only then realizing that while driving home, she had been so tense she was sweating profusely. Sometimes her own peculiar psychological resilience was truly laughable. That year, she bravely drove, carrying her youngest uncle, and crashed into a tree without feeling anything, but now driving properly on the road, she was filled with trepidation. Tong Mokchuan offered his assessment of her driving skills. You drive. Quite steadily actually, he said, it's just that you're out of practice. With more practice time you'll be fine. Oh, that reminds me, Hua Kiamgon had already returned from his business trip, but Hua Nian Sheng still hadn't dared to tell him about the apartment being robbed, afraid her uncle would ask where she had been these past few days. If she told the truth, no matter how much Hua Kiamgon trusted this brother of his, Tong Mokchuan, Hua Nian Sheng also felt that there would be trouble. This matter was truly difficult to speak about. She quit her job and at the same time, it was only right for her to move out of Tong Mokchuan's place. She had been freeloading for several days already, embarrassed to death. Hua Nian Sheng still hadn't figured out how to tell Tong Mokchuan about her intention to move out, when she saw Tong Mokchuan, after taking her to the door, just standing outside and not coming into the house. He said, dinner is cooked already, you just reheat it and it's ready to eat. I have an appointment with your uncle, tonight I might come home quite late, remember to sleep early, okay? Hua Nian Sheng, after hearing this, was still a bit slow to react. No way, what's wrong with him? He still had to go out, so why bother wasting so much effort and energy guiding her to reverse the car just now? Just as Hua Nian Sheng was about to open her mouth to condemn him, she suddenly realized the key point in Tong Mokchuan's words, and she unconsciously grabbed his arm. You have an appointment with whom? Your uncle and a few business partners. Hua Nian Sheng looked into his eyes, her gaze wanting to speak but refraining. Tong Mokchuan slightly lowered his eyes. He said, I know I won't tell your uncle. In your eyes, am I the type of person who, at the slightest thing, runs to your parents to tattle? Hua Nian Sheng, having received the assurance, was satisfied. She clasped her hands together, obediently thanked Tong Mokchuan, then waved her hand, wishing him a safe journey. Tong Mokchuan. Only after the door closed did Hua Nian Sheng remember that she had forgotten to confirm whether Tong Mokchuan would actually drink alcohol tonight or not. But seeing him indeed very sober, she thought he surely wouldn't drink. On the other side, Tong Mokchuan drove to the location. No sooner had he sat down than Hua Jinyan patted his shoulder. Just now, where were you rushing off to so hastily? You hadn't even eaten a few bites of dinner and already said you had something to do. What kind of matter is so urgent? Tong Mokchuan was silent for a moment. He said nothing, just a small private matter. When he said a small private matter, Hua Nian smirked. Forget it, if you don't want to say then don't. Tonight Tong Mokchuan still drank alcohol but not much. There were guests at home, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to return drunk. Last night was considered an exception. Tong Mokchuan didn't drink much and Hua Nian also had no interest in drinking. He had just returned from a business trip and still wanted to go home to hug his wife and children. If he were reeking of alcohol, it was still unknown if he would be allowed into the bedroom tonight. Tonight Tong Mokchuan came home early. He was home before midnight. He thought that, like every time before, the little girl, even if not sleeping, would be in her own room. The result was, when he entered, he saw the little girl in the living room, wearing pajamas, her hair in a messy bun, not sitting on the sofa but on the fur rug on the ground. Her tablet was placed on the coffee table, seemingly still playing background music from a historical drama, and she held washed grapes in her hand, eating and sniffling at the same time. After hearing a sound at the door, she instinctively turned her head to look. Her eyes were red-rimmed, tears pouring like rain, looking truly pitiable. Discovering he was back, she frantically pulled out a tissue to wipe the tears from her face. Tong Mokchuan silently went to wash his hands, dried them, then went and sat down next to Hua Nian Sheng, seeing that her tablet was showing a xianxia drama, and at this moment it was the part of deep bittersweet love where the female lead dies. Hua Nian Sheng initially said nothing, clearly still immersed in emotion, but then realized Tong Mokchuan was back, and being seen crying like this by him, she was so embarrassed she couldn't speak. A moment later she finally spoke. "You're back." Her voice was choked up. Anyone who didn't know might think she had suffered a great grievance. Tong Mokchuan suddenly laughed. He reached out and lightly patted the little girl's head twice, joking with her. "Watching a movie and making yourself cry like this. You're quite something, aren't you?" Suddenly being patted on the head, Hua Nian Sheng still hadn't reacted. At this moment the tears on her face had been wiped dry, but her eyes were still red, and coupled with her fair skin, it looked even more obvious. Tong Mokchuan stared at her for a moment, saying nothing. Hua Nian Sheng silently ate another grape, and while she was at it, thoughtfully asked, "Do you want some?" Her eyes red-rimmed. Using a choked, tearful voice, she invited Tong Mokchuan to eat together. In that moment he suddenly felt like a villain going to steal her fruit. He conveniently took a piece of fruit, patted the spot beside him. "What are you doing sitting on the ground?" Hua Nian Sheng did not listen to him. She said this height, sitting on the ground, was just perfect. The scene on the tablet was still playing, and Hua Nian Sheng watched, her eyes wanting to shed tears again. But with a man looming beside her, seriously affecting her emotions, she couldn't cry her heart out as she wished, so she turned off the movie. Turning around and looking up, she found Tong Mokchuan's gaze resting on her. For so many years, Hua Nian Sheng had always felt a fear in her heart towards this look from Tong Mokchuan. It was very easy for people to misunderstand. "Are you drunk?" Hua Nian Sheng asked. She knew that at social gatherings it was often very difficult not to drink a drop, and Tong Mokchuan was not someone who didn't drink. Hearing her ask that, Tong Mokchuan suddenly burst out laughing, and he said, "A little bit drunk." Hua Nian Sheng wanted to go pour him a glass of water. Just as she stood up, intending to step past Tong Mokchuan to go into the kitchen, her wrist was caught. She felt a pull and went with the flow, sitting down on the sofa, right beside Tong Mokchuan, almost sitting on his lap, with one hand even resting on his thigh. Hua Nian Sheng heard the person beside her softly say, "Sit with me for a moment." Chapter 40. The photographer named Tong. Hua Nian Sheng sat for a long while before the feeling of her wrist being held disappeared. Tong Mokchuan seemed to suddenly awaken and released her hand. He leaned back into the sofa, closed his eyes, his posture relaxed. Hua Nian Sheng said nothing, just quietly sat beside him. Because Tong Mokchuan had his eyes closed, her gaze very naturally rested on his face. This face of Tong Mokchuan, looking at it a few more times would still be a profit for her. Hua Nian Sheng was now simply an admirer of beauty. After Tong Mokchuan closed his eyes, she then discovered that this man's skin was so beautiful she was speechless. What kind of skincare products did he usually use? Or did a boss like him usually go to beauty salons and such? It couldn't possibly be naturally beautiful, could it? After sitting for a while, Tong Mokchuan suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, Hua Nian Sheng was still thinking about the percentage possibility of Tong Mokchuan going to a beauty salon for skincare when she unexpectedly met his gaze, the distance between them very close. "What are you looking at?" Tong Mokchuan asked. Hua Nian Sheng was silent for a moment, then asked, "What kind of skincare products do you usually use?" Tong Mokchuan. Little Hua didn't know why, but she seemed to have hit Tong Mokchuan's funny bone. As soon as she finished speaking, he laughed again. He smiled very brightly. She thought and thought but couldn't understand it at all. A moment later, Tong Mokchuan finally said, "Go and rest early. Sleeping early and waking early is better than anything." It was no different from telling her, if you want to achieve good results, you must study hard. Hua Nian Sheng still gave a soft stood up and took the fruit plate back to the kitchen, and while she was at it, poured Tong Mokchuan a glass of water, then took her tablet to her own room. Lying on the bed, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly remembered that she hadn't told Tong Mokchuan about moving out tomorrow. After all, he had hosted her for several days, and if she wanted to go home, she still had to say goodbye to him. It was just that a moment ago she had heard Tong Mokchuan return to his room and close the door, so it wasn't convenient to disturb him now. Telling him tomorrow would be the same. Thinking of this, Hua Nian Sheng closed her eyes with peace of mind. But the next morning, as soon as she opened her eyes, the maid told her something that Tong Mokchuan had a flight today and had already woken up long ago. Hua Nian Sheng, of course, did not feel that Tong Mokchuan had any obligation to report anything to her. It was just that the words she had originally intended to say directly, she now had no choice but to text him. Going to work today was no different from paid leave. Hua Nian Sheng was so idle that she ran errands for her seniors. In the afternoon, someone from the HR department came to find Hua Nian Sheng to process her resignation. The resignation procedure for an intern was very simple, and also done very quickly. After it was done, Hua Nian Sheng sat at her workstation, feeling a slight nostalgia. Secretary Vong sighed, "I'm really envious of you young people. Being a student is still better." Hua Nian Sheng, "Sister, you write my thesis, and I'll go to work in your place." Secretary Vong. "Then no need for that." Although the internship at Hangchuan was indeed very good, it couldn't stop Comrade Little Hua from immediately standing up and slipping away as soon as work hours ended. During her half year of work, she had arranged some small decorations on her desk, and even the small holiday gifts issued by the company's logistics department were all cleared away, her principle being not to leave anything behind. Hangchuan was also quite thoughtful in that, when Hua Nian Sheng resigned, the logistics department even sent her a farewell gift. Hua Nian, quite thoughtful indeed. When work finished, stepping out of the elevator, she saw Lai Tu-Q and Lai Not-Nin, who had just returned from an external business trip. It seemed they still had to continue working overtime. Recently, the interns were working extremely hard, perhaps like only being spurred into action when the water reached their feet near final exams at school, but there was no other way. Competition simply had to be faced. When Hua Nian Sheng encountered them, she even offered a greeting. After all, they used to be colleagues. Lai Not-Nin frankly said, "I heard you still plan to pursue postgraduate studies, huh?" Hua Nian Sheng nodded. Lai Tu-Q's gaze was complex. "No wonder you're so optimistic every day. Not worried at all about the chance for a full-time position. It turns out you fundamentally don't need one." This further highlighted the absurdity of the accusation email from a few days prior. Hua Nian Sheng laughed heartily. "You two, keep up the good work." But when she was about to leave, Lai Tu-Q suddenly called her back. "Hua Nian Sheng, do you know who accused you?" Hua Nian Sheng paused slightly. This truly was a good question. She also didn't know why each of them was so curious about whether she knew or not. She also didn't explicitly say it outright. JT only lightly replied with one sentence, "It doesn't matter anymore." The workplace, in reality, was a reflection of a complex society. Being undermined by colleagues was a common occurrence. Hua Nian Sheng was not someone who easily forgot a grudge. It was just that she already knew her predetermined future development trajectory, and a petty person was not worth her wasting too much thought on. Stepping out of Hanchuan, Hua Nian Sheng returned to Tong Mokchuan's home. Tonight, the housekeeper was not coming to cook. She had already told her in advance this morning. Now she was returning only to pack her luggage. She would go home to eat dinner. At noon she had messaged Tong Mokchuan, but he still hadn't replied. She didn't know if he was so busy he didn't have time to check his phone. Hua Nian Sheng took a taxi straight home, just in time for the meal to begin. It had been several days since she had held her cousin. The little boy seemed not to recognize her slightly, but after holding him for a while, he became the closest in the world to Hua Nian Sheng. The child was about 4 months old. What did he understand, really? Knowing how to babble and cry was already quite good. Hua Nian Sheng was still very self-aware, and discerning. Only after finishing dinner did she tell the two people about the recent robbery at her rented room. Afterwards, she was criticized by Hua Qiangan for half an hour during this process. Concealing it was her greatest sin. Chu also looked at he with disapproving eyes and conveniently added a few more sentences. It felt like being tag-teamed by a male-female duo. Huan, didn't it all get resolved already? Her murmured excuse was very faint, but it could not stop her from being scolded. Hua Qiangan asked her, so where have you been these past few days? Don't tell me that place already had thieves scoping it out, and you still dared to stay there, huh? Hua Nian Sheng lied without blinking. A hotel. Have all the belongings been recovered? Hua Nian Sheng, there are still some that have already been sold. The police are investigating, and whether they can find any more, I don't know. Hua Qiangan clicked his tongue, probably finished scolding, and began asking about other matters. Did you report it to the police yourself? He had watched his niece grow up, and the parental mentality was still there. He habitually asked a few questions about everything. No, it wasn't. Tong Mokchuan helped me. She didn't know why, but after Hua Nian Sheng finished saying this sentence, the two adults in front of her suddenly fell silent. A moment later, Hua Nian Sheng heard her uncle coldly scoff. Excellent, so that brat also knew about this. Last night they sat together for several hours, yet he was as silent as a clam, not uttering a single word. What a discreet mouth indeed. Huan. She, of course, was not so lacking in a sense of justice as to let Tong Mokchuan bear the blame for her. She told her maternal uncle that it was because she had told Tong Mokchuan not to speak. Unfortunately, Hua Qiangan had his own reasoning. Whatever you asked him to do is your two's business. Him hiding it from me is my business with him. You don't interfere. Being a parent was actually like that. They were truly angry indeed, but Hua Nian Sheng was now sitting safely at home, and the matter had passed. Even if angry, they couldn't stay angry for long. Hua Nian Sheng was a child pampered since childhood, naturally knowing how to grasp the parent's psychology. Her being okay was enough. Hua Qiangan again asked her what she had lost, and the result was a bank transfer telling her to buy new things. Family affection brilliantly flourished thanks to money. Hua Nian Sheng, right then and there, quick-mouthedly wished General Director Hua prosperous business. Hua Qiangan coldly smiled and told her to stay obediently at home for a few days. Such a good thing, how could Hua Nian Sheng dare to refuse? It wasn't until evening that Hua Nian Sheng saw Tong Mokchuan reply to the message. He also didn't say much, only telling her to rest well at home. She had told him what she had said to Hua Qiangan tonight, and also Hua Qiangan's reaction, preparing him. While at it, she also emphasized that she had told her youngest uncle that she had been at a hotel these past few days, to avoid Tong Mokchuan accidentally letting it slip when talking to Hua Qiangan. She sent several messages consecutively. Long while later, Tong Mokchuan on the other side replied with a voice message. Hua Nian Sheng opened it to listen. From the other side came Tong Mokchuan's voice carrying a hint of laughter. Sen, does your doing this count as prompting me for answers? How could this person speak so frankly? Hua Nian Sheng didn't know how to reply, so she sent back a meme. After ending her wage-earning life, Hua Nian Sheng lay sprawling at home very comfortably. During the day, Hua Qiangan and his wife went to work. At home there was only her and the 4-month-old baby. Baby Nguyendan was also not Hua Nian Sheng's responsibility to care for. She only occasionally went downstairs to tease her cousin a little and then stopped. The baby's maternal grandparents also occasionally visited. With an additional little one like this in the house, it was indeed much more lively. It was just that after lying around idly at home for a week, Hua Nian Sheng had no choice but to pack her luggage and head back to school. It was simply that the thesis deadline was knocking at the door. Hua Nian Sheng completed the first draft and sent it to her supervising teacher. The teacher also quickly gave suggestions for revisions. The end of April would be the graduation project defense. Also around the end of April, graduation photos would be taken. It was just that she didn't know which would be first and which would be after. Hua Qiangan knew she had to return to school and also nodded, putting on a serious face. Why? Well, you should go back. Every day when I come home from work and see you lying on the sofa, I find it quite an eyesore. Hua Nian Sheng. Comrade little Hua gracefully rolled out of the house. But as soon as she returned to school, she still had many emotions having not eaten school cafeteria food for nearly 1 semester. She felt a little nostalgic. Hua Nian Sheng had also not gathered with her roommates for a long time. Deep DMDM had just finished her interview round not long ago, currently awaiting acceptance results, but it seemed she had a sure win. Trin Van Tin and Phuong Man were both currently in their internship period because of the thesis matter. Both intended to quit their jobs recently, waiting until after the project defense to look for new jobs. Having just graduated, feeling a bit uncertain about job choices was also normal. Anyone who has ever worked for a salary will go crazy. While Hua Nian Sheng was revising her thesis, Deep DMDM had just submitted her topic report to her supervising teacher. From her exuded an indescribable calmness. Not to mention Hua Nian Sheng, the other 2 roommates also caught the bug, becoming sluggish. Everyone knew that when only oneself hadn't completed it, one would be very anxious, but when one discovered that there were others around procrastinating with oneself, and even their progress was slower than oneself, then the feeling was immediately completely different. University students' graduation theses, as long as they WER and too ridiculous, could all pass graduation smoothly. The teachers also knew what kind of trash students wrote. Hua Nian Sheng still remembered that before the seniors' defense, a quite reputable teacher in the institute had advised everyone to go listen to the defense with the following words: "Welcome, everyone, to witness magical realism, to see how your seniors regard CNKI Chinese academic database as supreme, and while you're at it, how they criticize those who came before." This year, the creators of magical realism had become their cohort. Hua Nian Sheng also felt more or less a little embarrassed, but to graduate, everyone had no choice but to each make an effort to patch things up a bit. Deep DMDM recently stayed awake until 2 in the morning every day. That's how it is when rushing deadlines. Their major was not just about writing words to graduate. There were things that took 10 days or half a month and still weren't sure to be completed. Facing this situation, everyone could only look at each other with sympathetic eyes. After Hua Nian Sheng returned to school, her life became more regular. Moreover, after quitting her job at Han Shuyan, although she had little contact with old colleagues, she still knew the official transfer list. Originally there were only 3 slots, but later 2 more slots were suddenly added, so in the end 5 people were retained. Chu Kio was not among them. It was not unexpected that he had been rejected. It was said that afterwards, he even specifically went to ask the reason for being rejected. At that time he asked right in front of everyone, and his leader, Chu Tuibok, upon hearing this, only said the evaluation criteria were already told to you before. If you still have any questions, you can come talk to me privately. Chu Kio probably felt unconvinced. He felt his capability was sufficient, and stubbornly insisted that the person explain right then and there. Chu Tuibok replied. He looked at the other person and said, "I think you yourself know in your heart." With one sentence, Chu Kio immediately shut his mouth. His silence alone was not enough. The others, after hearing, also seemed to understand what the problem was. These matters were all recounted by Lai Tu-Q to Hua Nian since she had also been accepted. Telling Hua Nian Sheng these matters was perhaps because she wanted to pry to see if Chu Kio was the one who sent the anonymous email. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng no longer equivocated. She gave an affirmative answer. Lai Tu-Q, upon receiving the affirmative answer, was astonished for a long while, asking her again, "Didn't he used to pursue you before?" One can only say the human heart is unpredictable. Hua Nian Sheng, while chatting and scrolling through her friends list, suddenly realized that after resigning, she and Song Mak Shuyan seemed to have never spoken again. Clicking into their chat window, she recalled that previously when working there was almost always something that needed to be discussed with the boss every day, so the chat history basically had entries every day. After resigning, their circles of life basically did not intersect, and there was no longer any need to chat. It wasn't surprising. They were inherently not like people from the same world. Frankly, Hua Nian Sheng even had to thank Song Mak Shuyan for having refused so decisively back then. Supposing he had truly given in and agreed at that time, she wouldn't dare imagine what their relationship would be like more than 3 years from that day. Unequal love often ends in tragedy. These were some realities that Hua Nian Sheng had come to realize. Song Mak Shuyan, putting all else aside, was indeed a good person. Hua Nian Sheng also didn't remember how many good person cards she had issued to Song Mokshuyan in her heart anymore. She absolutely acknowledged Song Mokshuyan's character, but what he would be like as a life partner, who could tell? In her 4th year of university, putting aside the anxiety of graduation, Hua Nian Sheng was still quite happy she didn't have many classes. The matter of direct admission to postgraduate studies had already been quite a struggle in her 3rd year, and the graduation internship was also very fortunate, thanks to her supervisor's connections, bypassing the interview stage and going straight into the company, and the half-year internship couldn't be said to have yielded absolutely no gains. As soon as April passed, Hua Nian Sheng could almost go on summer vacation, a carefree and thoughtless holiday. It's just that before summer vacation, there was still a period of living worse than death. Hua Nian Sheng's second draft was returned by her teacher, who raised several issues and told her to revise it. She wished she could just die and get it over with, not daring to imagine how she would live through the upcoming 3 years of graduate school. In the chat group with several master's and PhD students, there were basically desperate cries every day. If it wasn't about theses, it was about data, and all sorts of things that Hua Nian Sheng didn't quite understand. After many revisions, the thesis finally passed the supervisor's approval. After that came proofreading and printing, in preparation for the defense. The dates for the defense and graduation photos had all been set, both falling on the weekend, the defense on Saturday, followed by graduation photos on Sunday. This matter of graduation photos had to be told to the family, so Hua Nian Sheng asked if her uncle would have time to come. After clarifying the time, Hua Kim-gon immediately said, "Of course, we'll go. Your uncle and aunt, along with Chung Guindan, will go take family photos with you." Hua Nian Sheng, Chung Guindan, almost 5 months old, would have to endure hardship this time. Hua Kim-gon also added, "Your aunt asked if you needed to hire a makeup artist the morning of the graduation photos. Will probably be quite frantic, won't it?" Hua Nian Sheng, no N.D., right? She genuinely hadn't thought about this matter yet. But at this time, it was true that many people had already contacted makeup artists, most hired skillful juniors from the school or classmates who weren't taking photos on the same day. 2 experienced people said to her, "How about just hiring one? Graduation photos are important, you know." Finally, her aunt guaranteed that she would hire an extremely reliable makeup artist for her. Hua Nian Sheng thought it made sense, although later there would still be the time after finishing graduate studies. Each stage had its own meaning, and in the photos she naturally had to be beautiful. After informing about the graduation photos, Hua Nian Sheng focused on preparing for the graduation defense. Putting other things aside, before having to speak at length in front of a group of experts, anyone would feel a bit of pressure. Not just her, the entire dormitory room seemed to be in a mental state that was not quite normal. Trin Van Tin was memorizing word for word a template apology for her online defense. As long as tomorrow the professor said one word no, she would begin performing her apology rap version. Memorizing it alone was not enough. Trin Van Tin extremely generously sent the apology document she had drafted into the group, creating benefit for her roommates. Hua Nian Sheng felt it made a lot of sense, and upon receiving it, immediately tried to memorize both versions. However, when she actually went on stage, she truly felt her mind go blank. Nevertheless, Hua Nian Sheng had never been someone afraid of the stage in the first 3 years of university. She didn't know how many times she had strived to go up to the podium for her academic achievements, and after that, with various interviews and during her internship, her experience presenting projects was also considerable. Her project defense went very smoothly. Most of the professors in the institute were impressed with her. Hua Nian Sheng's thesis was well structured, and she had also put her heart and soul into writing it seriously. Looking at the situation at the defense venue, she felt it would probably be fine. Sure enough, that evening the list of the first round of defenses was announced, and everyone in the room passed. Everyone was overjoyed. If they didn't also have to wake up early the next day to put on makeup for graduation photos, they would have gone out to celebrate. The next morning when the alarm clock rang, Hua Nian Sheng was still drowsy. Not long after waking up, the dormitory room also became lively. Fuang Man herself was a master of makeup. Normally, for any activity, she mostly did her own makeup, and her technique was very skillful. Hua Nian Sheng even had a little time to wait for the makeup artist to enter the school. Her aunt had sent the makeup artist's contact details to her beforehand. Before that, she had only communicated with the person about the time and the dormitory location. Now the person sent a message saying that they were about to arrive. Hua Nian Sheng thought it was one person coming, but the result was an entire small team. Was there a need to be so excessively reliable? Let alone her. The three other roommates also stared blankly when they saw several people walk in. Hua Nian Sheng could only remain silent. Sometimes she felt truly helpless. In the end, the makeup team not only finished Hua Nian Sheng's makeup and hair, but also conveniently did the hair for her three roommates. And because it didn't look right to them, they even redid their makeup. Finally, the dormitory room had 4 freshly made beauties. The group photos were taken very early as soon as Hua Nian Sheng saw off the makeup artists. It was also almost time to gather. At this moment, Hua Kim-gon messaged to say they were already on their way. Walking on the road, everywhere one looked, one could see graduation gowns. Hua Nian Sheng and her roommates arrived at the gathering point almost at the same time. Hua Kim-gon called, saying they had arrived at the school gate. Cars from outside needed a permit to enter the school. Hua Nian Sheng had already taken a photo of the permit and sent it to her youngest uncle beforehand, and the permit also clearly stated the license plate number. The only problem was that after getting inside, they still had to find the people. All around were only graduation gowns. Everyone looked the same. Hua Nian Sheng directed over the phone for a long time while she herself also made great efforts to find the car. She was wondering what car her uncle was driving today when Hua Kim-gon on the other end of the line already said, "You look for us. Today we're in that blue Volvo over there. The color is very easy to spot, right?" Easy to spot. It was indeed easy to spot. Hua Nian Sheng looked around once and saw it immediately. Hua Kim-gon had gotten out of the car, was looking around at the front of the car, one hand holding a large bouquet of flowers, the other hand holding a phone, talking to Hua Nian Sheng. Today he had meticulously groomed himself, dressed in a way that could only be called dashingly handsome, with flowers in his hand, and topped with the color of that car, attracted quite a few gazes from everyone. How is this different from a peacock spreading its tail? "I see you, uncle," Hua Nian Sheng said. She approached at a slow run, still waving a greeting towards Hua Jinyan along the way. Hua Jinyan also saw her, and turned to call those in the car to get down first. Su Xiao carried the baby out of the car. This did not surprise Hua Nian Sheng at all, until she then saw another person stepped out of the car. It was Song Mai Chuan. Hua Nian Sheng was stunned even with the person already standing before her. She still did not understand what was happening. Without waiting for her to open her mouth to ask, Hua Jinyan had already tucked the bouquet into her arms, proactively claiming credit. "Well, the photographer has also been thoughtfully arranged for you. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you astonished?" Hua Nian. Only at this moment did she notice that when Song Mai Chuan got out of the car, he was still holding a camera in his hand. "You told Song Mai Chuan to come be the photographer?" Hua Nian Sheng, still not daring to believe it, confirmed again with her uncle. "What's wrong? He takes beautiful photos, and today he doesn't have any proper work, so coming here to stroll around the school counts as relaxation," Hua Jinyan said with an obvious tone. "Besides, as for him, if he didn't want to come, he would refuse. Why should I feel sorry for him? As if I'm bullying him," Hua Jinyan muttered. Hua Nian Sheng was about to say something, but as soon as she looked up, she saw Song Mai Chuan again bend down to take out a bouquet from inside the car, and only then did he walk towards her. He handed the bouquet to her, smiling softly. "Congratulations on your graduation." Song Mai Chuan was dressed somewhat more comfortably today at first glance. He didn't look much more than a university student, very unlike his usual appearance of a suit, neat leather shoes, and daily strategizing at the company. Hua Nian Sheng felt her eyes were slightly dazzled by his smile, and she was half a beat slow to react before taking the bouquet. In her arms she held 2 bouquets, each one exquisite. Hua Jinyan's bouquet was probably chosen by his wife, in pink hues, arranged with many types of flowers. The bouquet Song Mai Chuan gave was in purple hues, also arranged with many types. Hua Jinyan said, "I already told him I bought flowers, but that fellow just insisted on giving another bouquet himself. Money is like jackfruit leaves, you know." Chapter 41 Group Photo. On graduation photo day, many people from outside entered the school, and there were also not a few vehicles. But it must be said that even in this situation, Hua Nian Sheng's group still attracted quite a few glances. Beautiful people always get a second look. Hua Jinyan and his wife standing next to each other were truly a perfect match. As for Song Mai Chuan, dressed youthfully today, he truly looked like Hua Jinyan's younger brother. Hua Nian Sheng, holding the bouquets, led them forward. It was unclear if it was because he was out playing, but little Yuan Don mood this morning seemed very good. His mouth kept babbling, but he didn't cry at all, being very well behaved. The little boy also reached out his hand, wanting to grab the bouquet in Hua Nian Sheng's arms, but unfortunately, his arms were too short. Before reaching the gathering point, Hua Nian Sheng already saw her roommates waving, calling for assembly. She tucked the bouquets into Hua Jinyan's arms. Uncle, please hold them for me. Later, when it's time for the flower-giving segment, give them back to me. Hua Jian. As soon as Hua Nian Sheng left, he immediately swapped tasks with his wife. You hold the flowers, I'll carry the child. Su Xiao. Yue Jinyan's group arrived just in time. Currently, students from another department were on the photo stage. Hua Nian Sheng was at the gathering point, and the class monitor was holding the roll call list. Zheng Wenjing lightly poked Hua Nian Sheng. Sweetie, didn't you say only your uncle and aunt were coming? Did the handsome guy we met at the bar last year also come? Back then, in the dim light, he already looked handsome enough. Now, in broad daylight, he's explosively handsome like this. Zheng Wenjing clucked her tongue. Nearby, Yi Tian also exclaimed, your aunt is so beautiful. What does your aunt do for a living? She's so cool. Hey, do you good-looking people like yourselves only seek to socialize among yourselves? Huanying. A single dormitory room could not produce two different kinds of people. Everyone was a fanatic for beauty, for voices, for beautiful hands of all types, unwavering to the death. Very quickly, it was time for the whole academy's group photo. Hua Nian Sheng and her friends stood on the platform, while the photographer in front directed the formation. Amidst all sorts of noisy and lively sounds, Hua Nian Sheng in the crowd suddenly saw Tong Maichuan holding up a camera in front. His figure was tall, standing in a rather close position, while Hua Jinyan and her husband, carrying their young child, stood a little further back. Perhaps realizing Hua Nian Sheng had seen him, Tong Maichuan lowered his camera, smiled, and waved at her. The sunlight falling on him was a little dazzling, making him squint slightly. In that moment, Hua Nian Sheng strangely felt her heart skip a beat. Sometimes she truly hated herself for such ill-timed moments of stirring emotions. Fortunately, it was just that one moment. Hua Nian Sheng felt that Tong Maichuan from that just past moment was also very worthy of being captured. After the photographer finished adjusting the formation, they began to shoot. Just now the adjustments took quite a long time, but actually when shooting it was very quick, click once, then another shot. Hua Nian Sheng's gaze naturally gravitated towards the photographer hired by the school. After all, she would also appear in the faculty's group photo. If her expression was flawed, she would want to die. She also didn't know what kind of photos Tong Maichuan could take under this light. After all, the photos in his hands at most would only be seen by a few people. The group photo session finished very quickly. Half the people on the platform had already dispersed, but Hua Nian Sheng was still standing there because her class was the first one to be photographed. Everyone started pulling out their phones, looking into the camera to adjust their hats, hair, and makeup. Hua Nian Sheng was no exception. That's why the makeup artist Su Xiao hired was truly worth the money. Just now, after such a commotion, her hairstyle was still completely unaffected, and her makeup still looked perfect. Very beautiful. Hua Nian Sheng took her position, and after half a day of fiddling, the photographer finally called out to begin shooting. The phone in her hand had to be temporarily tucked into her pocket. A far-sighted person would know to buy dresses with pockets. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed Tong Maichuan seeming to stand a little closer again, while Hua Jinyan by herself, carrying two bouquets of flowers, squeezed into the crowd. When it came to the flower presentation segment, both her uncle and Tong Maichuan stepped forward together to present flowers to her. Regarding this ceremonial matter, they were not perfunctory at all. Around her, friends and relatives swarmed forward in great numbers. Hua Nian Sheng, naturally, hadn't had time to say anything to them before the crowd dispersed again. Hua Nian Sheng held two bouquets of flowers in her arms. She adjusted the flowers' position, looked back at the lens, and began to manage her expression. By the time she stepped down from the platform, Hua Nian Sheng felt she had lost half her life. This graduation photoshoot was truly exhausting. She went to find her family gathered. Staring intently at the camera in Tong Maichuan's hand for a long while, she finally asked, "May I see the photos?" Tong Maichuan looked at her, smiling faintly. "Don't you trust my skills that much?" Hua Nian Sheng, "It's not that I don't trust my ability to manage my own expressions. What if a shot has a flawed expression? It would be so ugly. Not at all, T. Tong Maichuan said, every shot is beautiful. Hua Nian. She also didn't know who this remark was praising. Come over and take family photos with your aunt and uncle. Hua Nian Sheng turned her head to look back. Hua Jinyan was again carrying her son and coaxing him. A small child like this, staying outside for too long, would fuss and cry, so she said nothing more. The family photo, of course, was still of a family of 4. The only thing was that the setting was a little special. It was a family photo taken at school. Thinking that Hua Nian Sheng would also pursue postgraduate studies at Du University, Hua Jinyan casually said that once she graduated, the whole family would take photos again. That was true. During the photo shoot, little Yuan Dan didn't cooperate much with the lens. After a long while of fidgeting, the little boy finally rolled over and fell asleep. The family photos were also finished, and in the middle they even changed a few angles. Hua Nian Sheng was utterly exhausted. The morning had almost entirely passed. She led both the adults and the child to the cafeteria for lunch. The baby was placed in a stroller. Hua Yuandan, a handsome little boy sleeping soundly like Mount Tai amidst the noisy environment of the cafeteria. Hua Nian Sheng, a soon-to-graduate student leading 3 people who had graduated 7 or 8 years ago to the cafeteria for a meal. The 3 CEOs, accustomed to eating delicacies from land and sea, still adapted quite well to the school cafeteria. The rate of people turning their heads to look at this group was quite high. Firstly, because everyone was beautiful, and secondly, because there was a very adorable baby. Just now, when little Hua Yuandan hadn't yet fallen asleep, he had attracted several university students with clear eyes to come and play with him. Young people hated fussy children, but they would also like chubby, serene babies who are calm in public from a young age. After lunch, Hua Nian Sheng still had plans to take photos with her roommates this afternoon. She intended to tell Hua Jinyan and her husband to go back first. After all, they were carrying a small child and couldn't just stay cooped up in her school all day. As a result, her uncle was very obedient, taking his wife and child back, but he left Tong Maichuan behind. Hua Nian Sheng? She and Tong Maichuan looked at each other for a long while, finally unable to resist asking, why aren't you going back with them? Tong Maichuan pointed at the camera in his hand. I already said I would be your photographer today. How could I abandon it halfway? Who exactly did he say that to? Hua Nian Sheng couldn't possibly understand. Tong Maichuan, however, ignored those trivial matters. He asked, what time are you meeting your friends? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Other people also had relatives and friends arriving. Naturally, they also had to welcome them. Tong Maichuan looked at his watch, then softly said, then I'll take a few solo photos for you first. Touch up your makeup. Your lipstick wore off when you just ate. Hua Nian Sheng. It must be said that Tong Maichuan was very professional. Today he even specially brought extra camera batteries, a reflector panel too. He knew all about composition and posing direction. Hua Nian Sheng didn't think too much. Since Tong Maichuan had volunteered to take photos, she couldn't very well chase away a free photographer. It was just that without anyone else around, she kept feeling that being alone with Tong Maichuan at this moment was still somehow strange. But Tong Maichuan didn't seem to feel that way. With him there, Hua Nian Sheng didn't need to worry about not having beautiful graduation photos to post on her social circle. When it was time to gather with her roommates one by one, everyone who saw Tong Maichuan standing next to Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help but curve their lips into a smile. Actually, Hua Nian Sheng had already mentioned it in the group chat, but that couldn't stop them from exaggerating. Tong Maichuan had already begun to introduce himself to her roommates. He said, hello everyone, I am Hua Nian Sheng's personal photographer today. Later, when we take group photos, how do you want them taken? Does anyone have any ideas? This introduction of his. Before Hua Nian Sheng could say anything, her outgoing roommate had already put forth requests, all of which were very abstract. Yet she saw Tong Maichuan nod, seemingly having understood. Sometimes she really didn't understand how he could comprehend such abstract requests. Next were the group photos. It was such a rare occasion to graduate, so photos still had to be taken. At most it would just be tiring for one day. Hua Nian Sheng felt her face was stiff from smiling. Finally she just sat down flat on the ground. As a result, right at this moment, Trin Van Tin suddenly suggested, Sen, how about we take a photo of you and the photographer? The moment these words were spoken, Hua Nian Sheng was stunned. Tong Maichuan's reaction was similar, but not too much surprise showed on his face. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively glanced at Tong Mokshuyan. She was about to say no need, but Fuang Man had already said that's right, you've already taken photos with everyone, go ahead and take one with our photographer, I'll take it. Having said that, she stared intently at Tong Mokshuyan, or more accurately, at the camera in his hand. Fuang Man had coveted this type of camera for a long time, but due to price issues, she had never dared to make the purchase. Now that the item was readily available right before her eyes, and such a rare opportunity had presented itself, she was eager to try it out. Hua Nian Sheng was about to say something, but then saw Fuang Man, a girl as fierce as an eagle, desperately winking at her, her eyes filled with entreaty. How could she not understand what that meant? So she could only look at Tong Mokshuyan, tentatively asking, "In group photo?" She thought Tong Mokshuyan might not necessarily agree. After all, someone who likes taking photos for others might not necessarily like being photographed. It was just that Tong Mokshuyan's answer was a little unexpected. He raised an eyebrow, and replied very naturally, of course. After that, his camera was handed into Fuang Man's hands. Fuang Man's eyes shone brightly, relishing the equipment in her hand, feeling as if she couldn't wait to use it to create a masterpiece of a photo album. Fuang Man usually worked as a part-time model. She also knew a little about photography. Taking a few photos for others was not a problem. Holding such expensive equipment in her hand, she suddenly felt as if she had become some famous photographer. Looking at the pair of young man and woman standing opposite her, she put on her air. Beautiful boy and girl, are you two standing as far apart as the Milky Way? Come a little closer, aren't you close? Hua Nian Sheng. She still respected Tong Mokshuyan, holding the bouquet he had given her for the group photo. Upon hearing that, she took tiny steps closer towards Tong Mokshuyan. Fuang Man held the camera and tried taking a shot, but a moment later she still looked up. She said, "No, you still need to be even closer." Behind her, Trin Van Tin and Deep DMDM were also echoing, saying the two of them were standing too far apart. It didn't look natural. Hua Nian Sheng used her eyes to signal them to settle down. Just then the person next to her reached out a hand from behind, grabbed her right shoulder, and unexpectedly pulled her towards himself. The distance between her and Tong Mokshuyan was suddenly narrowed, so close that her arm touched the fabric of his shirt. The incident happened suddenly, and although the force was not too great, Hua Nian Sheng did not stumble, but she still instinctively looked up at Tong Mokshuyan. At this exact moment, Tong Mokshuyan also lowered his head to look at her. Their four eyes met, and neither of them opened their mouths to say anything. Of course, they also didn't notice that in front, Fuang Man had already begun pressing the shutter continuously. A moment later, Tong Mokshuyan looked up first at the three young girls in front. Is this all right now? From the moment he pulled Hua Nian Sheng into an embrace, soft cries had already echoed from the front. Currently, Trin Van Tin and Deep DMDM, the two who weren't holding cameras, were both covering their mouths, the corners of their mouths perhaps even harder to suppress than the recoil of an AK rifle, and in their eyes was the expression of successfully shipping the couple. Hua Nian Sheng understood them too well. Just one look was enough to know what was on their minds. All right. Fuang Man raised her camera and started shooting, taking the opportunity to direct the expressions and movements of the two. Mainly Hua Nian Sheng's. She looked too stiff. Sheng, smile a little, do. NT looks so unhappy about graduating. You're still staying for a few more years anyway. It truly made her burst into laughter. Finally, the shooting was done, and Hua Nian Sheng felt as if she had been pardoned. Fuang Man looked at the masterpiece she had just taken, then reluctantly returned the camera to Tong Mokshuyan. He held the camera and looked at the photos just taken, while on this side Hua Nian Sheng's friends were talking. Trin Van Tin glanced at Tong Mokshuyan, who was standing not far away, then stared at Hua Nian Sheng and asked, "Seriously, baby, are you sure this handsome guy doesn't like you? His introduction just now, how ambiguous was that, and you didn't notice it?" Fuang Man and Deep DMDM both nodded in agreement. Deep DMDM was more observant. She said, "The way he looks at you is different from the way he looks at us." Photographer Fuang Man stated with full authority, "The atmosphere when the two of you took photos together, how is it any different from a couple's photo?" Hua Nian Sheng. This kind of illusion she had already experienced a few years ago. It's not to the extent that she would still overthink things now. So Hua Nian Sheng used an extremely serious tone to shake her head and say, "No way, absolutely no way. Treating me differently is probably because he's only familiar with me here." Her words were too firm, making her three roommates reluctantly believe her. Tong Mokshuyan stood by the flower bed for a moment, then saw the young Girl running slowly towards him, the strands of hair on her face blown upwards by the wind. Behind her was the orange-red glow of sunset, and the clouds were very beautiful. On the young girl's face was a radiant and fresh expression. She said, "Let's go, I'm treating you to a meal." A single sentence exuded the domineering aura of a rich madam. This remark again struck Tong Mokshuyan's funny bone. "Aren't you eating with your roommates?" Hua Nian Sheng said recently, "They've all been at school, we can eat tomorrow too, you've worked hard all day, if I were to abandon you and leave now I wouldn't look like a decent person at all." Tong Mokshuyan wanted to say something, but the young girl had already pulled him forward. Hua Nian Sheng had already begun asking him if he wanted Western food or Chinese food or something else. Tong Mokshuyan didn't have many opinions on this matter. He followed the young girl. But today he had indeed been busy all day and was a little tired, so he suggested eating nearby. But Hua Nian Sheng herself felt that it was with great difficulty that she had invited Tong Mokshuyan to a meal, and she couldn't be perfunctory about it. She thought for a long time, finally hailed a car and took him to a rather high-end Western restaurant. The restaurant was very good. Hua Nian Sheng also didn't care how much money it cost, it was just that at this restaurant at this hour, there were quite a few couples, usually a man and a woman together. Hua Nian Sheng today was dressed very much like a student, very youthful and beautiful. Even though Tong Mokshuyan was dressed much younger than usual, the difference between him and Hua Nian Sheng could still be seen. The 6 or 7 year age gap was ultimately still present. Tong Mokshuyan's experience and refined aura, accumulated over the years, could not be hidden. Hua Nian Sheng looked overly full of life, her youthfulness was clearly apparent, and even though she was no longer the little girl who had just finished her university entrance exams years ago, the distance between them still always existed, and was always increasing. Tong Mokshuyan realized the existence of some things that made him feel very helpless. Her life had only just begun, and she still had many choices. In the afternoon, Tong Mokshuyan had even seen a male student, holding flowers and blushing, call her senior sister. That male student was younger than him, even younger than her, with a refined and bright appearance. He looked like the type of teenager who would swing sweat on a basketball court, carrying a youthful passion, gathering all his courage to stand before her, and even developing a sense of shy tension. He held a beautiful bouquet of flowers to confess his feelings, feeling anxious, his eyes even a little evasive, but his tone was unusually firm. It could be seen that he liked her very much. The two clearly knew each other, and Hua Nian Sheng didn't look too surprised by the other party's confession. It was just he. At first she was still a little silent. She rejected the other party's confession, but the light in that male student's eyes did not disappear at all. He said he knew Hua Nian Sheng would still be studying for her master's degree at the school for 3 more years, and hoped she could give him a chance to pursue her. When others asked the question of whether they can pursue her or not, whether Hua Nian Sheng answered yes or no, actually neither would be considered a good answer. A young male student very enthusiastically wanted to pursue her, very pure in his eyes. He only saw her and the love he pursued. That was someone completely different from Tong Mokshuyan. The understanding brought about by age and experience was an unbridgeable chasm. Hua Nian Sheng noticed Tong Mokshuyan was lost in thought, seeming a little distracted, and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Tong Mokshuyan quickly regained composure, calmly saying, "It's nothing." He had said so. Hua Nian Sheng naturally did not ask further. The two ate dinner without much conversation. A moment later, Hua Nian Sheng heard Tong Mokshuyan suddenly ask that male student this afternoon, "Do you have feelings for him?" Hua Nian Sheng. She also did not know what Tong Mokshuyan meant by asking this, but Tong Mokshuyan had worked hard all day today, and she could understand if he was a little gossipy. If her uncle were here, he would surely have asked to the very end this afternoon. Facing Tong Mokshuyan's question, Hua Nian Sheng could only answer, "I don't dislike him, but now I don't have any thoughts at all." Perhaps it was the lesson and experience gained from Tong Mokshuyan. She knew the taste of being rejected after confessing feelings. So when rejecting others, she also used gentle words that were absolutely unambiguous. She did not hope the other party would have any expectations of her. But as for what others thought, she truly could not control. Tong Mokshuyan naturally could see that the male student this afternoon fundamentally had no intention of giving up. He was even very enthusiastic, believing that after today, or even without waiting for today to pass, the other party would begin to show considerate care and attention. In this situation, Tong Mokshuyan also did not know what mindset he used to say such words. He said boys at this age, in their hearts, may only think of romance and passion. He may not have even thought about his own future. If you pay attention to this point in choosing a romantic partner, then you should carefully consider if he is the person you want to choose or not. His words naturally made sense, and Hua Nian Sheng also very much agreed with his way of speaking, nodding her head, indicating that she would think very carefully. Only, after Tong Mokshuyan saw the young girl's serious thinking expression, he fell silent for a little longer. Evidently, having gone through several years of university, people would all mature both physically and mentally. Hua Nian Sheng could currently calmly discuss another man with him like that, proving that she had accepted and let go of the past, abandoning the feelings that arose from temporary impulsiveness before. Conversely, now it was he who was troubled. Perhaps this was the dramatic nature of reality. Hua Nian Sheng did not notice Tong Mokshuyan's gaze. She bowed her head to browse social media. Some people still had not edited photos, while others had already posted a few updates. Suddenly remembering this matter, she abruptly looked up at Tong Mokshuyan, her bright eyes sparkling. "Oh right, tonight when you get back, would it be convenient for you to send the photos to me right away? If you have other things to be busy with, you can let me take the memory card home first. I'll copy them out and then return it to you." Tong Mokshuyan said, "It's fine, I'll send them to you tonight." Hua Nian Sheng truly thanked Tong Mokshuyan. She had seen a few raw photos on his camera, and the shots were exceptionally beautiful. Only, she still had not seen the photo taken with Tong Mokshuyan just now. According to Huang Man's confident expression, she felt she looked super invincibly beautiful in it. Hua Nian Sheng wanted to see it, but she did not know why. Remembering the moment Tong Mokshuyan reached out and put his arm around her, she again did not have the courage to say she wanted to see the raw photo right in front of him. Clearly, it was just a slight arm around the shoulder. Hua Nian Sheng also did know. He dared to imagine how stiff the expression on her face was at that time. Who knows, it might even become her unflattering photo. Never mind, she would look later. She needed to do some mental preparation first. After dinner, Hua Nian Sheng intended to call 2 cars to take her and Tong Mokshuyan each to their own homes. Who would have thought? Tong Mokshuyan again said his car was outside. She thought it was the driver driving, but the next second she saw Tong Mokshuyan get into the driver's seat. In that case, it was not convenient for her to sit in the back seat. Hua Nian Sheng got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and asked, "Where is the driver?" Tong Mokshuyan lowered his eyes. "The driver had something. I told him to drive here, and then let him off work." "What's wrong? My driving doesn't please you?" Hua Nian Sheng dared not say half a word. "No." She let out a laugh. No. Tong Mokshuyan was naturally also teasing her. He looked at her and chuckled softly, then drove her back to school. After defending her thesis, she still had to make a few simple revisions, plus she still missed her university days, so Hua Nian Sheng intended to stay at school for a while longer. Actually, it was equivalent to summer vacation. Staying at school with university friends for a while longer was not bad. People always have a bit of melancholy before parting. Before midnight, Hua Nian Sheng received 2 compressed files sent by Tong Mokshuyan. After opening them, she discovered that one compress ed file contained edited photos, and the other contained raw photos. Tong Mokshuyan naturally was not crazy to the extent of editing everything, but in the edited photo file, he had almost edited all of Hua Nian Sheng's solo photos. The remaining photos seemed to have a few edited, including the group photo of the 2 of them. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng truly doubted Tong Mokshuyan's university major. Looking at them, it seemed he didn't edit much, but the subjects, lighting, and even the background were all much more harmonious. His professional ability in this area would also be top tier if he were to take outside commissions. Chapter 42 Birthday Gift. Hua Nian Sheng did not know how to evaluate Tong Mokshuyan's actions, a person who even undertook the entire photo editing process. Her gaze stopped on the photo taken together between her and Tong Mokshuyan. In the photo, she held the bouquet, her curved eyes looking into the lens. The expression management that she had been worried about for so long was not a problem, but she discovered that in the photo, her head and body were both unconsciously leaning towards Tong Mokshuyan a little. Naturally, Tong Mokshuyan was also the same. It looked like there was no problem, very harmonious, even very well matched. But precisely because of that was what was not right. The more Hua Nian Sheng looked at this photo, the more she felt something was wrong. She was silent for a long while, finally still messaging to thank Tong Mak Shuyan first. Honestly, the photos taken by Tong Shuyan were indeed very beautiful, and even his photo editing skills also made Hua Nian Sheng surprised. After following her for an entire day, returning home in such a short time and having already finished editing this many photos, it was truly unexpected that he was so meticulous to this extent. She sent the photos taken with others into group chats and sent them individually to each corresponding person, mostly sending raw photos. Logically speaking, with this type of group photo, each person would have different needs for editing their own faces. Hua Nian Sheng also sent both the raw photos and the photos that Tong Shuyan had edited for them to see. Fuang Man commented right there, the photography and editing skills of this handsome guy beat my ex-boyfriend by I don't know how many streets. Trin Van Tin echoed, by the way. He also beat me by several streets too. Our handsome photographer doesn't have that problem of some male photographers who only focus on composition while shooting the model's face is a mess. Deep DM this picture I think can be posted on the friend circle now. The young ladies expressed high admiration for Tong Shuyan's aesthetic taste. In a dorm room, when discussing a person, it naturally couldn't be finished with just a few sentences. Regarding Tong Shuyan, they fundamentally couldn't find any flaws. When Hua Nian Sheng said he was probably still single, the three roommates L showed various degrees of surprise. Is he truly single, or is there someone by his side whom you guys don't know? Fuang Man was applying hand cream. Why do I hear that people in their circle dating isn't called dating but rather Bao Nui being kept sugar baby? Hua Nian Sheng shook her head. She wasn't looking at Tong Shuyan through rose-tinted glasses. She had interned at Hang Shuyan for half a year, nearly 5 months of which involved contact with Tong Shuyan. If there was truly someone by his side, the assistants and secretaries couldn't possibly know nothing, and she had never heard the seniors gossip even a little about the boss. Another point was that Tong Shuyan was not someone who didn't know moderation boundaries. If there was truly someone by his side, he wouldn't have let her stay at his house before. There probably isn't. I've never heard my uncle mention it. Occasionally, Hua Kim-gon even scolded Tong Shuyan as a tawny eternal singleton saint of singleness. This topic was then skimmed over by other matters. Hua Nian Sheng also began to ponder which picture to post on her friend circle. During this graduation photo period, every day one could see people who hadn't posted anything all year suddenly updating their status. Hua Nian Sheng posted before going to bed, and after waking up, she began to glance through the likes and comments on her friend circle. As expected, replying to comments in the friend circle also made people tired. Among countless likes, she also saw Tong Shuyan's like. Hua Nian Sheng did not post the picture taken together with him. Among the 9 pictures she posted were family photos, photos with roommates, photos with teachers, and the class group photo taken by Tong Shuyan. Hua Nian Sheng had zoomed in on her own face, blurring the faces of others. The remaining pictures were all her solo shots. Tong Shuyan only pressed like, not mentioning anything about the picture taken together, and Hua Nian Sheng also very tacitly did not bring it up. However, after finishing viewing her friend's circle, Hua Nian Sheng then discovered that her youngest uncle had sent a message today, roughly asking her if she had any plans from graduating college until enrolling in graduate school. Regarding this matter, Hua Nian Sheng had also thought about it before. After all, it was quite a long holiday. She couldn't just stay cooped up at home forever. That would seem a bit wasteful of time. Hua Kim-gon said if she truly had no ideas, she could come work at his company. Comrade Little Hua, who had just recently ended her period of being an employee, frankly refused. She still hadn't figured it out, but she absolutely did not want to go work for someone else. Hua Kim-gon naturally wouldn't force his family's shareholder to work. However, when he was Hua Nian Sheng's age, he had already started scrambling around looking for angel investors. Before that, Hua Nian Sheng had arranged with her roommates to go out for few days. Deep DM's acceptance results had come in unsurprisingly. She was the second graduate student from their room. The girls arranged to go celebrate one night. Rich Lady Deep was very generous, directly paying all the expenses. The 4 girls in this dorm room were not too financially constrained. There was no need to mention Hua Nian Sheng. Fuang Man had been a part-time model since her first year of university, and now could be considered a somewhat well-known model. She herself had long since achieved financial freedom. She had no shortage of living expenses, and although she majored in computer science, it was guessed that her future work might not be in her specialized field. For Trinh Van Tin's family, both parents had worked in foreign enterprises for over 10 years, so their monthly living expenses were not small. As for Deep DMDM, normally, her spending wasn't seen as high or low. Her family was probably quite well off. It wasn't until tonight that rich lady Deep directly swiped her card to pay over 10,000 yuan. And upon asking, they found out her family's property had been subject to compensation for demolition. Rich in a simple, unostentatious way. Tonight, she was no longer called Little Deep, but Elder Sister Deep. The girls danced until past 2 in the morning before catching a cab back to school. Hua Nian Sheng also drank 2 sips of wine, not daring to drink much, but because everyone beside her was a friend and their alcohol tolerant. Z was better than hers, it was fine. When they arrived back at school, entering from the gate, there were also other people entering the school around this time. The night shift security guard watched this group of people walking in small clusters, holding a thermos, and shook his head as he watched their retreating figures. The group of students who had gone to class reunions or club parties, walking arm in arm behind, didn't dare make a sound. They truly wanted to say one thing to the security guard: going out, drinking, and playing games with your closest friends is truly a lot of fun. We stay up late, drink wine, and go to bars, but we are truly not bad kids. When Hua Nian Sheng arrived back at her room, she was already a bit drowsy, unclear if it was due to drunkenness or sleepiness, or because it had been a long time since she had played so wildly. She was a little tired. At this hour, everyone was busy removing makeup and showering. Hua Nian Sheng had listened to booming music all evening at this moment. Her Luke Canton's 6 senses were pure, feeling like an ascetic monk detached from worldly affairs. Finally, lying down on the bed, her head had barely touched the pillow when she fell asleep instantly. This sleep made the entire dorm room seem to fall under the curse of the Sleeping Beauty. With no alarm clocks, everyone's bed curtains drawn tightly, no light, sleeping more peacefully than even the deceased. According to the rule, 1 room, not 2 kinds of sleepers. It wasn't until the afternoon that someone began to be roused by hunger. Hua Nian Sheng still slept very soundly. The noises in the room basically did not enter her ears, until the phone on the bed vibrated. Drowsily, she fumbled to pick it up to see. As soon as she opened her eyes hadn't yet clearly seen the words on the screen, only seeing that it was an incoming call. She instinctively pressed the answer button. Immediately after, a familiar voice came from the other end. Sheng. Hua Nian Sheng hadn't yet reacted. Yes? The person on the other end realized. Did you just wake up? Pausing for a moment, she then heard him say, it's 2 in the afternoon already. Did you just wake up from a nap? Or have you been sleeping straight until now? Hua Nian Sheng. Finally, she became a little more awake, her vision clearer, seeing the caller's name displayed on the screen as Tong Mak Shuyan. She instinctively ignored Tong Mak Shuyan's previous question. She struggled to sit up on the bed, one hand supporting her forehead, and opened her mouth to ask, is something the matter? Last night, after partying, yelling and hollering with her friends all night, Hua Nian Sheng's voice was now so hoarse that even she was startled. The person she was last night was truly very happy, but the person she was now was truly very miserable. Tong Mak Chuan on the other end of the line seemed to fall silent for a moment, then said, how about you drink some water first? And so Hua Nian Sheng pulled aside her bed curtain, faced towards Deep Diam, the only person currently below her bed at this moment, and pleaded for help. Sweetheart, water. As a matter of course, Deep Diam naturally handed her the glass of water. Hua Nian Sheng gulped down a few mouthfuls, her throat finally soothed, and she felt much better. And so she picked up the phone again and said to Tong Mak Chuan, I'm better now. However, this time Tong Mak Chuan's end was silent for a long time, saying nothing. Just as Hua Nian Sheng was wondering, he suddenly asked, where are you now? Hua Nian Sheng didn't understand his meaning. In the dormitory. What's wrong? Then who is sweetheart? Hua Nian Sheng heard him ask. She's just my roommate, Hua Nian Sheng blurted out. Her roommates had always addressed each other that way. Near her ear, she seemed to hear Tong Mak Chuan sigh. Hua Nian Sheng was stunned in that instant. She seemed to have grasped his train of thought. Waking up only in the afternoon, a hoarse voice, along with the very natural, commanding call of sweetheart, truly was a bit like that sort of thing. She dropped the subject. Are you looking for me for something? Tong Mak Chuan said, earlier you left something at my place. Will you come get it? Or should I bring it over to you? Hua Nian Sheng hadn't expected it to be about this. She was at a loss, for a moment unable to recall what she had left behind at Tong Mok Chuan's house. What thing? Her brain still hadn't fully activated. Her eyes were weary, and she was speaking without filtering through her brain. Could you give it to my youngest cousin first so he can bring it back to me? Hua Nian Sheng knew that Tong Mok Chuan and Hua Gon met quite often. At that time she thought simply, not considering what she had left behind at his house. She thought it would be quite reasonable for Tong Mok Chuan to ask her cousin to help bring the item. Just saying she had left it at the office would be fine. But Tong Mok Chuan fell silent again. He asked, do you know what you left behind? Hua Nian Sheng instinctively shook her head, but after shaking it, she then remembered she was on the phone. She said, I don't know. The other end of the line sighed again. Tong Mok Chuan looked at the small bag that the housekeeper had tidied up and placed on the dressing table in the guest bedroom, inside which lay the young girl's lingerie. In fact, he hadn't known either today. The housekeeper had come to clean the house and incidentally wash the bedsheets Hua Nian Sheng had used previously, and it was only when Tong Mok Chuan returned at noon to retrieve some items that she told him the guest had left something behind in the guest bedroom. And so this phone call was happening now. It's your intimate personal item, Tong Mok Chuan replied. Sometimes lack of sleep truly leads to the brain not being clear-headed. Hua Nian Sheng heard herself utter a brainless sound. What intimate item? Tong Mok Chuan lingerie. The AI. Suddenly fell utterly silent. Hua Nian Sheng. She began to think. Her brain finally began to whir, pondering what she should say at this moment to make this phone call less awkward. Honestly speaking, even Hua Nian Sheng, who prided herself on being supremely intelligent, couldn't comprehend why she had brought so many things yet precisely forgot only one set of lingerie. Which one was it after all? Hua Nian Sheng remained silent, and Tong Mok Xian also did not say anything, waiting for her to speak. A moment later, Chu Hua spoke with difficulty. I will come get them myself. Tong Mok Xian was not surprised. He said, all right, the password hasn't changed. Whenever you're free you can just come over and get them. Your things are in your room. When he uttered the phrase your room, Hua Nian Sheng was still caught off guard, feeling her eyelid twitch. Her voice unconsciously softened by half yes. The topic thus passed, Tong Mok Xian said to her, wake up and eat something. Don't let your stomach be hungry. It's bad for your stomach. Hua Nian Sheng. Yes. Ending the call, Hua Nian Sheng felt as if something had sucked away her soul, her soulless eyes staring blankly into the void. A long time later she sprawled out towards the edge of the bed, emitting a faint sound. Hey guys, what should we order to eat now? The biggest daily vexation for those lazy worms about to graduate but still lounging around in the dorm was what to eat? Truly, a perplexing problem of the century. Hua Nian Sheng, after consulting opinions from many sides, finally managed to decide on her first meal after waking up. It was truly not easy at all. After a day of rest and tidying up, Hua Nian Sheng finished revising her thesis, and then went to print the final version. The matter of graduation was considered finished here. The remaining task was when she would receive her diploma, or confirm her post-graduation direction, which would await the department's announcement. She chose to go to Tong Mok Xian's house to get her things on Wednesday. This time was midweek, a workday. Hua Nian Sheng even intentionally chose office hours to go. She was certain Tong Mok Xian wouldn't be home, planning to leave immediately after getting her things. The idea was excellent. As long as she didn't encounter Tong Mok Xian, she wouldn't feel embarrassed. Hua Nian Sheng entered Tong Mok Xian's apartment complex still using facial verification. Tong Mok Xian had previously registered her, and it hadn't been deleted. The house password also hadn't changed. She didn't know how much he trusted her. Hua Nian Sheng smoothly entered the password and entered Tong Mok Xian's house. The shoe cabinet still neatly displayed her pink slippers. She was afraid of dirtying the floor, so she resolutely changed shoes before going in. It was just that at that moment, she didn't pay attention to the other shoes on the rack. She opened the door to the room where she had slept for several days, seeing a black bag on the dressing table. Approaching to look inside, sure enough, was a set of her very fresh blue floral print lingerie. She vaguely had some impression it was the set she wore the day before she left. She clearly remembered putting it in the wardrobe, but whether she had then put it into her suitcase or not, she didn't clearly remember. Oh, let it be, no longer dwell on this matter. She picked up the bag, hastily tucked it into her handbag, then intended to leave. The result was that just as she opened her room door, The door of another room not far away also swung open from within. Hua Nian Sheng, caught completely off guard, met Tong Moxian's gaze. He was still wearing pajamas, looking like a smooth, glossy material. The buttons at his chest were not properly fastened, his pectoral muscles faintly appearing and disappearing. "You're home?" Hua Nian Sheng had originally intended to leave after getting her things, and then text Tong Moxian a message, but she hadn't expected that during normal working hours, she would coincidentally meet Tong Moxian walking out of the bedroom in pajamas. Tong Moxian, seeing her, was also taken aback, his gaze resting on the handbag she wore on her shoulder. He faintly hummed, asking her, "Have you gotten your things?" Hua Nian Sheng got them. After that, she watched Tong Moxian walk through the living room into the kitchen to pour a glass of water, drinking as he walked out. It was only then that she belatedly realized something was not right. Tong Moxian, normally at this hour, if not at the company, shouldn't be sleeping at home. When Tong Moxian walked closer, she asked, "Are you not feeling well today?" She heard him faintly hum, saying, "A slight fever, working from home today." Fever then? Hua Nian Sheng recalled the time she had a fever so bad her mind was unclear in her previous rented house. Her face heated up. Even now, thinking back, she still felt a bit embarrassed. But he was ill, so Hua Nian Sheng also found it inconvenient to talk about leaving immediately. After all, she also knew a bit about human social etiquette. So Chu Hua put down her handbag, looked at the person sitting on the sofa and asked a question. "So, has your fever gone down?" Tong Moxian, "Probably better." His words had not yet finished, when the little girl in front of him suddenly bent down and leaned close, bringing a hand to rest on his forehead, her other hand touching her own forehead, very seriously checking his temperature. The latter half of Song Maichuan's sentence, "I'll take a thermometer to measure it later," was thus swallowed back. The little girl murmured in her mouth, "It seems okay. A little hotter than my forehead." Song Maichuan heard her ask, "Did you take your medicine this morning?" "I did." After asking this question, Hua Nian Sheng then remembered something else. She let go of her hand and asked, "So, have you eaten anything yet?" The worried look on her face did not seem fake at all. Song Maichu, and chuckled softly, "If I said I haven't eaten, would you intend to cook for me?" Suning. She was silent for a moment, and honestly replied, "I would order takeout for you." That one sentence again hit Song Maichuan's funny bone. He smiled and said, "You don't need to spend money, I've already eaten." Hua Nian Sheng did not understand what he was laughing about. She said, "If you're not feeling well, rest more, I won't bother you anymore." Her sentence was not merely that she wanted to leave. Song Maichuan was a patient, appearing to have no major issues, but needing rest. Her being here would indeed disturb him. Song Maichuan also did not stop her from leaving. Clearly, he was an adult man only suffering from a slight fever, not yet at the point of needing a little girl to take care of him. Secondly, what standing did he have to keep her? Finally, it was not suitable. Hua Nian Sheng left Song Maichuan's home, and then returned to school. The connection between her and Song Maichuan was considered temporarily concluded here. Whether it was a boss-employee relationship, or a senior-junior relationship, it was not the type of relationship that involved daily contact or frequent meetings. In May, Hua Nian Sheng celebrated her 22nd birthday. At that time, the girls in her dorm room celebrated with her their last university birthday. The birthday gifts Hua Nian Sheng received were actually not few, and this year there were especially many. Clearly she had not publicized it. But the young ladies and gentlemen she had recently met not long ago seemed to have learned the news from somewhere, and each of them had prepared a birthday gift for her. All of them were piled up at home, and on her actual birthday, Hua Nian Sheng did not even have the energy to unwrap all the gifts. Before her birthday, Su Jinyan had already asked if she wanted to hold a birthday party for her, as it would also be good to get to know more people, but she had flatly refused. Nevertheless, she still received not a few birthday wishes, and some among them even said they would host a birthday party for her, as long as she brought herself there. During the day, she celebrated her birthday with her roommates in the dormitory, and in the evening she went home. Su Jinyan and his wife drove to pick up Hua Nian Sheng. On Xiao Yuandan body a giant bow tie was tied. At first glance, one might even think the little boy was the birthday gift the couple gave her. The little boy giggled, struggling in his car seat. Hua Nian Sheng extended an index finger, and the little boy immediately grasped it tightly. He remained quiet like that for a while. Su Nian Sheng thought they were taking her home, but it turned out Su Jinyan drove to an apartment complex near her school. This apartment complex was built in the year Su Nian Sheng entered university, perhaps due to abundant investment capital. The surrounding environment was very good, with both high schools and universities RBY truly a home close to schools. When it first went on sale, many people bought units, and currently not a few people had already moved in. Su Nian Sheng felt nothing until the car drove into the apartment complex. Not understanding anything, she asked, "Uncle, do you have friends here?" Su Jinyan just happened to stop the car. Outside the car, a woman wearing a white shirt and black trousers was waiting, and upon seeing them, she bloomed a sincere smile like a flower. "Mr. Su, you have arrived." Su Nian Sheng? Following that woman into the elevator, in Su Nian Sheng's ears resonated all sorts of introductions from her and praises for Su Jinyan's and Su Xiao's discerning eye. It was at this moment that she suddenly realized, "Uncle, are you here to buy a house?" In this elevator, it seemed that only she and the child in her arms were outside the situation. Su Jinyan said to her, "Didn't I just tell you to bring all your documents when you came back? So what?" Su Nian Sheng used her eyes to question him, but at this moment the elevator stopped. The beauty and professional attire in front led them to an unfinished apartment. Chu Zhenvu said, "I have chosen a few units, you see which one you like, this is your birthday present." Little Zu's eyes began to show confusion. She looked at the rough house with a usable area of at least 200 square meters, and blurted out a question, "Really bought it? Houses in this area are truly not cheap." Chu Zhenvu nodded, "Really bought it later. If you don't want to stay in the dormitory, come and live here." Director Su spoke generously as if they were going to the market to buy a bunch of vegetables. "Uncle," Su Nian Sheng suddenly called him again. "I'm telling the truth, relying on adults is truly addictive." Chu Zhenvu. "If you're sick, go get treated." Originally, he didn't want to scold anyone today. Little Su delightedly went to survey her future home, finally choosing one unit from among those Chu Zhenvu had selected. The prices were all about the same, and the area didn't differ much. Buying the whole thing outright was not cheap at all. The sales staff of the business department basically didn't mind that it was already late evening. Whatever procedures needed to be done, throughout the entire process, they patiently and smilingly provided service for them. Incidentally, after hearing that today was the birthday of the esteemed owner, Miss Su, in a short time, they prepared for her a quite substantial birthday gift. It was also obvious that people like this developed well in their careers. Su Nian Sheng had received her ownership certificate. This birthday gift from Chu Zhenvu clearly struck little Zu's soft spot. Someone on the way home was as happy as a clam, simultaneously asserting firmly to Chu Zhenvu and his wife that the birthday gift they gave was definitely the top one of this year. As uncle and aunt, they appeared very satisfied with this, until they ate something outside and then returned home. By then it was very late, past 10 o'clock, with less than 2 hours remaining until Su Nian Sheng's birthday passed. In front of the house, someone was waiting, in a suit and leather shoes, even wearing white gloves on his hands. Su Nian Sheng almost immediately saw with a glance the milky white car behind them, with a huge pink bow tied to the front of the car. With Su Nian Sheng's knowledge of vehicles, she only recognized it as some line of Mercedes, which looked as if its paint had been changed. The whole family got out of the car. The leader of the opposing group stepped forward and politely asked, "May I ask who is Miss Su Nian Sheng?" "Su Nian Sheng?" She said, "It's me." The other party began to speak volubly, but Su Nian Sheng only caught the first sentence. "This car is a birthday gift chosen for you by Mr. Song Mokshuyan, hoping you will happily accept it." Chu Zhenvu walked around the car, examining it front and back once, while on this side, Su Nian Sheng vaguely listened to the introduction about the car. Then immediately, she saw her uncle frown and make a phone call, not surprisingly calling Song Mokshuyan. As soon as it connected, Su Nian Sheng heard her uncle utter a questioning remark about their friendship. "Song Mokshuyan, what do you mean by this? You've never given me such a good car, yet you give one to my niece?" Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.